1. Prologue. Eric LeBlanc slammed the door to his cabin shut, wiping fresh red blood off of his face as he did so. He walked over to the end of the cabin, where a chair made of human bone sat. Eric heaved a sigh as he collapsed on the bone throne, arms slumping over the femur armrests. His backpack bulged against the back of the seat, grinding against the assembled bones as he shifted his weight. Eric wondered if he would notice that he'd gone insane. These days, he wasn't sure that he would even care. As he pondered his possible insanity, he looked to the several skull lanterns hanging down from his ceiling, casting a warm glow over his home. Small flames burned in the hollow sockets as the skulls of his defeated foes glared down at him. Eric snarled as they stared at him, and he looked away from their penetrating gaze. They shouldn't have tried him. Didn't they learn? He tried to teach them, but these damn natives never learned. Linda sat in a chair in the corner, stationary as always, with Timmy standing next to her. Eric mimicked their tones as he began speaking to himself. "Daddy, you said you'd show me how to make a bamboo spear." Timmy whined, his drawn-on face a deep frown. "Now, sweetie," his wife said softly, not moving an inch as she spoke. "Your father's been busy with his show. He's tired. He'll show you tomorrow, all right? Just take it easy." Eric smiled to himself, standing up from the bone throne as he approached his family. Their unmoving forms were engulfed in his arms as he squeezed them against his chest. The twigs snapped under the pressure, and Timmy and Linda fell apart, falling through his arms and clattering against the wooden floor. Eric stared down dumbfounded at what had just occurred, the bodies of his family lying prone and broken before him. Eric then fell to all fours and wept, salty tears carving a trail through the drying blood on his face. They weren't real. He needed to accept that they were gone, but by God, it was too hard. What had he done to deserve this fate? He suddenly growled like a beast as he stood from the ground, bringing his modern axe to bear, the dark carbon steel blade shimmering in the candlelight from above. He looked up at the skulls, which still glared down at him. His former foes seemed to be sneering down in disapproval at Eric's weakness. Eric bared his teeth. "Don't look at me." He swung his axe, cleaving through the skulls with a spray of white powder and flame. Fire licked the walls and floor of his cabin, but those did not catch fire immediately. What did, however, was the bed of fur he had been sleeping on for the past few months. The flames spread quickly, the fine hairs burning away quickly as the hide, too, was engulfed. Eric cursed and tried to stamp out the flames with several stomps, but still the flame grew. Giving up, he grabbed up an unburning piece of the fur mattress and quickly threw it outside after kicking open his door. The fur landed with a poof, loose soil clouding around its impact site. The firelight illuminated the tall wooden palisade gate. He turned around to see other pieces of flaming wax on his floor, and he went to work stamping them out. This effort proved to be in vain, for while he was able to stomp out many of the spilled candles, he could not get them all. As soon as a log caught flame, that was it. He had no water to douse the fire. Not that his water skin would have held enough for the job anyway. He sat with his back against the palisade gate as he watched his cabin burn. Days' worth of work and effort, just gone. He then heard a high-pitched scream somewhere beyond his defensive walls, and his head slumped as more screams answered it, all surrounding his fortress and closing in. He took off his backpack, setting it between his legs as he rummaged through their contents until finally, he found what he was looking for. The cool black metal of the ovoid shape reflected the firelight. The black segmented metal that contained the whirring red stone resembled a rib cage. It was no bigger than his hand, and he cursed at seeing the red hue. Eric had thought that he'd switched the thing back to blue after he was done taking out his frustrations on the natives, but he must have lost himself in the killing again. He pressed the small round button near one end of the device twice, and soon, the angry red color turned to a calming blue hue. Soon the approaching screams ceased, and he heard bare feet skitter back into the depths of the accursed forest. Eric stared into the calm blue light, but did not feel anything other than frustration. Whatever this device was, it held no effect on him. Why were those cannibals affected in such a way? He shook his head. He didn't really care. Eric hadn't cared about anything since the day he let his son stay dead. Well, that wasn't completely true. There was still one thing that drew something out of him, something that took away the pain for at least a little bit. He loved killing these savages. Eric hated them with every ounce of his being. Yet despite months of what he defined as self-defensive genocide, there always seemed to be more. Where was it they came from? They didn't live in the caves. He'd only run into mutants and the blue men down there. He hadn't seen a single normal cannibal within the cave's wretched depths. He had seen their villages, of course. His horrifying first days on this peninsula had him frantically combing the land for the whereabouts of his son, bringing him into contact with those small communities. After it was clear that Timmy wasn't on the surface, Eric had descended into those horrid caverns with nothing but a crash axe. Exploring those caves had been the most terrifying experience he'd ever had in his life. They did eventually lead him to Timmy, but Eric had been too late to save his son from that bastard cross. Thinking of the red-painted scientist caused Eric to tighten his grip on the artifact in his hands, the cool metal pressing deeply into his flesh. Then there was Megan. That poor little girl didn't deserve her fate any more than he did. When he first came upon her, blooded from murdering her father, Eric had hesitated to scoop her up and bring Timmy back. For, while she was covered in blood, skin a bluish hue, and eyes distant with clear insanity, she had still been a little girl. Then, Megan had mutated into the most horrid creature he faced on the peninsula. Somehow, like with the other horrors he'd faced, Eric had killed her. He hadn't felt guilt for the act. It was him or her, and he was actually relieved that this had been the outcome. If Megan hadn't mutated, Eric didn't think he would have been able to drag her to the obelisk. Simply imagining the child screaming and crying as he brought her to what would have been her second death would have stopped his hand for sure. That proved to not matter, as when she was dead, the obelisk would not accept the corpse. Eric remembered the taste of maddening despair he had felt knowing that he'd need a living child to revive Timmy. When the artifact spat the poor girl out onto the ground with a bloody plop, a golden keycard fell out from somewhere on her person. Eric had taken the keycard. Remembering the locked elevator at the end of the Cyclopean room, he killed Megan in. Not giving up hope, Eric had ridden the elevator to the top. He remembered the spectacular view that he mostly ignored as he marched into the final room in the Sahara Labs. It was narrow, with smooth metal pentagons curving up either side of the wall toward the ceiling. When Eric had passed through the threshold, he had been immediately drawn to the loud, droning buzz from over his head. A perfect copy of the device he held in his hand now sat above him. Yet this one had been as big as a storage container. Not knowing the device's purpose, he approached the terminal at the end of the strange chamber, noting the laptop that sat upon an upturned plastic garbage can in the corner. The glowing characters had read, "Emergency shut off," and several cables seemed to lead up to the device in the ceiling. Turning his attention back to the main terminal, Eric saw, much to his surprise, the diagram of a plane. 3 dots surrounded portions of the diagram, and 3 names arranged themselves on either side of the screen. Thomas, Kevin, and Sally. All 3 were children apparently, for under the kids' names had been age, followed by the corresponding number. There were 3 children on the plane. 3 potential sacrifices to bring his son back from death. Not quite aware of what he was doing, he had raised his hand to the large orange "Activate" on the screen. Would it bring down the plane much as this had been? He had paused just before pushing that button that would give him the keys to Timmy's revival, reminded of how he had painted his own skin red in the caverns before now. He had done it to ward off any more potential threats by cannibals, but he felt an eerie sense of connection with Cross. He too must have sat before this desk-bound computer, painted red to scare off the natives before pushing that button, the button that ruined Eric's life. The symbolism was not lost on him despite his sanity having been worn to almost nothing. Eric had stared at his painted hand, breathing heavily as he backed away from the terminal, looking instead to the emergency shut-off laptop in the corner. He agonized for a full minute on what he should do, torn between saving his son or sending a new group of people to their deaths. He wanted his son back so very badly, but remembering that he wouldn't have brought a live Megan Cross to the obelisk helped his decision to shut off the device for good. There was also the matter of Megan's fate. Dr. Cross had brought her back from the dead, yes, but at a horrible cost. Megan had come back twisted and violent and eventually had mutated. He knew from the videos he had found scattered across the peninsula that eventually, these poor kids became the very monsters that he had been fighting since the crash. Would he really do that to Timmy? His right hand shook as he took another step back from the monitor. What would Linda say? Tears streamed down his cheeks when he made his decision. When he left through yet another cavern system, he burned the photo of Timmy he had carried with him, the ashes flowing away in the wind. After a few days of mourning, Eric had revisited the yacht, which in turn led him back to that same cave entrance to attain this smaller artifact he now held in his grasp. He hated the thing, hated whoever or whatever had made it. Every artifact was deserving of hatred, for their creators had to have been of evil nature. Eric stood suddenly, possessed by a wave of intense anger that made his head spin. He began pushing the button rapidly, squeezing the disgusting thing with all his strength as it shifted hues from blue to red to black rapidly. He finally screamed and threw it hard against the ground. It bounced once and rolled a small distance before coming to a stop. Then, oddly, the device began to glow a shade of deep violet. Eric frowned. That was new. He approached the artifact, his rage not entirely quelled. Before he could kick it into the roaring flame of his cabin, it quickly floated upward, a high-pitched whine emanating from it. The sound was so aggravating that Eric found himself clutching his ears to shut out the horrid noise. He backed away as the sound intensified, his hands offering no protection for his eardrums. Then everything went white. The high-pitched noise ceased, and Eric rubbed at his eyes. Had the thing flashbanged him somehow? Why was everything suddenly cold? Soon the white began to fade, and Eric opened his eyes to find that he was in pitch darkness. Completely engulfed, his breathing quickened, and panic threatened to overtake him. He looked for the flaming wreck of his cabin, but either the fire had been put out or he had been made blind. He looked up at the sky, trying to see the pinpricks of stars. Nothing, just solid black. Eric fumbled for his lighter in his pocket, lighting the small flame. Much to his relief and then subsequent horror, the light illuminated his surroundings. This, of course, meant that he was in fact not blind. The problem, however, was where he was. He was inside a cave. Eric paused before moving forward, only able to see a few feet around him from the light cast by his diminutive torch. He listened for any movement, any noise whatsoever, and thankfully, he heard nothing. He rummaged through his bag until he found his flashlight, stowing away his lighter. Turning on the hefty tool, he pointed it straight forward, slowly turning in a circle as he examined the cave walls. He was in a large stone chamber of rough stone, a sheen of moisture reflecting his light off the cool rock. Eric saw that he was standing atop a smooth stone altar that was wide enough for him to lay atop with a few inches to spare. Other than the altar he stood upon, there was only one other man-made, if you could even call it that, construct within the chamber. Familiar double doors of dark ribbed metal stretched from the floor of the cave to halfway to the ceiling, completely sealed shut. Had he accidentally activated a function of the artifact he wasn't aware of? Did it teleport him to a cave? If so, was this a cave that he'd been in before? He'd explored those depths very thoroughly. There were no other sealed, ancient doors he hadn't found yet. Speaking of the device, he scanned the floor and altar around him with sweeps of his flashlight, but found no trace of the ovoid thing anywhere. The ground here was actually very clear of rubble and other debris, so the artifact would have stuck out like a sore thumb. He stepped off of the altar, taking deep calming breaths as he approached the giant metal doors. There, he saw a black triangular table sticking up from the ground nearby. Eric knew that he would need to put some weight on the mechanism to open the door. Thankfully, he always carried a few big rocks and skulls in his bag. Eric unzipped his pack and placed 5 rocks one after the other onto the table. It sank in with a grinding noise until the mechanism was flush, and the doors responded in kind, scraping against the rough stone as they slowly opened. A maw of deep blackness lay beyond those cyclopean doors, endless and all-encompassing, hiding unknown dangers. Eric brought his modern axe to bear, the carbon steel edge ready for hacking. He took a deep, calming breath and stepped into the darkness, lighting his way. I felt particularly inspired to write this. What do you all think? 2. Unknown depths. As Eric wandered his way through the cave, passing through narrow crevices and climbing over rocks, he noticed something. There wasn't any mutants down here. That had been the same kind of gateway he had seen scattered around the caverns in the peninsula. So where were the freaks? He was angry and needed something to smash his axe into. Eric had long abandoned his fear of these depths, replacing it instead with pure hatred. He did, however, respect the caves. If he was careless, a mutant could pounce on him from the encroaching dark, and that would be it. He explored for hours, finding nothing but rough, untampered rock as he went. There were several times where he had to crawl on his belly to continue, dirtying his red-black flannel shirt and blue jeans as he passed over the fine layers of dirt. Thankfully, most of his exploration took him through high-roofed corridors, so there wasn't too much army crawling to be done. The problem, however, was the fact that these corridors seemed to twist in on themselves, and often Eric would find himself back near where he started. He didn't give up, however, and continued his search. The batteries were starting to die when he finally heard something skittering across the stone behind him. Eric quickly turned, a wide open-mouthed smile on his face as he readied his axe to swing into the nearest freak's skull. Much to his disappointment, however, Eric saw nothing in the cave behind him as he swept his light back and forth. His imagination? Not a chance. He moved to where he heard the sound, readying his axe to block a surprise attack. He re-entered a large open space he had passed through earlier. Eric could have sworn that he had checked every corner, and indeed, as he swept his flashlight through the space, he saw no hiding places for. Nyaga! A high-pitched gurgling voice shouted from above. Eric swung his axe over his head in response, the sharp steel blade biting into flesh and sending something small flying away. He quickly scanned the relatively low-hanging roof of the cave, seeing a small outcropping right above his head. Eric couldn't tell from down here, but it seemed like it went somewhere. Eric then turned his attention to the unmoving form on the ground before him. A mutant to be sure, short and skinny, with dark green warty skin. He couldn't see its face well, despite the fact it landed face up. Eric jogged up to the body and smashed his axe into the chest of the thing, splitting the bone and causing the thing to cry out in agony. That was when he saw its face. A long nose stuck far out of a hideous face, yellow goat eyes staring at him with what appeared to be fear. The creature was bald and wore nothing more than a tattered loincloth. Eric's first blow just the moment before seemed to have cleaved halfway through the thing's shoulder, its gangly arm hanging by a few threads of sinew and spewing blood. It died with a wheeze, dark red blood exploding out of its mouth. Eric yanked out the axe with another spray of crimson and scanned around with his flashlight again. Nothing seemed to be nearby, but mutants could be clever. This one had almost gotten the drop on him. His light reflected back at him off of a glimmering sliver of metal, and Eric moved to investigate. Much to his surprise and joy, it was a knife. The thing was as long as a buck knife, but both sides were sharp, and the steel gleamed in the light. It was covered in grime, and the leather-bound hilt needed replacing. But this was a real knife. Out of all the things he found on the peninsula, he hadn't found one of the best and most versatile tools for survival in those caves. There was the machete, of course, but having this smaller blade meant that more delicate work could be done far easier. It was beautiful. Sharpening those sticks was going to go by a whole lot faster now, and making tinder. And the point was, the knife was a welcome sight, and he was taking it for sure. He picked it up and wrapped the sharp edge of the blade with cloth in his bag. Tying an overhand knot over his makeshift sheath, he found a place for it among his other treasures. This must have been what this creature had been trying to kill him with. He looked down to the green mutant and sneered. It had to be one of the ugliest ones he'd seen, along with the weakest. It looked like a goblin. Yeah, that's what he would call these things. They were goblins. He crushed its skull with one stomp to make triple sure it was dead and moved to the outcropping. His flashlight began flickering, and he sighed as he replaced the batteries. He needed to find more of them soon. He was starting to run low. Eric observed the distance between him and the jutting ledge, noting that if he were to jump, he could likely grab a hold of its edge. He put away his axe and gripped the flashlight in his teeth. He jumped, fingers finding purchase on a groove in the stone. Heaving himself up with a grunt, he made his way onto the outcropping. He pointed the flashlight down the stone corridor, seeing that it had a steady incline upward. It was only narrow enough for one person to move through comfortably, and the low-hanging ceiling meant that he would have to duck a little ways as he moved through. This way could likely lead to the exit. Taking up the axe once more, he ventured forth, ready to hack. As he continued up the steady incline, the roof heightened so he didn't have to keep ducking his head. It remained just as narrow, though, and stayed that way until eventually the incline leveled out, and he entered a large chamber. The smell that struck him was repugnant, like feces and rotting flesh. Before the crash, such a scent would have stunned him, but the caves of the peninsula had stenches just as horrid, if not worse than this. What was different, however, were the bodies. Naked and bruised women lay all about, some crying and shifting on the hard stone, and others not even moving. Eric paused as he swept his light over the women. Were these tribals? Why were they just laying around? Best just to kill them to be safe. He didn't want them getting the drop on him when his back was turned. He was long since done being merciful. As he approached one dark-haired sobbing form, it turned its head to look at him, green eyes wide with fright. That gave him pause, and instead of bringing the axe down upon her skull, he spoke. "Who are you?" he said, voice gruff. "Help me, please," she screamed, turning toward him fully. He backed away and gasped when he saw her bloated belly. The malformed roundness almost seemed like that of pregnancy, but enlarged Ned to a horrific degree. She screamed as she crawled toward him, tears streaming down the sides of her face as her stomach began undulating. Pushing hands pressed against flesh, and soon fingers began to pierce through. Blood gushed from multiple clawed fingers that sought escape from their mother's belly. Eric swung his axe at the woman's head, and in the second before impact, he could see her agonized face take on a grateful cast. Perhaps that was what she had wanted, but he swung out of instinct, not a desire to end her suffering. Still, he felt bad for the poor woman. When the axe connected, it killed her instantly, knocking her flat on her back. Her stomach then began tearing open, and little ugly green creatures began crawling out of the tears they made. They fell to the cave floor mewling and rolling around in after birth, and Eric sneered in disgust. They looked just like the creature he had killed down below. If these things grew up to be like that then, he stomped every single one to death. The only good mutant was a dead one. It was after crushing the final mutant baby skull that he heard light feet and skittering claws on stone coming from his right. Eric turned his flashlight in that direction to see several goblins at the mouth of another corridor. Eric roared at them, a bestial scream that echoed through the cave. He couldn't count how many of them there were, but he knew there was a whole lot of them. They seemed surprised that he was there. Maybe they didn't know about the gate down further below. Those parts of the cave seemed completely unoccupied. Eric growled at the creatures in challenge, and much to his delight, they came to meet it. He estimated there were at least 10 beginning to surround him, and he bounced from foot to foot as they approached, some climbing over the naked women as they went. They tried to contain Eric within a circle, but he wouldn't give them time to form up. He dashed forward, bringing down his axe upon the first goblin's skull, splitting it clean in half. The gooey brain spilled out onto the cave floor as he wrenched his axe free, backpedaling out of reach once more. Eric moved sporadically as he tried to confuse the green mutants. They were all dressed the same way as the goblin he'd killed below, save for one. Near the back, a goblin stood hunched over, clutching a staff with a human skull affixed to its top. A smooth wooden mask concealed its hideous face, with 2 narrow slits for vision. It also wore a ragged brown cloak that concealed its body from view, with a hood over its head. It seemed to be giving orders to the other goblins as it pointed its staff this way, and that to match Eric's movements. If he could kill that one, then taking care of these freaks would be a lot more simple. He didn't dare bring out his bow or crossbow, however, for taking time to rummage through his bag would mean a blade to his back or whack to his skull for sure. It was a good thing he was already used to fighting outnumbered. These mutants were weak compared to the cannibals he had been facing. He moved further back, shining his light into the faces of the goblins as he moved. The creatures he aimed at rose hands to block the bright light. He then stopped his frantic motion, standing completely still as he glared at the goblins. As they began closing in, the one in the back shouting orders in some foul, unintelligible tongue, one seemed to get overly excited and leapt for him with a blunt stick. Eric easily sidestepped the clumsy blow and swung his axe right into the thing's back. The blade bit deep, splitting the spine and killing the goblin instantly. Before he could remove the axe, another goblin, this one armed with what looked like a short sword, lunged for him. He lifted his foot and kicked the little freak in the face, sending it sprawling backward with a crunch of cartilage. It rolled on the ground while clutching its shattered nose, screaming in agony. Eric ripped out his axe from his fallen foe and bared his teeth. Several surrounding goblins backed away, with the leader snarling angrily at his cowardly crew. That hesitation is what Eric wanted, and now there was a semi-clear path to the leader. He sprinted for the masked mutant, delivering a swift chop of his axe to a goblin he passed. The strike cleaved its arm right off, and it howled in pain, rolling on the ground in agony like the other Eric had kicked. Several goblins lunged for him with clubs and blade, but Eric was already out of reach of their short arms when he reached their leader. The goblin raised its staff to block the overhand swing that would have split its mask and the skull beneath it in half had it been a half a second slower. The axe cleaved through the wood like paper, and the blade bit into the goblin's mask, splitting it down the middle but leaving the flesh beneath it unmarked. The two sides of the mask fell away to reveal a wrinkled white bearded face. Angry yellow goat eyes glaring at him with hate. Eric swung horizontally, hoping to decapitate the mutant, but it jumped back out of reach. It quickly pointed to somewhere behind Eric and began bellowing what he assumed were orders to its lackeys. He would deal with them after killing this annoying freak. Eric swung, but again the goblin ducked away, this time hitting the cave wall with its back. Having nowhere else to go, Eric ran to deliver the finishing blow. Oddly, it still pointed behind Eric, but not bellowing orders. It was as if it wanted him to look behind him. Did it really think that would work on him? That was ridiculous. He swung down with a mighty overhand chop, cleaving its skull in half and misting the air with blood and gore. That was when the screaming began. Eric turned his head at the noise to see the goblins clubbing the women over the head or stabbing them repeatedly, pausing with every strike to look up at him. When they saw the corpse of their leader, slumped against the wall of the cave with its head split like lumber, they paused their murdering. Had that been what the leader had been hoping for? That Eric would turn back and charge those goblins instead? Would that have worked had Eric noticed in time instead of rushing the leader? He was not sure, but right then Eric snarled and charged the rest of them with his axe ready to swing. He made short work of them now that their leader was burning in hell. Compared to the savages of the peninsula, these goblins were nothing. Those cannibals could be as hardy as the trees Eric cut down. Goblins, on the other hand, only took a single decent swing to put down. Indeed, that was all he had to do, now that they were unorganized. He slashed and kicked as he downed the rest of the goblins, finishing them off with hard stomps of his shoe if they still moved. Everything in this chamber was dead now. That included the women. The wounds they sustained in the leader's gambit were too severe. He swept his flashlight over the whole chamber, seeing blood mix with other foul-smelling fluids beneath the scattered and mangled bodies. Eric frowned as he realized something. The woman he spoke to before this fight. She spoke back to him. She hadn't screamed at him, snarled, or make any other bestial cries to intimidate him. She had spoke. Oh God, she had spoke to him, and he killed her. The only person to speak to him in months, and he. Eric put his hands on his knees as he bent over, trying not to hurl. Were the other women sane as well? Before they had been killed off? Eric could have saved them. He could have. He ground his teeth together. Those little green bastards. He'd stomp them all to death. He'd rip out their eyes and fingernails. Eric stood, taking a deep breath. He needed to get out of this place. If he could get to the surface, he could decide what to do. He looked to the body of the woman he had killed. She had wanted him to bring the axe down, but Eric still killed her before he knew that. The swelling horror of her abdomen had made him act by the instincts that had kept him alive on the peninsula. It had overrode all thoughts aside from kill the monster before it kills you. Eric still felt guilt gnawing at his core. Maybe he had gone insane after all. If he had, would he even notice? With that thought in mind, he began dismembering the corpse of the leader, bleeding out the limbs and stuffing them into his backpack. When he finally cut off the bearded, ugly head of the thing, he took out some cordage and cut holes in its ears with his new knife. After that, he took some cordage and looped it through the bloody ear holes. Then, he fed the rope through his belt loops and knotted. The dismembered head bounced on his hip as he trekked up the next inclining path, small spurts of blood occasionally leaking down his jeans. No time to let the head dry, unfortunately. He'd have to save that for when he got back to base, if he could even get back to base. Eric might not even be on the peninsula anymore. These caves were unfamiliar to him, and he knew the caves back there like the back of his hand. If the device really had teleported him somewhere, Eric could be anywhere in the world. But where in the world was he? He shook his head. He was fumbling in the dark, not only literally, but metaphorically, best to keep his mind on target. He kept on the incline until it flattened out into another chamber. This one padded down with what looked like hay across the whole floor. Busted open barrels and chests sat against one end of the wall, next to what looked like a tall-backed throne made of sticks. This must be where the goblins all slept. The woman's scream down below likely echoed all the way up here. So had that been all of them? Maybe. He moved over the hay to the containers and stick throne. He gave the seat a once-over with a critical eye and internally scoffed. He could build a much better chair out of sticks than that. He chopped it down in a single strike, and much to his surprise, saw a wooden panel right behind it, wedged into the wall. Eric wondered what treasures lay behind it. More batteries, hopefully. He had seen such barricades in the peninsula caves that held such treasure. He hacked it apart, shining his torch through the opening to see a curious sight. Goblin children. He moved in to kill them before they killed him, but they merely cowered against the back wall, shaking and crying. That gave him pause. Why weren't the freaks trying to kill him off right then? Didn't they see that he was human? He shone his light around the small chamber, counting at least 20 of the little buggers in all, and sniveling in fear. Down below, he had killed the goblin newborns without a second thought. Why were these any different? They were going to grow into full goblins one day. Eric paused, staring at the creatures as he pondered their fate. Had they been human children, he would not have hesitated to let them live. But these were mutants, and if his guess was right, then they multiplied by capturing women and bursting their guts with litters of new goblins. Would he really leave these things to grow up to do that to another sane woman? Eric steeled himself and did what needed to be done, ignoring the cries of the goblin children. He was now covered head to toe in another fresh layer of blood. He'd need to wash that all off later. There seemed to be another incline up out of the cave, and another descending, but Eric ignored the latter, taking the former as he wanted to leave this place. Much to his delight, he saw the mouth of the cave not far ahead. An odd pink and green light shone through the opening, but Eric didn't think too much of it, elated to finally find a way out of here after all that time. When he finally reached the mouth, he saw many thick tree trunks and fresh green grass underneath moonlight. Still not thinking on why the moonlight was green and pink, he exited, taking the fresh scent of the forest. It was really bright out tonight, so he turned his torch off, confident that he would discern any moving shapes between the trees. He craned his head upward to see just how full the moon was, and began screaming when he saw that there was not only one moon, but two, a large green one and smaller pink one. It had finally happened. Eric had been wondering if he'd be able to tell if he had finally lost his marbles, but this was so in his face. He was utterly and completely insane. Breathing quickening, he gripped his axe as he scanned the tree line. Were those shapes moving through the wood? Who was watching him? He screamed at the unknown watcher and dashed through the forest, intent on brutalizing whoever it was who dared spy on him. 3. Pursuit. Scout ran for her life from the madman that had just emerged from that cave, crunching dry red and orange autumn leaves beneath her feet. The shock of seeing the bloodied human had made her steps clumsy, and she quickly corrected her stride. Despite her renowned stealth, she had been spotted, not by goblins, but an honest and true madman. He ranted and raved incoherently as he pursued her, not letting up his chase. Scout had just wanted to confirm the existence of a goblin cave in this area. She hadn't been expecting this. How had a human spotted her in the dark? Even under the full light of the twin moons, it should have been impossible. Her body glove was enchanted in a way that allowed it to change color to match her surroundings perfectly. She had been hard to spot by normal humans, even in broad daylight. But that human had somehow seen her. "I'll fucking kill you," he shouted, weaving between trees and hopping over brush as he went. "Put your head on a stake, bastard." How was he still on her trail? Why was he so damned fast? He was a human. His kind should have never been able to keep up with her in the forest. This was her domain, yet he moved with as much skill as any elf through the trees. His clothing dripped with blood as he ran, and his strange axe looked as if it had a razor-sharp edge. Scout had never seen one quite like it before. The haft was long and was as black as the axe head. In contrast, the knob was a bright yellow color, though it looked to be made of the same smooth-looking material. The knob curved up sharply toward the belly of the axe, giving the madman an excellent grip on his weapon. One could deliver a powerful swing with an axe like that, and based on the heavy-set thickness of his hairy forearms, he was accustomed to that task. Chunks of red and white gore clung to parts of the blade, dripping with blood. Had he killed all the goblins in that cave? He must have. Scout saw a bouncing green head tied to his belt as he chased her through the woods. They ran beneath trees, green and pink moonlight shining down between the autumn leaves above. Thankfully, autumn had only just started, leaving the ground beneath their branches mostly clear of the colorful flora. Scout weaved through the trees, But the madman stayed on her no matter how many times she tried to misdirect him. Who was this man? Was this that goblin slayer she had heard about? Did he think she was a goblin? Scout glanced back again, seeing his feral form dogging her steps. She doubted it. She had heard that he always wore a full suit of armor. This man wore clothing, not armor. She looked back ahead, knowing that the land held a few obstacles just ahead that she could use to shake the madman off her trail. Scout hopped over a large rock, smoothly rolling to her feet and continuing her flight. She heard a grunt from behind her, followed by the sound of landing feet. Had he not even rolled with his jump? It didn't matter. She should have widened the gap with her maneuver. Much to her horror, she felt fingers brush against her back. She turned her head to see that the madman had gained on her and was only an arm span away. His hand returned to grip the handle of the axe. He had touched her. It may have only been for an instant, but the fact that he was even capable of getting that close. It was then that Scout, for the first time on this trip, felt genuine fear. She saw no humanity in those wild eyes of his. Frothy slobber coated his beard as he screamed at her. The fear gave her the shot of adrenaline she needed, and she widened the gap, legs working harder than they ever had before. He screamed in anger, and she heard something sharp swing through the air. She looked back and saw him swinging his axe with feverish intent through the air as he went. He did not slow doing so, but his breathing was starting to get labored. That was right. Her suit covered her head to toe. She may as well be invisible to his naked eye. He had to be swinging like that because he thought that Scout was within reach. Scout wondered then just how he was still on her like a hound. She leaped over a fallen log, and she heard the madman copy the motion, heavy feet hitting the dirt behind her. She stepped lightly despite her frantic sprint, not kicking up any leaves or dirt as she went. Her eyes widened with realization, but she dared not slow down now. This madman was following her trail as she made it. Her light feet were almost impossible to track by anyone. Any trail she left would be nigh invisible. Her footprints would have only left the smallest of ridges in the soil. Could he see those faint footsteps? If so, then there was only one way to lose this guy. Running faster than she ever had before, she widened the gap again, seeing a tree with low-hanging branches ahead. As she approached, she leaped, hands expertly wrapping around the wrist-thick branch as she swung herself up atop it. The branch hadn't even shifted under her weight as Scout spread her mass evenly over its surface, her chest flat against the wood as she wrapped her limbs around the branch. As she suspected, when the ground trail vanished to his eyes, he paused his pursuit. Scout didn't breathe despite the burning in her lungs. Had he seen the branch shift? Scout had pulled off that move perfectly, but he has proved full of surprises. If he did, then she needed to scurry up this tree and hop to the next one fast. He didn't keep running through the forest or make any other sound besides enraged breathing. He looked in every direction around him and howled like some kind of feral beast. He then looked up, almost making Scout jump. He was looking right at her. The madman cocked his head as he narrowed his gaze in her direction. By the gods, he could tell that there was something wrong with the branch. He grabbed the long black light-casting device he had placed in his pocket upon leaving the cave and pressed a button near its end. Bright light engulfed her, and she shut her eyes in response. "Die, you freak!" he screamed. Scout rushed across the branch just before she heard something bite into the wood. That had been where she just was a second ago. He screamed again, hacking at the branch until it collapsed. Scout was already off that branch and onto another one in a different tree. Confident with how high up she was, she continued to observe him. Seemingly frustrated at his lost catch, he kicked at the broken branch, knocking it away by a few feet. Scout's instincts were screaming at her to get away that instant, but another part of her wanted to see what he was going to do next. She was scared, yes, but she was possessed by a strong curiosity to learn more about the madman. That intense feeling of curiosity was a curse that she had been trying to defeat her entire life, but she knew that in the end she wouldn't be able to overpower it. So she observed. He took a deep breath suddenly and straightened his back. The madman continued to breathe deeply, seeming to try and calm himself. He pulled the large bag off his back and began rummaging through it. Scout moved silently to another nearby branch on her new tree. The limb was thinner than the one she had escaped on, and several leaves shuddered as she passed, stopping directly over the madman. Scout estimated that if she were to fall from her current height, there was a good chance that she would die. Heights had never bothered her, though, so Scout didn't think much of it. What was inside that sack? Had he found treasures down in those depths? The treasures that she had been searching for? She was unable to see past that untamed mop of long brown hair into the bag, unfortunately. He made some adjustments, his motions looking as if he were wrapping something. He then slung a smaller bag over his shoulder. Oh no, that was a quiver, she was certain of it, meaning that he had a bow. Deciding that her curiosity was sated for one day, she moved to go back to camp. She had much to report back to Prowler. Bright white light then filled her vision, and something whizzed through the air next to her. She froze in shock. Sharp pain then erupted from her left forearm as a black arrow found purchase within her flesh. The point emerged from the other end. Blood oozed from the entry and exit wound. She yelped in pain, clutching her wounded arm as she darted across the branch, no longer caring for stealth. What had tipped him off? She risked a glance back and saw a couple of leaves descending in the pink and green moonlight. Had it been that simple? A single fallen leaf exposed her. More arrows flew, several coming dangerously close to hitting her. 2 arrows thunked into the trunk of the tree, where she had just been a second before. If he could find her as easily as he had before, then the madman would barely have to try now that she was leaving a bright red trail for him to follow. The white light followed her as she hopped from branch to branch. Her only hope was the trees. If she tried to escape on the ground, then the madman would kill her for sure. Scout would have to hop branch to branch for the rest of the night, and she still had to lose this psycho if she wanted to get even that far. Ignoring her pain, she began hopping from branches and ascending as she did so, favoring her uninjured limb. Eventually, the arrows stopped firing, as there were now too many branches in these high trees for him to be able to hit her. Would he climb after her? Maybe he would, but she sincerely doubted it. She let out a soft whimper of agony as she clutched her wounded arm. She had to remove this arrow. It was made of a material she had never seen before. It was very flexible. Best to just get back to camp and get it removed there. Medic would have a potion for her. She just needed to make it back. She kept the pressure on the exit wound as she went. Scout looked back to see the white lights scanning the trees, thankfully nowhere near her. Angered screams echoed throughout the forest, and she moved away from the light as the glow moved off in the opposite direction. Finally, she had lost that loon. Her heart was still pounding when she got back to camp. Sunlight was just beginning to peak on the horizon, a calm gray color setting in on her surroundings. She felt pale from the blood loss and looked forward to the potion that Medic would provide for her. A dozen black canvas tents flapped lightly in the soft wind, their occupants moving in and out as they carried out their duties. Several stumps of what had once been trees surrounded the site like a graveyard. Scout averted her eyes from the gruesome sight, reminding herself that these trees didn't have souls like the ones in her homeland. Living wood, but without a soul. That made it okay, right? The logs had been sharpened and set in a circle around the camp as a barricade against potential monster attacks, with only one break in the line for entrance. Other corpses, logs, sat stacked evenly next to that break. It was a pile that dwarfed her 5 times over. This had once been untamed forest before the Blackwings came. They had made a clearing by murdering, harvesting the trees, and used the logs to make the barricade. There was talk of setting up real walls with what was left, but Prowler wasn't sure if he wanted to be a frontiersman. He had been playing with the idea, but he hadn't made a decision. His tent was the largest, dominating the center of the camp. Scout would need to go there eventually, but for now, she needed that potion. Several men stared after her, but didn't greet her as she passed through the entrance. They saw her, of course, as she had pulled down her mask and hood. To them, it would look like a disembodied head was floating into their camp. Surely it was an unsettling view. She probably looked terrible, her short black hair slicked down with sweat. The tips of her sharp ears were irritated from chafing against the inside of her hood, meaning they were probably a bright red. Her eyes felt heavy as she hadn't slept last night in her scramble to escape back to base. The horrid black bags beneath her bloodshot green eyes likely hinted to her fellow mercenaries how hectic the previous night had been. Then, of course, there was the big-ass arrow sticking out of her arm. No one offered to help her to the medical tent. Men glared at her as she passed through the camp, barely taking note of the arrow sticking through her. These men were all rough-faced and heavily scarred. They found her annoying on the best of days. On the worst, she shook her head, finding her way into Medic's tent. The smell of antiseptic and boiled bandages hit her nose, a now familiar scent these days. Medic was hunched over a muscular brute of a man in a wooden chair, threading a needle through a deep gash across the brute's shoulder. The Northman glowered at her, brow low as the candlelight overhead reflected off his bald head. Like all Northmen, Hollom did not go by a title, but rather his true name. To Scout, that was no different than if she were to strip naked and prance about the camp, but it was the Northman's way. Scout wasn't sure if he hated her or was merely annoyed by her, but he maintained the glare. She glared back, not letting herself be shaken by the idiot's attempts at intimidation. Medic coughed, drawing both of their attention to him. Would you both stop it? Can't you see that my work is hard enough without the threat of a brawl over my head? Medic said, a frown on his clean-shaven young face. Honestly, we should have thrown you both to the goblins to make sport with. It's the least you deserve. Medic didn't exclusively dislike her. He seemed to hate everyone in the Blackwings. That was fair, considering that he wasn't really a member. Prowler called him a Blackwing, but really membership had been forced onto him. Prowler had needed a medic, and since none wanted to join up with him, he had to improvise. Medic had apparently just graduated from his studies with high honors when Prowler got a hold of him. Now Medic couldn't leave the Blackwings. They had long since broken the poor youth after just 2 escape attempts. Now all that remained in Medic's dark brown eyes was hate for those around him. He wore a long black wool coat with silver buttons at the cuffs and chest. The back of the thick jacket bore the code of the Blackwings. Twin symbols in the image of red dragon wings mirrored one another, stretching from shoulder to shoulder. The other men in the camp wore the same coat, though those ones lacked the long twin tails of Medic's coat. Medic snipped at the near-invisible stitching with a pair of small scissors, wrapping a bandage over the wound. Hollom grunted when Medic finished and stood from the chair. The brute wore a sleeveless black shirt, leaving his tree-trunk arms bare. He looked down at his bandaged shoulder, squinting at it under his low brow. Those blocky features almost made him look like an orc. Scout wouldn't be surprised if the towering man had an Orcish ancestor somewhere. He smiled and nodded at Medic. The smaller man scowled in response, and Hollom frowned. Medic lifted a finger under Hollom's nose, a bulbous thing that had been broken a fair few times in the past. Take it easy, or you'll tear it open. I'd rather not see you again for as long as possible. Now get out. Hollom frowned again but nodded, pulling his Blackwing coat on. He made eye contact with Scout again. The glare from the mute moron likely would have sent someone with a weaker will fleeing. Again she stood firm, and she heard Medic growl. Hollom broke the glare and shoved his way past her into the camp. Despite Hollom's apparent hate of her, the shove was surprisingly gentle. If she wasn't Prowler's favorite, would Hollom have tossed her to the ground? Probably. Medic looked to the arrow in her arm and rolled his eyes. Well, if it isn't the untouchable bitch. Medic said, curling his fingers with air quotes. Looks like you finally met your match. Too bad they didn't finish the job. Now get over here so we can get this over with. He finished, gesturing to the wooden chair Hollom had been sitting in. Scout bit off her retort and complied, plopping down weakly in the seat. He gently grabbed her arm, dragging a small nearby table over to them. He set her forearm on a thin metal tray and observed the wound. Clean through, must have been a good shot. He said, more to himself than her, but what is this made of? He pulled off his elastic glove and brushed a finger over the black arrow's surface, a deep frown on his face. Fascinating. I'll be keeping this after removal. Seems to be a semi-flexible material. Hold still. I'll use the bone saw to remove the head. He grabbed up the aforementioned tool, the sharp teeth freshly cleaned. He tilted her arm sideways, and she gave a small grunt of pain. Quit being a baby, he told her scornfully as he began sawing through the shaft. He paused his work when he noticed the fine dust falling from his sawing. Best not to breathe that in. Keep powder away from subject. He muttered to himself as he finished removing the head. A small pile of fine black powder sat under the cleaved-off shaft. It had been a clean cut. He gripped the other end of the shaft. This is the hard part. Put pressure on the wound after I pull. We'll need you to take off that body glove to dress the injury properly dash. No, Scout said, cutting him off. Give me one of the healing potions. Prowler will need me at my best and ready to move. You know he'll make you do it anyway. I just want to save you the trouble. Medic scowled and ripped the shaft out of her arm without warning. Scout screeched with agony and gripped the wound to slow the bleeding. No one came to investigate her screams. Damn elf scum. Don't you dare pretend this is for my benefit. He screamed at her, tossing the broken shaft on the operating table as he moved to the other end of the long tent. A large wooden cabinet stacked full with various alchemical potions dominated that end of the tent. She grit her teeth as she saw Medic take his time finding the potion she needed. Scout knew the bastard was as familiar with the cabinet's contents as he was with his medical instruments. Finally, he picked up a small vial with a roiling red fluid within. He slowly walked over to her and clicked his tongue with feigned frustration as he read the white tag. Sorry, Scout. This seems to be antivenom. My mistake. She growled at him, and Medic sneered back, returning to the cabinet. After slowly putting the antivenom back where it belonged, he finally retrieved the correct vial. It was the same size and the color was the same as the previous vial, but this one's liquid did not roil, staying stagnant and still. He uncorked the lid and gestured for her to open her mouth. She did, and he poured the contents down her gullet in one go. Scout almost sputtered but was expecting the immature behavior, gulping it all down. Reminds you that much of Prowler's cock, eh? Medic said as he placed the vial on the table. Now he went too far. Pain retreated from her arm as the wound knit itself together. Her dizziness vanished as her lost blood was replenished. Feeling fully rejuvenated, she promptly punched Medic right in his balls. Prowler wouldn't be happy with her, but she was as indispensable to him as Medic was. He wouldn't hurt her. Medic gasped and collapsed to the canvas floor of the tent. He wheezed as Scout towered over his slumped form. Never say such a thing again. The others only put up with your spite 'cause they aren't as important as you are. She kicked him in the face when he looked up at her, not powerful enough to knock him unconscious, but strong enough to split his lip. I'm as high up as you are. Prowler won't touch me, and you know it. He looked back up to her with a particularly hateful glare. You people took my life from me. He shouted. I was going to get married and live out my life in the capital until you bastards conscripted me. Scout looked away from that glare at Medic's words. They were all true. Scout had been the one to find and stalk him to learn his schedule. Prowler had wanted a young medic that hadn't made a name for themselves yet in any social circles. They hadn't enough money to hire a medic honestly, so they had planned a kidnapping. Prowler hadn't liked that term, instead preferring conscripting. Scout had been the one to tell Prowler of Medic's transfer. That had been 2 years ago, and Scout still felt guilty for it. He had been such a happy young man back then. Would his friends and family recognize the hateful person he'd become? Scout deserved his hate, but she would not let him get away with saying such vile things to her. What's all this yelling about? Said a gentle, booming voice from behind her. She quickly turned to see a towering, armored form looking down at her through the narrow slits in his visor. Prowler's immense size made Hollum look like a dwarf in comparison. Medic looked to the floor and did not meet the massive man's piercing gaze. Prowler's bucket helm almost brushed the top of the high tent, and as he moved forward, Scout couldn't help but take a step back. He crouched down next to Medic, the black metal-plated behemoth offering a gauntlet hand to the younger man. Now, children, Prowler began, his voice like rock grinding metal. What caused this? Scout took another step back as the helmeted head looked up at her. She could hear the disappointment in his rough tone, but not anger. Red dragon wings were painted on either side of the bucket helm, the tips touching at the back of the helmet. Otherwise, the black plate armor was smooth and unadorned, the bulky plate barely making any noise as he shifted his weight around. Medic did not look to the proffered hand, instead opting to lay there in silence. Prowler sighed and stood back up, a rising black tower of metal. Wings should work together to fly. You are a part of this band, my family, my Blackwings. Do not let this happen again. Scout nodded firmly as he approached her. Now, I would like to hear what you have to say. What happened out there? I refuse to believe that goblins got the jump on you. He looked to the table as he spoke, citing the broken black shaft of the arrow. He moved over, picking it up in his gauntlet hand and bringing it up to his visor. No, not goblins. He murmured, another band trying to move in on our job perhaps? He finished, looking back to Scout. Scout shook her head. No, sir. She said, keeping her voice steady. It was a single human, a madman. Prowler dropped the bow to the table in what seemed to be shock, though she could not see his face. You were spotted by a human? He mused, perhaps you were getting rusty. Scout shook her head again. No, I'm not, sir. She shouted. Do not ever raise your voice to me, Scout. Prowler said, his voice shifting to a low and dangerous tone. Scout's breath caught. Was he threatening her of all people? Had he lost himself that much? Before she could open her mouth to apologize, he cut her off. Report. Now. And so she told him everything she had found in the forest last night, his interest in the madman taking the forefront of the following discussion. I listened to Gascoigne's theme from Bloodborne writing that chase scene. I thought it fit pretty well. 4 aliens? Eric took an angry bite out of a dried lizard, swallowing down the dry meat and pausing to listen to the forest between bites. He had long since given up on chasing that near-invisible specter. Whatever it had been, it was gone now. He saw the sun rise over the treetops surrounding him, pouring between the leaves and casting broken shadows upon the forest floor. If it came back, would he be able to see it easier in the daylight? It had been nearly invisible in the night. He paused his eating. Had the specter even been real? Eric firmed his jaw. It had been real, and he had the blood trail to prove it. Perhaps it would bleed out somewhere. Either way, if it ever came back, he would make sure it didn't get away. Eric remembered seeing how the air had looked ever so slightly distorted around the thing. Had it cried in pain when he shot it? Eric couldn't remember. He finished off his lizard and stood from the ground, dusting off the back of his pants. The blood from last night had dried into his clothing and on his skin. He must have been quite the sight. He looked to the head tied on his belt, which had stopped bleeding hours ago. If any more green mutants were in this area, he'd need to send a message. He brought his axe to bear and hacked down a nearby sapling. Taking a stick that matched his own height, he used his new knife to carve one end into a point. Doing that, he found a space relatively clear of plant life and used the knife to excavate a small hole in the ground. He then placed the unsharpened end into the hole and packed it tight with dirt using his hands. He stood, knuckling his back and yawning. Damn, he hadn't slept since his cabin burnt down. He'd need to build a temporary shelter until he found out where he was. He'd tough it out until night fell. Eric did not want to adapt to a night shift schedule. Taking the bearded head, he stabbed the sharp end through the throat hole. He hammered the top of the skull to slide it further down until the stake pierced the brain. He took a step back and admired his handiwork. This was good, but it was too simple. Goblins would have probably seen heads on stakes before, right? Might as well let his artistry flourish. He then used some adhesive sap and rags to tie the goblin's severed limbs to its long beard, pulling the white hairs taut with their weight. An arm, a leg, an arm, and a leg. It looked like a wind chime of limbs. Eric nodded to himself. This was some prime artistry. He wasn't sure if this was goblin territory or not, but if any did run across this, it would scare the shit out of them. Now it was time to scout around. As he wandered through this new forest, he pondered the nature of the twin moons. Had he been seeing double? If he was, then why were they different sizes? And why wouldn't everything else he saw last night be doubled? There was also the matter of the stars. After the specter had escaped, he tried to find the North Star, only to see that all of the constellations were gone. There were stars, of course, a beautiful blanket of white pinpricks on black that had dazzled his eyes. The problem was that there were no familiar shapes in that night sky. Had he been hallucinating? It was the only thing he could think of. The other thought of where the artifact took him was simply too daunting to consider. Ignoring that thought, he continued his trek. More and more as he went, he was struck by the cleanness of the air, the fresh scent of the trees, birdsong, and the gentle autumn wind through the foliage calmed him. He did not drop his guard, though, for he knew that at any moment he would be attacked. That was just the way of the world for Eric LeBlanc now. He saw a rabbit break through some bushes in a rush, and Eric subdued the urge to chase after it. He still had plenty of food, and that animal was running from something. Eric quickly stepped behind a nearby tree and peeked his head out to see what was chasing the bunny. A bald, near-naked goblin broke through the bushes, a slingshot drawn back as it looked for what Eric assumed was its prey. He took a deep breath, calming himself. Eric would not rush it yet. He needed to see if it had company. The goblin moved in the direction that the rabbit had fled, jogging to keep up, but keeping the sling pulled back. After a moment, Eric emerged, a toothy grin on his face as he followed the small tracks the goblin and bunny had made. He followed silently through trees and bushes, not actually seeing the track's owners, but knowing that they weren't far. After a few minutes, Eric heard a thunk and a small gurgling cry of joy. It must have gotten its prey. Eric could relate. He had just gotten his as well. He stood from behind a bush and spotted the goblin snapping the bunny's neck, stopping all movement from the fuzzy animal. Its back was turned to Eric completely. Eric stalked up, quiet as a mouse behind the mutant, the toothy smile still plastered on his face. The goblin giggled as it wrung the dead animal's neck a few times, and Eric paused. He had been about to bring the axe down on its skull, but that would ruin the head. Taking inspiration from the goblin's pleasured neck wringing, he silently placed the axe on the ground. His large, calloused hands wrapped around the goblin's throat from behind, and he began strangling the thing, shaking it like how his dog used to do after catching a rat. The goblin's nails dug into his hands, drawing Eric's blood, but he ignored the pain, shaking even harder until finally, snap, its movements ceased, and its arms fell to its sides, limp and dead. Eric took a deep breath and dropped the corpse to the ground. The goblin landed in a heap, and Eric hacked off the head with a couple of chops. Letting the head bleed out on the ground, Eric began building a small fire with nearby twigs and leaves. Using his lighter, he brought the flame to life using the autumn leaves as tinder. He picked up the headless body of the goblin and set it on the flame. Green flesh bubbled and blackened, a sickly sweet aroma flowing through the air. Eric blew a snot rocket and moved in a straight line through the woods, giving each tree he passed a hack to mar the bark. He walked for half an hour until eventually he found a stream. It was gently rolling along, several orange and red leaves floating along the top of the water. Eric stood before the stream and looked down at his bloodied form. He was a mess, and those goblins' nails weren't clean to say the least. Eric needed a bath. He shrugged off his bag, the sack sitting straight up on the ground due to its substantial bulk. He brought out a fresh outfit from the backpack, a white t-shirt, black leather jacket, green boxers, and brown cargo pants. He had 4 other sets packed tight at the bottom of his backpack, ready to be worn after he bloodied this current set. He folded the new clothes and placed them next to the sack and stripped down to nothing, tossing his bloodied flannel and blue jeans to the dirt. He approached the stream, looking down through the crystal clear water to its bottom. Eric estimated that the stream would come up to at least his waist. Nodding to himself, he face-planted into the water, floating face down for a moment as he got used to the cold. When he needed air, he righted himself and began scrubbing the dried blood off of himself. It always felt nice to get the blood off after a hard couple of days of slaughter. He looked in both directions of the stream, trying to see if anything was stopping to drink from the water. Satisfied that nothing was intruding on his privacy, he finished cleaning and climbed back onto land. He grabbed some rags from his bag and began drying himself, tossing them aside when they got too wet. Cold autumn air bit at his skin and his teeth chattered. Once he was completely dry, he donned his fresh clothing. He felt so much better now. Eric looked to the nail marks in his hand, gauging their depth. They hadn't dug too far in, thankfully, but he would have to keep an eye on them in case they got infected. He still had plenty of aloe left, but he tried to conserve when he could. As he washed his bloodied clothes, he again pondered the 2 moons. If he was so sure that the specter was real, then the moons should have been as well, right? Just where had the artifact taken him? Was he on a different world? Now he was really thinking crazy, but Earth certainly did not have 2 moons. Could that ancient civilization have visited other worlds? Was this their homeworld? If so, then they were certainly aliens. That's it. He was on an alien planet. Those little green men were not goblins. They were little green men. It all made sense to him now. Though wasn't he the alien here? He was from Earth after all, and he invaded here. Not on purpose, of course, but here he was. Well, as the first human to invade another planet, he'd have to start showing the other sapient species who the superior humanoid was. Were the goblins the only species with higher intellect on this planet? No, because there had been those clearly human women in that cave. There was also the fact that one of those women spoke to him in clear English. Did they get abducted? Obviously they had, but not in the classic manner. He seriously doubted that goblins were capable of space travel. If they were, then why were they still living in caves? Well, he'd have to kill them all. This was his land now, and he needed to show them that. Next time he went into one of their caves, he would save the women if he could. Where would they go once he saved them, though? This was an alien planet. They wouldn't know where to go. Eric finished his washing and began wringing the cloth dry. Eric supposed that he could show them how to eat berries or something and send them on their way. He was too unstable to risk having them stay close to him for any extended period of time. Today they would have been safe, but his madness seemed to fluctuate. He was better some days, far worse on others. Today was a good day, he thought. Another thought occurred to him then. If this was an alien planet, then why was there so much familiar flora and fauna? An alien world should be alien. Yet these trees, leaves, water, and that bunny from earlier were earthly in nature. He bit his cheek in thought. Did the ancient civilization bring over plants and animals from Earth to this one? Maybe a weird terraforming operation? What if Earth was the second planet, and this one was humanity's original home? Some homecoming. Him teleported in a cave with green freaks. Speaking of those things, why capture human women? Clearly, they had been using them for breeding, a sickening thought. But why use females of a different species? Did they not have any female goblins? If so, then how was it possible that goblins existed in the first place? Maybe the ancient civilization genetically engineered them or something. If they were, then for what purpose? He was fumbling around in the dark for answers that he'd never receive. Eric knew this, but he could not help being curious. He was assuming that he already had an intrinsic knowledge of the goblins, yet he'd only encountered those ones in the caves and the corpse he was burning for bones. He'd kill a few more and pillage more caves first before drawing definite conclusions on their origins. As for the women, if this planet was humanity's original home, then that meant that they would surely have somewhere they could go. How advanced was humanity on this world? Did they have cars? Guns? Was Eric's branch of humanity cosmic hillbillies compared to these ones? Those women didn't look any different from the ones back on Earth. Wait a second. Why would they speak English if they were natives of this world? English was a language that developed on Earth. It's impossible that alien humans would develop a language exactly like that of one on Earth. That woman had spoken clear, unaccented English. She could have been from Canada or America for all he knew. Maybe this wasn't really a different world after all. No, it had to be. Meaning that the captive women were from Earth. And he ground his teeth together in frustration. He was wasting too much time on thinking about this. Eric could feel himself losing his mind further by overthinking all of this. He would just survive for now. If the answers came to him, then that would be well and good. He supposed that the next time he saw another person, he could just simply ask them for information. A strange thought. Would Eric be able to speak to them as he spoke to others before the crash? He did not know. He packed his belongings back into his sack and made his way back to his fire, using the marks he had made in the trees to find his way. The goblin was completely black now, and pieces of bone were beginning to show. Not quite ready, but getting there. Should he build his base here? A stream was nearby. It was relatively clear of trees. Yes, he could build a palisade there, a few traps over there, and he smiled, pulling his chainsaw out of his bag. Eric would have to conserve on the fuel considering that this was an alien world, maybe, but he really wanted to get those logs fast. Hours passed of Eric gathering materials, logs, rocks, and sticks from the surrounding forest. Quickly, the clearing had widened significantly as Eric used the felled trees to build his new cabin. He left the stumps for now, as he liked to see a clear marker of his progress. With his chainsaw, he cleared down 20 trees, and by the end of the day, he had constructed half of his new cabin. That rabbit had made a good lunch, and Eric was sure he could find a use for its fur at some point. The spare logs were tossed haphazardly in a pile on flat land nearby. The rest of those would finish the cabin. Then he'd use the rest to start work on his walls. Before he had even started, he built his temporary shelter in front of the fire, the dry autumn leaves piled together to insulate him from the cold earth. The sun was beginning to set when he crawled underneath the roof of the small shelter, the sticks shifting when he bumped them. Eric probably would have been fine without building a roof out of the leaves and sticks around here, but it was best to be prepared for rain even if one could not see any dark clouds. He made sure to put some fresh sticks and some bills of cash into the flame to keep it alive. The goblin's body had been reduced to bones hours ago, the tiny skeleton only having a few scraps of flesh remaining. Eric let the body finish frying. He preferred to use clean bones. His head sank into the soft leaves with a crunch, and as soon as he shut his eyes, he was asleep. The combined exhaustion of not sleeping for 2 days and the labor he had just gone through was too much to stay awake any longer. Thankfully, the sleep was dreamless. 5. Report. Scout approached the large tent in the center of the Blackwings' camp, avoiding eye contact with the other mercenaries as she did so. The sun had set once more, and the camp was alight with flaming braziers, dark smoke curling into the air above them. Several men were patrolling the perimeter barricade of the camp. Prowler was always paranoid that they'd be attacked by monsters in the dark, and committed at least a third of the Blackwings to simple patrols. They universally hated it, but one did not question Prowler when he gave you an order. Two burly men stood out in front of Prowler's tent, sneering at her as she lifted the flap and entered. The strong smell of incense hit her nostrils, a familiar scent that brought back memories of better days. A long table stretched from the entrance of the tent all the way to the back and was topped with several different scrolls, documents, and other scattered parchments. White wispy trails of smoke flowed up from 4 different lit incense sticks, the smoke collecting near the top of the tent. Scout had to suppress her damned curiosity as she saw the assortment of papers. Prowler never allowed anyone to glimpse their contents, always leaving the paperwork to be dealt with by himself alone. As such, only a single high-backed wooden chair sat at the end of the table opposite of her. Scout found herself wondering where it was that Prowler slept, for other than the table and chair, there was no bedroll in the tent. Did he sleep in his chair? It was possible, but that wouldn't have been comfortable. He certainly didn't look tired now as he sat straight-backed in that seat, visored helm staring down at the different papers before him. Prowler leaned forward as he saw her, armored elbows scraping against the hardwood of the table. "You feel well rested?" he asked. Scout merely nodded in response. He never let her go out scouting when she wasn't at her best. "Good. I have a secondary task for you for the coming few days," Prowler said, leaning back in his chair once more. "I want you to find that madman. Don't kill him or even interact with him. Simply see what it is he is doing, then leave. I want you to do this every night you go scouting. I must know why he is this deep in the frontier," he said. Scout shivered and opened her mouth to object, but caught herself. Prowler would get mad if she insisted on not finding the madman. Few people were as terrifying, and these days Prowler seemed to be on the fringes of true madness. She did not want to push her luck today. Indeed, when he saw her open her mouth, he stiffened, one of his gauntlets closing tight. Was he imagining crushing her throat if she spoke back to him? Scout banished such thoughts. Prowler may not have been who he once was, but he'd never hurt her. "Yes, sir," she told him, bowing her head. "Good," he said curtly. "Now then, how many goblins did you say were in these woods?" Scout took a deep breath. "It's just an estimate. But sir, I think we might be dealing with a few thousand goblins at least. They don't seem to be working together, which is to our advantage. If a goblin lord rises up, though, they could pose a serious problem." It was true. She'd been scouting around here for a long while, and had seen several hundred footprints of tiny goblin feet move throughout these woods, all leading to the mouths of different caverns. She could have been wrong about there being thousands, but Prowler believed that the caves below were all interconnected. If that was true, then there could be countless goblin nests right below their feet. "Yes, I could believe it," Prowler said. "I'm not too sure about thousands, but you've rarely been wrong before. There's also the fact that these particular frontier gobs are so brazen that they stomp around at all times of the day. I've seen their patrols on the borders of the forest in broad daylight. They're watching us. I've seen hobgoblins too, and wolf riders among them. We've had to have slaughtered a couple hundred by now, but those ones were in chance encounters, rather than a full-blown battle." He leaned forward again. "Why are there so many here, I wonder?" Scout shook her head. "Your guess is as good as mine, sir. But considering just how many gobs there are in these woods, I think that madman may already be dead." Prowler nodded. "Maybe, but someone who could clear out a goblin cave by himself and spot you in the darkness is likely hardier than that. He is still alive. I'll see if I can find him." Scout said. "Good. Like I said, just observe him. I want to know what he is doing. See if you can spot any guild tags on his person as well. Last thing we need around here is nosy adventurers," he said, an edge of spite in his voice. Prowler hated the guild with a passion, and considering the reason why they turned him away, she did not blame him for his hate. "Do you know where they keep getting the women to swell their numbers?" he asked suddenly, tone flat once more. Scout shook her head. "No, there aren't any villages or even roads around here. As far as I know, we are the only people to come this far out into the wilds. I don't think that they send out raiding parties. The nearest village is 100 miles from here." She finished. Prowler crossed his arms and leaned back. "Yes, and if you remember, those people hadn't so much as seen a goblin since settling there. Their elder told me that when we were trading for bread, the goblins have no need to raid for women or food in these woods. Yet, those women had to come from somewhere, right?" Scout nodded emphatically. Yes, maybe there are settlements on the other side of the forest? I don't think so. These woods have been scouted out before we showed up, and the wilds stretch all the way to the Spineback Mountains. Scout almost gaped. That was 1,000 miles of potentially infested woodland. Noting her shock, Prowler chuckled. Makes you wonder what our employer is looking for, eh? He said, I think I figured it out, but it's just a feeling. Know this, Scout. If it is what I think it is, then we're betraying our benefactor to take it for ourselves. Scout took a step back. But you never. I mean, you don't go back on your word to those who hire us. You never have. Some things are worth breaking your honor for. Not that we're the best of people to begin with. Prowler laughed, smashing a gauntlet fist against his table and causing it to shake. That had to be the hardiest table in all the world. She'd seen Prowler kill a man with less effort. He really was losing himself if he wasn't keeping his word anymore. Maybe it was time for her to leave the Blackwings, like Prowler had wanted her to do before his madness became worse. She stiffened at the thought. He'd get better. He always did. Ever since she was little, he'd fought his way back from insanity into being a good man again. Prowler just needed more rest. Using guild terminology, what level do you think our madman is at? Prowler asked, his laugh trailing off. Scout considered for a moment before answering. I haven't seen all of what he can do, but if he can spot me and stay on my trail, he has to be a high-level ranger, maybe level 17. If he cleared out that cave by himself, then that means he has some levels in fighter. No, not fighter, barbarian for sure. He was enraged to the point that he frothed at the mouth. Prowler nodded at her estimate. I've seen Hollum do that when he gets mad. The guild would have certainly called him a barbarian. Scout gulped. What? What is on your mind? Prowler asked. Well, no offense, sir, but what would the guild call your class? She asked. That damned curiosity again. It was going to get her into trouble. Scout did want to hear what Prowler would have been class-wise had the guild actually registered him instead of turning him away. Instead of shouting at her, he put his elbows on the table and seemed to consider. She brightened at his reaction. He was getting better after all. I'm not sure myself, but I don't think they would have any classes that quite fit what I am, he said, visored green eyes meeting her own. I think I'll have to come up with a name for it myself, I suppose. I'm confident I can homebrew a neat title of it. Now, back to business. He continued in a tired voice, aside from the goblins. How many other monsters inhabit these woods? I haven't come across any others, sir. It's only these giant scattered goblin tribes and normal animals. Prowler paused again, looking down at the table before finally saying, perhaps they were driven out by the goblins? A rare occurrence, considering that they're basically at the bottom of the food chain when it comes to non-prayer characters. They're great numbers here, and the gob's surprising cunning would prove formidable to any higher-tier monster if they work together. Yet, you say that they are separate tribes. Maybe they had joined together to push out the other creatures at one point, but only for that purpose. Prowler stretched and gave out a loud yawn. It is going to be a real pain killing them all ourselves, but that was a part of what we were paid to do. Of course, if my hunch is correct on our employer's true goal, we may not have to bother cleaning out all the goblins. Have you made your decision on making this a permanent base for the Blackwings, sir? Become mercenary frontiersmen, like you said? She asked. I'm leaning toward that, yes. This job could take us potentially years, and those cobbled-together sticks outside won't do for such a long encampment. What if the guild sends people out here? Scout asked. I mean, if they catch wind of all the goblins infesting this forest, then they'll send people to clear it out. Maybe even take whatever it is that our employer hired us to find. There's this one adventurer I heard of that would probably beeline it out here just to kill as many gobs as he can, she said, trailing off as she saw Prowler stiffen in his seat. She regretted uttering the words as Prowler slowly stood up, armored fists clenched at his sides. Then we kill them. This is our job. We don't need guild sops soaking up all our coin. Scout took a step back as Prowler's breathing grew labored, his right hand shaking. He had been fine just a moment ago. Scout cursed herself for asking it. I'll kill them all. He began muttering to himself. Kill them. Kill them. Kill them. It will be mine, I say. They won't take it from me. Scout took another step back and Prowler's eyes shot up to meet hers. He shook once, twice, then took a deep breath, sitting back down in his chair with his hands on his helmet. I am sorry. My temper is short, and the fuse is easily lit these days. Go and do what I set out for you, he said solemnly. Prowler, Scout whispered, taking a step toward him. I said go. He shouted at her, pointing a finger to the flap. She didn't hesitate and ran out of the tent, tears trailing her cheeks. The guards that had been standing by in front of the tent laughed at her as she went, and she cursed them for it. Scout found her tent, donned her body glove, and set out into the dark night. 6. Assault. It had been a couple of days now since he'd arrived in this new world, and Eric had already run out of chainsaw fuel. He had more than enough logs for whatever he wanted to get built now, but future tree murder would need to be done the old-fashioned way. That wasn't a problem. His time on the peninsula had corded his arms with thick muscle. Eric did regret losing the chainsaw, but he didn't know the first thing about making gasoline, so he shelved it inside his cabin. His bag felt significantly lighter as a result. His new home was double the length of his original cabin, looking more like a longhouse. For short walls held up a rising triangular roof, a single door dominating the front of the construction. It was all made of logs and planks, but Eric had been toying with the idea of thatching his roof to keep the rain from leaking between the logs in his ceiling. That would be a pain, but it'd be worth it in the long run. He set another long, sharpened log into the line of holes circling his base, finishing the wall just as the sun peaked overhead. He packed the dirt tight around the base to hold it in place, and slowly stood up, his legs and arms sore from today's effort. Despite the cool weather, he had removed his shirt halfway through the work. It lay folded inside along with his leather jacket. Eric felt sweaty and gross, but that feeling of disgust was overpowered by his pride. This was a damn good palisade. His last walls had been built as a box around his cabin, but he liked this new circular fort better. He built the walls around 90 feet or so away from his cabin, leaving a lot of free space for additional construction. He already built a frame for his garden next to the longhouse, matching its length, and he had several other things planned. He'd need to build a couple of watchtowers over the walls to keep an eye out for goblins, but his base was mostly complete. It was these moments of accomplishment that really pushed the madness back, and even if it was only for a moment, Eric truly felt like himself again. He looked to his modern axe, the sturdy tool's blade stuck partway in a log. The log pile was still plenty large, half as wide as Eric's house and half again the height. He whistled a tune as he wrested the blade from the log it was stuck in, holding it to the sun for inspection. Just how many people had he killed with this thing? How many more lives would he take until he himself was killed? He went to the wide open space in front of his longhouse and began a few practice swings. He hadn't been trained in any form of combat involving an axe, but life or death had familiarized him with the weapon's heft and length. He had familiarized himself with the other weapons he had, his second favorite being the katana he'd found. The katana was a fine weapon, not a cheap fake katana, but a real blade meant for use. But there was something about the axe that felt better to swing. The splicing of wood, the splitting of flesh and bone, the chips and brains this thing sent flying was something the katana just couldn't match. The sword would be excellent for slaughtering goblins, though, especially since they barely ever wore armor. He hadn't had to kill that many more of them over the course of his construction. Only around 20 had found him and tried to kill him. The others that showed up were more cause for concern. Like the cannibals on the peninsula, these patrols seemed content just to stay back and watch. Eric had ignored these as he continued his work. He was capable of switching from labor mode to fight mode in a second if they decided to charge him. Maybe it was this confidence that kept them at bay. That wouldn't last forever, as lately they have been drawing closer and closer to his base, and with bigger numbers. Maybe they thought there were more humans around here than just him. Or maybe it was the fact that he had been wearing a full-body set of goblin bones as armor when they came across him. He wasn't wearing it now, of course. He didn't want the bone touching his exposed flesh, but whenever he trekked out into the wild, he never went without it. Their ribs had been the easiest to bind together, and he had a kind of plate shirt of interlocking gob ribs that covered his whole torso. Eric was particularly proud of the femur battle skirt and the foot bone pauldrons. The toe bones of the shoulder guards made it look like he had shoulder spikes. He used every kind of bone to cover himself, and thanks to the small size of the goblin's bones, they were easy to work with. Another thing that could be deterring those random patrols could be the random bouquets of goblin heads hanging from the branches of uncut trees he'd been placing around the forest. He'd threaded some rope through all of their eyes to tie them all together before tying an overhand knot and hanging them. These bunches of heads weren't always near his base, of course. Eric made sure that any goblins going about their business in a mile radius of his home would run into the heads eventually. Hopefully that'd keep them away for a while, but they'd eventually get the balls to try him with greater numbers. The forest was now clean-cut around his base, the clearing a graveyard of stumps. It'd be easy to find now for anyone wandering around here. Eric would start on the random placement of traps next, and then he'd. His thought process was cut off abruptly when he heard a bestial roar from beyond his walls. This sound was unlike any goblin cry he had heard. It was deep and shook the air with its might. Eric ran up to the gate, pushing the gate open with his shoulder with minimal effort. When he was outside, he swung the gate shut, and still shirtless with no armor, he scanned the tree line. A hulking green figure a head taller than Eric and twice as wide emerged from the trees just ahead of him, wielding a large wooden club in a massive wart-covered fist. Its long nose and yellow goat eyes indicated that this was a goblin. But good God, why was it so huge? Did they get this big eventually? It wore its hair in a long, black, greasy topknot, and a long bone was pierced through its nose. A loincloth barely covered its lower body as it approached Eric on tree trunk-like legs. It moved deliberately toward Eric with purpose, and in response, Eric shouted at the thing. It was a bestial roar, almost a screech of challenge as he brought his axe to bear. Seeing that Eric was not intimidated by its massive frame, the goblin slowed in its tracks, looking somewhat confused. Other normal-sized goblins, around 15 or 20 in all, emerged from behind the huge one, spreading out across the tree line and closing in. "I'll wear your bones," he screamed, the beast within him emerging. No time to run back inside to don his armor. If only he had those watchtowers built sooner. He could just snipe them all with arrows comfortably. He saw much to his dismay that some of the goblins had brought slings and crude bows with stone heads for arrows. The rest wielded everything from short swords to small hatchets. Again, Eric was horribly outnumbered, but he did have one advantage over these freaks: tunes. He quickly pulled out his cassette player and hit a button, the tune of Stronghold beginning. Pumping himself up, he placed the player in his pocket and charged forward as the drums were joined by electronic instruments. He zigzagged to throw off the archers and slings, and remembering itself, the giant goblin charged with a roar meeting Eric's own. Eric did not charge the giant, however. He beelined for the gobs with ranged weaponry with a speed that seemed to startle the now charging goblins. One even turned tail and fled back into the woods at his approach, dropping its sling. That was one goblin's worth less of bones, damn it. He then jumped from stump to stump, quickly closing the distance between him and the small horde of goblins. 3 had reached him before he could reach the 4 archers on this side. One slashed at him with a short sword, which he avoided in his jumping run. He did not deliver any counterstrokes to the 3 as he closed on the bow-wielding goblins. They all swung for him, but hit only air as he passed them. He suddenly dropped to his belly as the gobs all fired a volley at the same time, the arrows hitting the goblins Eric had avoided. He did not see how many were hit or where, but their pained cries of surprise told him that at least 2 of them weren't going to be coming after him right now. That wasn't what he intended, but hey, that was less work for him. He quickly shot to his feet, the nearest archer only a few feet away from him on top a stump. The goblin fell backward off the stump as it stepped to avoid the axe swinging for its face. Eric jumped on it before it could rise, landing on both of its legs and snapping them upward at the knee. It screamed in agony, and Eric laughed at it, eyes wide and mouth frothing. He ended it with a quick stomp to the head, crunching the skull inward and popping an eye out. Not wasting any time, he moved for the other 3 archers who had begun to run away. He heard the large goblin slowly running for him, but Eric was much faster, and he wanted to kill all the little guys before he got to the fun part. He ran them all down with bloody swipes of his axe, laughing as he did it. The remaining gobs with slings then threw their stones at him, one clipping him in his thigh, but the rest missing. Pain shot up his leg, but Eric ignored it, charging for the sling-wielding goblins next. A dozen more goblins got in his way, but he dashed into the forest to avoid them. Coming around the trees, he flanked the slingers and swung at the nearest one. They were still looking in the direction he had been, so they did not see him charging from the woods. The axe took off the entire front of the creature's face, exposing the gooey brains. It fell onto its knees and slumped forward, the brain falling out of the skull and splattering on the forest floor. He reared the axe back and swung with the pole of the head, colliding with another goblin's throat and crushing it with ease. The gob went flying back, choking on its own broken windpipe. Only one slinger remained, and it was running back behind its friends that were chasing him. Eric laughed madly as he charged, cutting a bloody path through the goblins that stood in his way. Limbs and gore were sent flying, spattering his shirtless form with crimson. How many had he killed now? He'd stopped counting, lost in his bloodlust. Eric finally buried his axe into the final goblin's head, the blade sinking halfway down the skull. Eric pulled once, twice, and was sent flying by a powerful blow. He landed on his back with a thud onto wet leafy earth. His head spun and his left shoulder ached. It was like he'd gotten knocked away by a damned armsy. He quickly got up, well used to being flung around like a doll by the massive mutants of the peninsula. He shook his head as the giant goblin began its approach, wielding its club with clear intent. The bastard hit hard, but not hard enough. Eric cackled, running through the trees in a zigzag to throw off any pursuit, and eventually finding his way back to the clearing of stumps. A dozen goblins were looking in the direction Eric had been knocked away in, not seeing him at all. Eric held in his mad laugh as he silently charged them, fingers curled in on themselves like claws. He could kill these things with his bare hands. He'd get the axe for the big fella afterward if he could. They finally turned at hearing his approach, seeing his dripping bloody form at last. They screamed in surprise and fear as he brained the first one with a powerful overhand strike. The skull cracked like an eggshell from the force of it, the goblin collapsing as he kicked another one in the face with a roundhouse. That one was sent spinning end over end in a cartwheel toward his base, landing in a heap between two stumps. One slashed at him with a dagger, which he avoided narrowly with a small backstep. The goblin's momentum carried it forward, and Eric caught the thing's wrist. With a grunt of effort, he swung the whole goblin over his head and smashed its skull against a nearby stump. It flattened the scalp of the creature, and Eric quickly let go as another closed in to stab him with a sword. He dodged to the left and delivered a hook to the gob's jaw, knocking it to its hands and knees. Eric then kicked it in the ribs, sending it flying away and crushing its rib cage. He quickly picked up the sword it dropped, the blade as long as his axe and double-ended. He parried two goblins that slashed at him with shorter blades and jumped away as a third charged him with a crude spear. The large goblin emerged from the wood again, roaring as it spotted Eric and the carnage he had caused. Eric sidestepped another spear thrust and slashed the blade across the gob's bloated belly. Its ropey guts spilled out onto the ground, and it dropped the spear as it collapsed to its knees, trying to stuff the organs back where they belonged. Eric got slashed at again, but he parried the second blade after dodging the first and stabbed the goblin in the throat. He let the blade go as the little bastard fell forward, the blade driven all the way to its hilt as the goblin completed its fall. Eric laughed again, and the last goblin fled. Eric grabbed up the spear from the ground, a simple stick with a sharp rock at the end, and hurled it with expert precision at the fleeing gob. The spear point hit the goblin right in the back, and it fell with a gurgling cry. Then the big guy came upon him. Eric barely avoided an overhand smash that would have mashed his skull into paste. The massive club collided hard with the ground, kicking up leaves and dirt. Eric adopted a low crouch, letting what he now dubbed the hobgoblin swing again. He easily avoided the overhand by ducking back. Eric then darted forward, running up the club and gripping the bone, piercing the hobgoblin's nose with both hands, each on opposite sides. He wrenched the bone to the side, breaking the hobgoblin's nose sideways and causing it to scream in pain. Eric laughed and wrenched it the other way before finally pulling it toward himself, ripping out the bone with a spray of crimson and reducing the long nose to a pitiful flap that hung limply against the giant's lips. Eric backed out of reach again as the hobgoblin screamed further, narrowly avoiding a punch as he did so. Still gripping the sharpened bone in his hand, Eric waited for his opportunity. The hobber was clutching its ruined nose with one hand, but still held on to its club. It glared at him with pure hate, and Eric winked at it, flashing a toothy smile as he did so. It roared at him, and Eric returned the shout, both charging toward each other at the same time as they screamed. The hobgoblin swung its giant club horizontally, and Eric ducked under it, feeling the wind of the mighty strike pass over his head. At the same time, Eric drove the bone right through the thing's left foot, the sharpened bone biting into the earth beneath. He quickly let it go and rolled forward, twisting as he finished the roll and leaping up onto the goblin's wide back. Eric wrapped one arm around the goblin's thick neck and grabbed his own bicep, yanking back and choking the hob. It thrashed violently to remove Eric, but he had already wrapped his legs around the hobgoblin's torso, locking the thing in a standing rear-naked choke. Eric was so lost in his battle rage that he found himself biting into the hob's pointed ear, ripping off a chunk and spitting it out with a spew of blood. The blood was sticky, almost sap-like in texture. He'd have to remember that for later. The hob roared and bucked harder, and Eric took another bite, ripping out a chunk of its cheek and spitting it out. The gob's rotting teeth were now exposed to open air, and it bucked again, but Eric didn't move an inch. Eric then took more and more bites out of the hob's face, inciting more deep, bellowing cries of pain. Suddenly, the hobgoblin lurched toward a stump and turned his back to face it. Realizing what was happening, Eric took another quick bite out of its ear, removing the rest of it. He leaped off its back as it fell backward onto the stump, keeping the chunk of ear in his mouth as he landed on his feet. It hit the stump and gave a small grunt of pain, but seeing that Eric had escaped, it began to stand back up. Before it could fully rise, Eric ran up and punched it in its right eye socket. His fist sunk deep into the soft organ, ruining it and causing the hob to screech in agony once more. A hand gripped his elbow, and Eric was again sent flying as the hob threw him away like a toy. Eric landed on his back, but unfortunately, it wasn't the soft earth this time he collided with. The edge of a stump broke his fall, and his back exploded with agony. He grunted and rolled on the ground away from the stump, not staying still but trying to get a handle on his pain. Eric was lucky that hadn't broken his spine, but damn, he'd be feeling that for a while yet. He knew that this bruise was going to be blacker than the deepest cave. Good thing he was still stocked up on pills. Eric finally stood, teeth still biting into the chunk of ear he had ripped free as he glared the hobgoblin down. It had also risen to its feet, its face a bloody, unrecognizable mass of twisted green flesh. It gripped its club in both hands, standing still as it observed Eric. Looks like it was going to be more careful from now on. He looked around him, seeing that he had landed next to one of the dead goblins he had mangled. Taking up the dagger from its dead grip, he readied himself to tear the hob apart. As he approached the big goblin, he gave it a wide-open smile, its ear still clenched between his teeth. He spit it out and licked his lips, ignoring the awful taste of the goblin's blood. It looked a little wobbly on its feet, either from the pain or blood loss. Eric himself was a little unsteady, his sore back and shoulder really starting to ache. His leg didn't even hurt now, but maybe that was because of the overpowering pain he felt elsewhere. He halted his approach as he saw something shift in the tree line. More goblins? No, a single near-invisible shape, the branches under its weight indicating something was there. The way the light bent around it, the specter. Had it come to help out the hobgoblin? If so, why was it sitting there in the tree, not doing anything? Hadn't it learned its lesson the last time it spied on him? He'd deal with it after he finished off his friend here. The giant goblin seemed to have adopted an almost batter-like stance, meaning that if Eric charged him again, then the hob would smack him right out of the park. There was one advantage that Eric had right now over the big goblin, though. He wasn't bleeding. Eric stood there, simply watching the goblin as time passed. He took the time to catch his breath, and it seemed the hob did the same, but its green flesh was slowly turning a sickly pale cast as it bled from the wounds Eric had inflicted upon it. No need to rush this. He'd wait. More time passed, and his cassette finished the song. He pondered playing it again, but he didn't feel like smearing his bloody fingers all over it. The specter remained perched in the trees, not moving. The hob's stance then began to grow shaky, and it grudgingly began approaching him with slow steps. Eric then began walking away casually as it approached him. The thing shouted some intelligible slur at him and then broke into a run. That was what Eric had wanted. He then jogged, just a bit slower in pace than the hobgoblin, letting it close the distance. When its footsteps were close enough, Eric shifted, ducking under another horizontal swing and stabbing his dagger into the hob's wrist. The blade emerged from the other end, and Eric withdrew it as he rolled away. The hob clutched its wrist, dropping the massive club as it wailed. Eric charged again, delivering 3 quick stabs to its side and rolling away again as it swung a massive fist at him. The blade wasn't long enough to reach any organs, but goblins had a lot of veins like humans did. Eric then systematically began carving and stabbing at the hob, filling it up with holes and lacerations before it finally fell over from blood loss. It was still breathing, though, and that was a problem. It wasn't going to fight anymore, but Eric wasn't satisfied with just ending it right there. Those teeth looked like they would make a good necklace, and he didn't feel like ripping them out one by one. Dropping his dagger, he approached the near-unconscious goblin, knuckling his back as he went. Lifting its head, he placed its open mouth on a short stump. The flat teeth of its upper jaw dug into the wood and kept the skull stationary. He then hopped up onto the stump and noticed other shapes emerging from the forest. Another party of goblins, this one with twice the number of last time, and complete with another massive hop. They couldn't be more than 50 paces away. Eric silently cursed as they saw him, but he had an idea to scare them off. He was going to do it anyway, but the added bonus of his bloody form and the field of bodies before them would aid in this. As they hesitantly drew closer, cautious as they moved through the twisted corpses Eric had made, he stomped down on the hob's skull. The bone cracked, and the teeth were broken right out of its mouth. It then stopped breathing finally, and Eric rose both of his arms in challenge, his shirtless bloody form a horrifying sight. He then drew his lips back in a mad smile, bloody teeth showing as he maintained his posture. They all stopped in their tracks, the hob being the first to still. The hobgoblin's eyes found its kin and stared dumbly. The other goblins seemed to be scanning the tree line and his fortress. They seemed to be looking for something. Other people maybe. Eric then began casually approaching them with deliberate steps, and when the hobgoblin saw this, it took a step back. That was the exact opening he needed. Eric gave a blood-curdling roar and began charging, fingers curled like the claws of a savage beast. The hobgoblin then turned tail and ran. On seeing this, the other smaller goblins followed after it, running back into the trees. He needed to make sure they wouldn't notice that he gave up the chase. Eric ran one down, tackling it and breaking its arm to make it scream. That sent them running even faster, and satisfied that his psychological warfare had paid off, he twisted the goblin's neck, ceasing its screams. He stood again, looking down at his bloodied form. He had become the Red Man again. Eric shook his head, dragging the fresh corpse back to base as he went. As he emerged from the trees, he dropped the goblin. Finding his axe, he placed a foot on the goblin's back and wrenched it free, brain matter still stuck to it. He then glared right at the specter, a deep frown on his face. "Yeah, I see you," Eric said, pointing his axe at the thing. "Go away." Surprisingly, it did what he said, vanishing into the vast canopy of trees. He was too tired to give chase and way too sore. Those pills were sounding better and better with each passing moment as his back and shoulder throbbed. He approached his longhouse, passing the twisted green corpses with barely a second glance. Well, at least he could show off some more artwork to his next visitors with all this new material. Who doesn't like a bit of goblin smashing here and there? 7. Damn curiosity. Scout watched as the madman tore apart the hobgoblin with a short dagger. He ducked and rolled to avoid the massive goblin's powerful swings, countering with vicious stabs and slashes until eventually, the hobgoblin passed out from blood loss. Scout had been slightly horrified seeing the man tear the goblins asunder, but that was offset by the fact that his victims were the scum of the world. Goblins were wretched little creatures, and she could not deny the satisfaction she felt at watching them get mulched. The horror she felt came from the way the madman fought them. He charged them like a wild animal, a starving, uncaged bloody beast tearing into the nearest patch of exposed flesh. When he took bites out of the hobgoblin, she had almost not been surprised. She had stopped thinking of him as human at that point. The man had been smashed by the hob's club and thrown into a tree stump with the same force of a charging horse. Despite that, he simply stood up like nothing had happened. She'd seen a man get punched by a hobgoblin and die. Yet, somehow, this madman could tank much more powerful blows. Then he'd scared away the new goblins that had appeared in a terrifying display, stomping down on the hob's skull and chasing the new horde partway through the forest. She had thought he was going to hunt them all down, but then he came back, bloody and walking with a slight bend in his back. He then pointed right at her with his axe and shouted, "Yeah, I see you. Go away." Scout hadn't hesitated to get out of there, not wanting to be chased by him again. As she made her way back to the Blackwings' camp, she thought of what she would say to Prowler. Well, she tried to anyway. Her mind was occupied by other more tantalizing subjects. Do-do-dun-dun, do-dun-dun, do-dun-dun. Do done. She sang quietly, bois bois. Dun 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 bois bois. She continued. She shook her head. She was acting foolish. At the start of the battle, the madman had taken out this odd little gray square from his pocket and pressed a button. What ensued had to be the most beautiful music she'd ever heard. Had she been human, there would have been no hearing the song from where she had been perched. Yet, her elf ears granted her a great sense of hearing. The first instruments had been drums, followed by some kind of stringed instrument, and then blah blah blah. What was that instrument? She'd never heard anything like it in her life. How was the little box capable of playing such tunes? It was like he had an entire band trapped within it. Scout couldn't comprehend it. She did know one thing, however. The next time she came here, if she had the opportunity, she was going to borrow that little box. She'd return it so the madman wouldn't have an excuse to come after her, but she needed to hear that song again. Indeed, all the way back to camp she found herself humming the alien tune. She passed over the bunches of goblin heads hanging from the trees, sparing them a fleeting glance as she went. Had the madman done that? It was macabre and horrific, but if he really was living here, then he'd need something to scare off the goblins. What would be a better deterrent to further goblin attacks than an example of what would happen to them? Perhaps she should tell Prowler of this tactic of the madman's so he could emulate it if he wished. She wouldn't put it past him nowadays. The madman had set up his base a day's walk away from the Blackwings' camp, so when she finally returned, the sun had been rising on the horizon. As she passed through the entrance to camp once more, she found herself wondering how long the madman had been settled there. It must have been a year or more considering just how many trees were cut down around the place. It did seem to just be him, but she hadn't seen into the small fort that had been built yet. Had he gone mad from isolation on the frontier? With no company other than the goblins that attacked him every single day? Why was he staying here? If she were to simply approach him without being invisible, would the mere fact that she was not a goblin still his murderous rage? Likely he thought her a hostile entity, not knowing what she was. Scout had only ever been seen by him in her body glove, but he wouldn't know what she was. Would he simply talk with her if she just approached him? That curiosity piqued, and Scout felt horrified at the feeling, for she knew that she could not resist it. She was going to try and approach the madman without her body glove. Oh, by the gods, what was wrong with her brain? Scout knew it was futile to try and resist the urge, but she really did try. She wasn't going to go unprepared, however. She needed to make sure she had an out in case he tried to kill her. There was a speed potion in Medic's cabinet. She'd need to steal it, though. Scout couldn't tell Prowler about her plan. He'd definitely tell her that she couldn't, that it was too dangerous and whatnot. Yes, she'd be doing that. If all went as planned, she wouldn't have to drink the potion anyway. Medic would be none the wiser if she returned it. It was in a section he barely maintained. She passed through the camp, tired-looking guards patrolling and glaring at her as she went. She then stopped in place. Prowler would likely be asleep by now, and if he was, then he'd be angered that she woke him up at this hour. Medic was asleep by now as well, and he didn't sleep in his work tent. Sure, there were guards stationed in front of that tent, but Scout had her body glove. If she was going to steal the speed potion, she may as well do it now. She made way for her tent and put her mask back on, pulling on her hood as she passed through the flap. No one had even noticed her as she did it. The patrolling guards would have an easier time picking out a fly in a dung heap. She made way for the medic tent, crouching low as she went. When she reached the tent, she saw two guards posted in front of the entrance. They would notice the tent flap moving if she just walked in. She'd need to crawl on her belly to minimize that. She assumed the position and began crawling, soundless as she went. The guards did not look down, their eyes heavy. That was what she'd been counting on. If they saw the dirt being disturbed, that would blow her cover. When she was completely inside the tent, she stood back up to a crouch and moved to the end of the tent. Finding the vial she wanted, she silently closed the cabinet and snuck back out. The guards were none the wiser. When she got back to her tent, she triple-checked the vial to make sure it was the correct one and stuffed the yellow vial into her haversack. She removed her body glove, folding it neatly and setting it on the canvas next to her bedroll. Scout then did her nightly stretches and crawled into her bedroll, naked as the day she was born. She sighed as her eyelids grew heavy. Would the madman try to kill her? Or would he listen to her? What would they even talk about? If he really was all alone and going mad from it, then maybe he just needed a friend. What was his name? His name? Maybe she should come up with something for him. What should it be? She fell into a pleasantly dreamless sleep. Bit of a short chapter, yeah, but I like to upload the chapters when they feel done. You can expect sporadic word counts from me, haha. 8. World Wrestling Media. Eric's right hand shook with an intensity that spoke of his current state of mind this day. The sun had just peeked over the trees, and he was clenching and unclenching his teeth. He needed to kill something. He needed to kill something today. Lots of somethings. He left his fortress in full bone armor, wielding his katana in his shaking fist. He'd been neglecting it lately. It thirsted just as much as his axe did. Who was he to deny it? He passed through the field of stumps. Each one had a long stick wedged into its center. He had created an opening with his axe in the wood, and widened as necessary with his new knife. Eric had then taken several long sticks and wedged them into the holes he had made. Almost every single one of these sticks had a piece of artwork attached to it. Limbs and heads were arranged randomly around the poles, with some goblin torsos torn open and stuffed with its matching head. The limbs all hung from blood-soaked cordage, swinging as the wind picked up, a field of effigies of his proudest work, each one unique from the other. If this didn't keep away the little green freaks, then nothing would. He passed the finest of his works, what he dubbed Hobble-Gobble. He had taken the hobgoblin's corpse and sat it up on a stump, nailing its legs with long stakes to the wood to keep the lower body stationary. Keeping the upper body from slumping proved to be a greater challenge, but eventually he figured it out. He had to carve multiple small stakes and hammer them into the proper positions to put the arms the way he wanted. Once he finally got the position he needed, he took a small goblin corpse and shoved it head first into the hob's mouth, with the appearance that the hobgoblin was grasping the corpse as it ate. The next time a horde attacked him, he'd burn the bodies for some furniture. Goblin bones were too small for anything extraneous, but he was certain he could make a decent chair out of them if he really tried. If another hob came, he could burn that for larger bones. His femur battle skirt clattered and bounced off his legs as he walked, right hand shaking fiercely. He passed into the forest, his breath fogging the air in front of him. "Come on," he said in a high-pitched voice. "Come on, come on, come on." But nothing came. "Goblins," he sang, "come out to play, yay." He began clinking the femur bones together in his free hand as he went, "Goblins, come out to play, yay." Still nothing showed up. He realized that trying to call them out probably wouldn't be the best idea, as they'd either run off or set up an ambush for him. So he continued his hunt in silence, looking for goblin tracks as he went. His feet crunched dry autumn leaves, and Eric found himself briefly wondering how close to winter this world was. Did the seasons work the same on Earth? He'd need to definitely thatch his roof. Yes, indeed he needed to. Needed to. What? He needed to kill something. That was what. He walked for around half an hour before finally running across a single goblin. It had emerged from some bushes, not looking like it had been in any kind of a hurry. Much to Eric's surprise, it was wearing a shirt of chain mail that hung loosely from its tiny body. Would that fit Eric if he tried to put it on? It was certainly too big for the goblin. Eric charged the thing, sheathing his katana as he ran. He didn't want to use the blade unless he was fighting a horde. Besides, he might chip the edge on the chain. The goblin saw him, and with widened eyes, it dashed back through the brush. It gave a small scream as it ran, running for all its little legs were worth. It was a fast little bastard, but Eric was much faster than it was. He tackled it to the ground and pinned its arms to the earth. Eric's eyes were wide as he breathed excitedly. The goblin looked particularly disturbed by this, but he didn't care. It struggled underneath Eric, but his greater strength and weight meant that it wasn't going anywhere anytime soon. He gave a toothy grin as he stood, still gripping the goblin's wrists as he lifted it up. It screamed and kicked him in the mouth, but Eric barely felt it as he began spinning. Like a father spinning their child, Eric whirled harder and faster. The goblin screamed louder as its legs were sent behind itself from the force of the spin, and when Eric felt like he was about to fall over, he let go. The goblin flew several feet away, tumbling end over end until it came to a stop. Eric stumbled back and shook his head as the dizziness took him, laughing madly. The goblin struggled to stand, but kept stumbling in its attempts. Eric drew closer, cackling, until he stood menacingly over the armored goblin. It looked up at him, seemingly confused. "Wednesday, Wednesday, Wednesday." Eric shouted in its face. "Today on WWM, we have Eric LeBlanc against the Green Bastard," he announced. eyes still wide and right hand shaking even harder than before, LeBlanc opens with a grapple. He shouted, wrapping his fingers around the green bastard's throat. The announcers both leaned forward in their seats as they shouted into their microphones, "Oh no, this doesn't look good for Green Bastard. Is LeBlanc gonna do his signature move?" Eric felt blinded by the lights of the wrestling arena, but the shouts of the crowd were even louder. It was a deafening buzz. The Green Bastard tried to dig its nails into his hands, but his costume had armored gloves. He let one hand go and gestured to the crowd, holding the Green Bastard aloft with one hand. The crowd cheered, and Eric saw no reason to not give them a show. He then chokeslammed the Green Bastard into the white mat of the stage, the chain-link cage shaking with the motion. That's right, it was a cage match. Why was his opponent a green midget again? Oh, it doesn't matter. The Green Bastard gave a gargling cry of agony, but he still hadn't tapped out. The Green Bastard is still in this Tom. He can still pull off a reversal if he just dash. Eric slammed the Green Bastard again, the smaller wrestler's grip loosening. "Oh!" the announcers and crowd exclaimed at the same time. "LeBlanc has been training pretty hard, Jim. I don't think that the bastard is going to be able to take much more of this." Another wrestler then began running toward the stage, a metal folding chair held in both hands. He looked like the twin of the Green Bastard, right down to the green outfit and diminutive size. The masks were even the same, with those overly long, curved noses and plastic warts. "Oh look, it's Lil Emerald. LeBlanc better look out cause he's coming at him with the chair." Eric pretended not to see Lil Emerald as he held the limp Green Bastard by the throat. When Lil Emerald drew close, "Oh!" the crowd and announcers exclaimed again as Eric threw Green Bastard into Lil Emerald. Both the little guys were sent tumbling end over end. Green Bastard did not rise, but Lil Emerald looked like he was still in the fight. The championship was going to be Eric's. He wouldn't give it up to a couple of overrated green retards. He was going to end this now. Eric ran up before Lil Emerald could rise to his feet and leaped into the air, body slamming Lil Emerald. The smaller wrestler coughed up blood as Eric landed. Did management give them some ketchup packets or something to sell the fiction? He stood again over the barely breathing Lil Emerald, the crowd and announcers losing their minds over Eric's viscous beatdown. He then elbow dropped Lil Emerald, crushing his skull and spattering it across the clean white mat of the stage. The crowd gasped in horror and fell silent. Eric blinked, finding himself in a cool autumn forest. Where was the crowd? Jim and Tom. Did he win the championship? He blinked again as he stood, seeing the bloody, mangled body beneath him. Another corpse lay a few feet away, the back of its skull leaking and bloodied. They were both small and green, but he blinked again. What had just happened? His right hand shook further, and he gripped it as he sat next to the corpse. That hadn't been real. His name was Eric LeBlanc. He wasn't a professional wrestler. He was a TV survivalist. He had written a book on bushcraft and survival. His hand shook slightly less as he took deep breaths. That hadn't been real. Oh God, today was a really bad day if he was hallucinating. He stood from the ground, wiping off chunks of brain matter from his armored elbow. These two goblins were dead for sure. He looked to the weapon that Lil Emerald had charged him with, seeing that it was an honest and for real black morning star. The small spiked ball on the end looked as if it had recently seen use, greasy black hair and dried blood sticking to its surface. He picked it up, smiling. Not a championship belt, but it certainly was something. Eric took the chainmail from Green Bastard and stuffed it into his bag. He'd need to see if it fit him later. If it did, then he had another piece of good gear to add to his armor. If not, he could still probably do something with it. His stomach then growled at him, upset with his neglect. It was getting close to lunchtime anyway, and he could desecrate these corpses after he ate. He rummaged through his bag, seeing that he only had one dried lizard left. Noting this, he consumed the whole thing, savoring the chicken-like taste and tossing the bones away. Looks like he'd need to go hunting today. His right hand then began to shake slightly less. Yeah, he had a task that needed accomplishing. He stood again and chopped up the bodies, tying the pieces together on a single stick as he thought on what he should hunt. He supposed he could eat the goblins if he really needed to, but that hob hadn't exactly tasted like chicken. No, he'd only eat gobs if he really had no other option. Just like on the peninsula, just like when he got lost in the caves. When he had no other option, Eric shook his head as he growled. He needed to find droppings that he could follow. He pulled out his modern bow, stringing an arrow as he crept through the forest. After a few hours of wandering, he found the small, round droppings of a deer. He picked up a single piece of the dung and squished it between his fingers, still moist and fresh, meaning that it was near. So, where were the tracks? He scanned the ground until he found what he was looking for. Light hoof prints had disturbed the leaves, the trail twisting between several trees. He found more piles of droppings, each fresher than the last. Eric was getting really close now. Another hour passed, the sun peeking through white clouds right overhead. So it was noon already? It felt like no time had passed at all. His right hand barely even shook now as he hunted his prey. Eric felt so focused now. Today had started as a bad day, but now he was feeling more himself. He could hear a cry of pain ahead, an animalistic cry. His prey. Eric remembered then that he was not the only hunter in these woods. It was just beyond some bushes ahead of him. He silently approached, hearing what could only be goblins conversing with one another. The words were ugly and gargling, like their throats were constantly filled with snot. Eric peeked through a break in the brush, seeing 3 goblins with bows retrieving their arrows from the doe they had shot down. How had they killed it so quickly? Usually, when hunting deer, you had to shoot it and track it down after it ran off. Yet this deer looked to have collapsed on the spot. He looked to the bloody arrowheads and widened his eyes with realization. The tips were coated with some kind of dark green fluid, as well as the blood from the kill. That must have been some kind of paralyzing agent. He'd have to make sure they never shot him with those, or he'd be screwed. One of the goblins then stopped its work, sniffing the air with purpose. What was it doing? It looked right in his direction and pointed, shouting something in its disgusting tongue. Could they smell him? He didn't wait for them to ready another volley, and stood, firing his own arrow into the sniffer's throat. It gargled and grabbed at the shaft of the arrow, removing it and tearing its throat out further as it exacerbated the wound. As it tried to stem the bleeding, Eric knocked another arrow, firing it with precision into the second goblin's chest. This one fell down instantly. Must have hit something vital. The last one had another arrow knocked, but Eric was faster, firing his arrow into this one's eyeball. Blood spurted from the wound, and the goblin fell forward, snapping the shaft beneath the goblin's weight. Eric cursed at that. He couldn't make any more carbon fiber arrows after all. The first one he shot finally died, convulsing on the ground. Mine, he said simply as he crossed the brush. He skinned the deer and took the best cuts of meat for himself, wrapping them to keep the blood from his other belongings. The skin would need to be tanned, and he knew exactly what he was going to use it for. Eric still needed a bed, and resting on a raised stick mattress hadn't been exactly comfortable. He set up a small fire after retrieving his 2 good arrows, and threw some deer meat on the flame as he chopped up the corpses and took their arrows for himself. The paralytic agent would be useful if he had to fight any more hobs. The trip back to base was uneventful, but Eric was actually glad for it, now that he was clear of mind. It was well into the afternoon when he got back to the clearing. He knuckled his back as he approached the gate, passing the effigies of his fallen enemies. Now that he thought about it, his back and shoulder hadn't hurt at all today. Eric had been certain that he would need to take pills all throughout the day to keep the pain at bay. How big were the bruises, he wondered. He'd check after he set the meat out to dry. He approached the gate, giving a scratch to his beard as he went. Eric had been about to open the door when he heard light footsteps moving beyond the palisade. Something was inside his fortress. He brought his katana to bear, keeping his breath even as he reached for the gate with his free hand. Eric cursed himself. Were goblins strong enough to open the gate? He purposely made it hard to open so they couldn't budge it. Eric himself was strong enough that it took little effort on his part to actually open the damn thing. That meant that they scaled the walls somehow. It sounded like one pair of feet. Had a single goblin broke in? Best to just get this over with. He pushed open the gate easily, the footsteps stilling at the noise. What stood in front of his longhouse was not a goblin, not a monster, but a short, lean woman with ear-length black hair and pale white skin. She wore a skin-tight black wool suit with what looked like integrated fingerless gloves and firm boots the same color as her outfit. She was a pretty woman, Eric decided, with high cheekbones that accentuated her feminine features. Her bright green eyes went wide as she saw him, and his eyes went just as wide. What the hell? What should he do? He put up his sword warily, and she took a step back, gripping a small vial of yellow fluid in her hand. What was that? Poison? Some kind of explosive? He had to kill her before she killed him. She said hello. Sorry for, well, letting myself in. I was curious. Please forgive me. She finished with a bow. Eric was stunned, jaw agape. She then looked up at him, tilting her head like a curious hound. Are you okay? She asked him in a calm tone. Despite her calm voice, Eric could tell she was terrified of him. Her legs trembled slightly, and she pursed her lips. What kind of a person would you have to be to want to break into Eric's fort? Hadn't she seen the macabre art show just outside? She had to. That wasn't what shocked him, however. You talk. He almost shouted at her, gripping the hilt of his blade tight. She took another step back, raising the vial higher. It didn't look like she was preparing to throw it. Was she going to drink it? Why? This was hardly an appropriate time to be drinking. Why, yes, I do, she said, her voice shaking. She wasn't concealing her fear now. Eric stared dumbly at her. Are you real? He asked her. Her reaction to the question was odd, her eyes taking on what looked to be a sad cast. Why would she be sad about that question? His right hand shook lightly, and then she focused on that. She then looked him in the eyes, a small smile on her lips. I'm just as real as you are, she said, pinching her cheek with her free hand and pulling she asked, her speech slightly slurred as she released her cheek. He frowned as he finally noticed her ears. They were long and came to a point. Was she an elf? He was almost willing to believe anything now. If she really was real, then was this Middle-earth? Goblins and elves? Fantasyland. Was magic a thing in this place? His right hand shook further, and he snarled at it, causing the girl to jump. He glared at her. If you're real, come back tomorrow. He shouted, get the hell off my land. He then stepped away from the gate, holding it open for her. She hesitated, looking to his still drawn sword in his shaking hand. He took a deep breath and stabbed it through the dirt. She slowly approached the gate, giving Eric a wide berth as she went. He watched her walk away, making it halfway across the clearing before she paused, looking back at him. When I come back tomorrow, can you play that music box for me? She asked. Eric was taken aback. He had only played that box when he fought the horde yesterday. Had she been here for that? Where had she been? He blinked at her. If you're real, now get, he shouted. She then left, not looking back. Eric waited there for a long while after the elf girl had vanished in the trees. After some more waiting, he inspected the tracks she would have made. They were real, all right, and they were familiar. He had chased her the first night he arrived here. She had been at the battle yesterday, watching from the trees. She was the specter. Could elves turn invisible at will? Was this really Middle-earth? Would he be fighting Sauron at some point? Well, he wouldn't be taking the ring off his corpse at any rate. He shook his head. It's been a while since he read the books, but he was certain that Middle-earth didn't have 2 fucking moons. What the hell was going on with this planet? Eric shook his head. He had meat drying to do, and he had to decide what he was going to do when the elf girl came back tomorrow. What if she returned with a host of pissed-off elves? They wouldn't be happy that he cut down all these trees. Well, if they tried him, they would regret it. They would make great effigies. He knew exactly what he would do with the ears, too. He shook his head again. She had spoken to him, and he hadn't killed her. That was what mattered. He found himself oddly giddy as he set up the drying rack. Someone he could finally talk to? What would he even say? He'd have to see tomorrow. 9 Savage. Eric's garden, he decided, wouldn't be used at all until the summer hit. It was autumn, soon to be winter. There would be no planting getting done now. He sighed as he paced back and forth across the length of the garden's frame. He had hoped to plant some of the seeds he had stored in his bag, but hadn't thought about the season until he came out here to actually do the planting. No blueberries for him, not for at least half a year, assuming seasons worked the same here as they did on Earth. An unsettling thought occurred to him. What if seasons lasted for years here? Would it be autumn for another 10 years? He shook his head. Since this was an Earth-like environment, that meant that the seasons had to work the same, right? A lot of animal species wouldn't be able to survive in such an environment. Bears probably could. Bears are badass. Eric then took up his modern axe, pushing open his gate with full bone armor covering him. He didn't know when the elf girl was coming back, but he'd stick around home for today. If she didn't show back up, she either wasn't real or she was smart. No one should want to be around him the way he was now. He lapped his base a couple of times, scanning the tree lines for goblins as he went. One goblin peered through some bushes, saw the effigies, screamed, and ran off. Eric didn't give chase. It was too far away, and he didn't want to miss his coming company. Looked like his artwork was really starting to pay off. Eric stopped his stride as he came to a sudden realization. What if the effigies stank? Obviously they would, but how badly? Considering how cold the weather was, it would be mitigated. But what about when summer came? He was nearly nose blind to the smell of rotting flesh, but the elf girl likely would be gagging from the putrid stench. Eric bit his lip in frustration. When winter rolled through, she would barely be able to smell it right. Well, he couldn't take them down, not as long as there were gobs in these woods. Had to keep them off his land, and psychological warfare was his best defense. Besides, who knew if she would still be around when summer came anyway? If she had any sense, she'd leave him alone. Eric should tell her off, make sure she didn't come back. He was too unstable, dangerous. Hell, if she really was the specter like he suspected, then he had already tried to kill her. Eric had shot her with an arrow too, yet she still came here to talk to him. Well, she did break into his home. Maybe he should just tell her off. Damn burgling elves. That was it. He'd tell her to go away and not come back if she knew what was good for her. But Eric grit his teeth in frustration. He so badly wanted to talk to someone again. Anyone, even people that invaded his property. He had been socially starved for months on the peninsula. The closest thing he had to human interaction, there had been screaming matches with the cannibals, and he used the term human to describe them lightly. His right hand began to shake. Eric took a breath. He needed a task to occupy him until his guest arrived, or the shaking would get worse. The shaking helped him measure his madness. The light shake he had now wasn't too bad, but it'd get worse unless he did something productive. Let's see, he said to himself, looking to his fortress. The palisades were perfect, no improvement needed there. Should he build some traps? What if the elf girl got caught in one? He crossed that off his list as soon as he thought of it. He then knocked his fingerbone gauntlet on his head. He knew what he needed to do. He needed some watchtowers. He had enough logs to build at least 3 of them, and when he was done he could watch for her, or take potshots at gobs if they came onto his property. That would be fun. His task decided. He re-entered his fort, the shaking of his right hand lessening as he began his work. A few hours passed, and he had a log tower built. It was just tall enough to peek over the palisade, with a small plank barricade that he could duck behind if the gobs shot back at him. The next one he'd build would be taller, with a nice catapult that could rotate 360 degrees. That would take him a bit longer to build, but he should still have enough logs for it. He climbed the green braided rope to the top of the barricade, looking out over the endless trees toward the horizon. He built this watchtower right next to his gate, so he could look in the direction the elf had left in. Would she come from that way? He had no idea, but that was the direction she had left in. He got out his crossbow and slumped lazily against the plank barricade. Standing up, this thing would only cover his legs, but it was plenty big enough for him to cover behind. He fiddled with the antique weapon for a while, occasionally scanning the trees as he did it. Eric quickly became lost in his own thoughts as he waited. Now, elves were real in this world, but what kind of elves were they? Could they live forever? Or did they just live for a couple hundred years and die? Were they pompous and stuck up? If elves were real, then did that mean other fantasy races were as well? Were dwarves real, and would they let him drink their beer? They had damn well better. Eric's favorite fantasy species had always been the industrious dwarves. There was just something appealing about a bunch of buff midgets that did nothing but drink and work all day underground. Linda had always preferred the elves for their elegance and pretty features, something Eric had laughed at, considering that she married him. Eric was definitely more like a dwarf than an elf. Timmy had liked the halflings because of their carefree and fun nature. Eric smiled as he remembered the times Eric and Linda would play pretend with Timmy. Linda would of course play the part of the noble elf queen, while Eric would be a gruff dwarven king. He recalled the many fake arguments they had in front of Timmy while they were in character, Eric kneeling to simulate the height of a dwarf. Timmy would laugh at them as their fake arguing intensified until finally Eric and Linda would duel with fake swords Eric had carved by hand. Eric remembered clashing swords with Timmy, pretending to be the evilest evil lord, and letting Timmy eventually pull off the win with a well-placed stab. A single tear trailed down his cheek. Eric's hand began shaking hard. He'd never get to play swords or fake argue with his wife again. They were gone. Eric then began to weep, dropping the crossbow to the ground and bringing his knees to his chest. He cried for a long time before he finally heard something approaching his fort. He stilled his sobbing, bringing the crossbow to his chest. It was a single light pair of feet approaching. The cannibals were back again. They were going to kill him if he didn't kill them first. His breathing quickened and his right hand shook hard. Kill them first. He peeked over the barricade and fired his crossbow at the first moving thing he saw. The bolt punctured something and blood spurted, inciting a cry of agony. Eric blinked the tears from his eyes and saw what his bolt had struck. It hadn't been a cannibal. It was a goblin. It writhed on the ground, screaming as it squeezed its punctured knee. The bolt had pierced the bone and stuck out the other end. Eric blinked again. No, there weren't any cannibals. Just goblins. His hand shook slightly less at the realization, and he took a deep breath, loading another bolt. It was just a single goblin in the clearing, but he saw several shapes moving through the trees beyond. Some of them were goblins, yet some seemed quadrupedal. Were those wolves? He looked back to the writhing goblin he shot, sighting the burning torch on the ground next to it. Eric snarled at the sight. Trying to burn him out, were they? He'd teach them. Eric fired the second bolt, this one punching clean through its forehead. He then turned his attention to the wolves. Why were they coming in such close contact with goblins? They rarely ever approached humans, so why were they getting so close to gobs? Unless… Eric took a deep breath and removed his backpack, rummaging through it until he came up with a single stick of dynamite. He then stared as a dozen goblins riding on the backs of wolves emerged from the woods. The goblins all bore burning torches and short spears. Eric prayed that this would work, cause if it didn't, he'd have to spend days rebuilding his fortress. The wolf riders charged after the fort, their numbers coming as a wave over the clearing. The furry beasts weaved between the stumps as they ran, frothing at the mouth as their riders cackled madly. Eric lit his dynamite, the fuse slowly burning toward the stick. He then threw it far, the dynamite landing a good distance in front of the horde. Only a couple of goblins stopped in their tracks, seemingly wary of the mysterious object. The rest charged madly, cackling atop their furry mounts as they raised their torches. Soon they'd throw them at his wall. 5 goblins and their mounts were shredded to pieces when the dynamite finally went off, right when the center of the horde passed over it. Chunks of bloody green and furry meat flew as they were engulfed by the blast. Something chunked into the wood next to Eric, causing him to jump from surprise. A stone spearhead had launched up into the tower, lodging into his ceiling. That could have been his face. The loud noise seemed to have done the trick, and the wolves bucked off their riders as they sped off into the forest. The gobs dropped their torches and spears as they fell, and Eric quickly descended the rope. He brought out his katana as he ran for the gate, shoving it open and charging the confused goblins. Several had begun running away as they saw him, screaming as they went. Some of them would get away for sure, but those who were too slow got cut down. The blade bit through their green flesh easily, opening arteries and bleeding them out quickly. He chased other runners into the woods for little ways, killing around 10 more before he trudged back to base. Huffing and puffing, he walked through his open gate, closing it behind him and climbing back up to the top of his watchtower. He removed the crude stone spearhead and threw it out across the clearing. It landed in a twisted hunk of charred red meat. Eric slumped down against the barricade with a small sigh. Goblins could tame and ride wolves. Good to know. The problem now was the fact that the goblins were now trying to burn him out. What was he going to do about that? He couldn't hang around base all day, every day to watch for them. Eric would run out of dynamite eventually, and they'd get a couple lucky torches past him. Another project would need to be done, and it would be his greatest pain in the ass yet. He was going to have to dig a deep, wide trench all around his base. It would have to be at least halfway across the clearing, between his base and the forest. It would have to be deep enough that gobs couldn't climb out and wide enough that they couldn't hop over. The problem with that, though, was the time such a project would take. To dig a trench around his fort like what he wanted would take too long on his own. It would likely be winter before he was done. Eric shook his head. He wouldn't be doing that. It would be far easier if he simply set up some couched sharpened sticks. It would be in the same place as the theoretical trench, but it would stave off charging wolves. He could probably get that done in a couple of days if he only focused on doing that. He'd need to set up some impromptu landmines too. He had a couple of bombs left in his bag that should do the trick. That would help scare off the wolves again, but only so many times. His head slumped forward. What was he going to do? The goblins were going to come back eventually, and unlike the cannibals, they were absolutely going to destroy his home if he wasn't here to stop them. Maybe he should have built a secluded treehouse? Well, he'd do that if the gobs did burn down his fort. Eric hoped not. He busted his ass to build this fort, and he'd be damned if he'd let a bunch of ugly green booger men take it from him. Eric then stilled as he heard another pair of footsteps approaching his fort. They hadn't learned their lesson, had they? Eric brought out his crossbow, loading it with an angry sneer plastered on his face. The footsteps drew closer, and just as Eric was about to jump up and shoot, he heard a voice. A clear feminine voice. "Hello." The woman yelled, "Are you home?" Eric blinked. That was right. The elf girl. She really came to visit him after all. He stood from his watchtower, looking down at the short woman from his perch. She had a small backpack on today, but otherwise wore the same sturdy wool suit she had on yesterday. Eric squinted at her, and she waved at him. "So you are real." Eric screamed at her. She stopped in her tracks, likely shocked by his tone of voice. He cursed himself silently. "Sorry. Had a rough day. As you can see from the charred bits you're standing next to." He shouted at her. She then looked at the field of corpses around her, but she didn't seem surprised by the carnage. The elf girl did take notice of the bloody green meat chunks littering the clearing. Would she think he was a magician? He could spin it that way if he lied to her, but he didn't feel like it. He'd just say he used dynamite. They would have dynamite, right? Eric had no idea. "Well, don't just stand there. Come in before the gobs come back," he yelled. She nodded at this, keeping an eye on the trees as she approached the gate. Eric also scanned the tree line once more, but saw no army of pissed-off elves approaching. So it was really just her then? All right. He slid down the rope and pushed open the gate, seeing that, yes, the girl was still there. She stood silently before him with both her hands on the straps of her pack. They stared at one another in silence for a moment before Eric waved for her to enter, stepping aside. She pursed her lips and stepped inside his fortress, looking at his most recent construction. She seemed in awe at the tower, which filled Eric with a sense of pride. It was a damn fine tower if he did say so himself. She pointed to it, her jaw slightly agape. "You built that today? By yourself?" she asked, awed. Eric straightened his back and patted a firm support log on the tower. "Sure did," he shouted again, causing her to flinch back from him. He scratched his cheek. What had he done wrong? "What's wrong?" he shouted again. She took a long step back, toward the still open gate. What the hell was her problem? He lets her into his home, and she starts treating him like a freak? His right hand shook, and she took notice of this, pursing her lips further at the sight. "You're really loud," she said simply. Eric stammered, then put a hand to his mouth. Was he? Whenever he spoke, it was usually at a shout. It felt natural to him at this point. How did he speak back when he had regular social interaction? "I'm sorry," he whispered silently. Her ears seemed to lift up at his shift in tone, and that freaked him out. Eric himself took a step back at the sight. Would those ears detach and try to stab out his eyes? Could they fly off like that? She was an elf, but that didn't mean she was a Tolkien elf. She could be some kind of elf cyborg with detachable rocket parts for all he knew. His right hand shook further. Had to kill her before she killed. She giggled at him. "You know, if I wasn't an elf, I wouldn't have heard you at all." He stammered again, unable to find the proper words to respond. God above, why was it so hard to speak normally to this woman? He took a deep breath, calming his nerves and reducing the shake of his hand. Eric had been about to kill her. He needed to relax. She wasn't here to hurt him. She was just here to talk. "Take it easy, breathe." He did, and the elf girl gave him time to do so. "You wanted to listen," Eric started, speaking slowly in a low voice, "to my cassette?" She perked up, nodding enthusiastically, "Yes, please." That smile seemed so genuine. Eric didn't see the harm in playing a tape or two for her. Maybe she'd stay longer, talk with him more. He slung his pack off and rummaged through it until he found the small gray rectangle. He hadn't changed the tape that had been in it since the battle the other day. He pressed the play button, and immediately Fortress began playing. The elf girl began humming happily to the tune, gently swinging her head to the beat. It was a good song. He didn't fault the elf for her enjoying the tape. He simply stood there, watching her hum the tune until the song ended. She stared at the cassette with hungry eyes. "What had you called it? A cassette? Where did you get it? Is it an instrument? Why can it play so many instruments? What's the instrument that makes the blah blah sound? How long have you been here? Do you have any friends?" She asked each question faster than the last, and Eric took a step back. "Just cool your jets," he yelled at her. "I'll answer your questions, but ask him one at a time." She tilted her head to one side. "What's a jet?" Eric groaned. "It's a plane," he said, surprising himself with how level his voice had become. His right hand was barely shaking now. A good sign. Maybe he could talk like a normal person right now. He rounded her, closing the gate after scanning the trees one more time for invaders, elven or otherwise. None came. He closed the gate and turned back to the elf girl. She was gone. Eric gasped and looked all around for any trace of her, but she was simply gone. His right hand began shaking again. She really hadn't been real after all. No, she had gone invisible. He had to kill her before she could get the drop on. Yeah, he heard her from above him. This is a nice view. How did you build this in just a day? I know a whole band of mercenaries who can't even get half of this done in a week. A band of mercenaries? Whatever, he'd ask about it later. He looked above, seeing that she had scaled the rope and was leaning out over the barricade. I can see over the trees. She cooed. Maybe she was crazy too. He took another deep breath and exhaled slowly, calming himself. What's your name? He asked up at her. She looked down at him. I'm Scout. She said simply. Scout. Bit of a weird-ass name. Doesn't sound elven at all. He supposed that it could be like those guys who were named Hunter or Tanner and the like. Scout then jumped down from the top of the tower, bending her knees as she landed. He jumped back at the sudden motion, resisting the urge to brain her against the nearest hard object. She's not here to hurt you. Remember that. He took yet another deep breath. This was already more exhausting than building this tower had been. She looked up at him, beaming, "What's your name?" It was then that Eric noticed just how short Scout actually was. He was head and shoulders taller than her. What was she for 11 foot? Eric wasn't any taller than he was back on Earth. He furrowed his brow at the thought. Were things on Earth bigger than things on this planet? No, the trees and animals were the same size. Maybe elves were just short? Sure, Eric had been on the slightly taller side, but not to this degree. He thought back to the last cannibals he had fought before coming here. The big blue cannibals had been a head taller than him before he found Timmy, but just before he came here, he was eye level with them. Had they been getting smaller? Eric was a full-grown man. He couldn't have gotten any taller, unless… Scout said, interrupting his train of thought. You okay? Eric blinked. Yeah, got lost in my mind there. He told her with a wave of his hand, my name's Eric. Scout put a hand to her chest and took a step back from him, a faint tinge of red on her cheeks. What the hell was this about? Why you shouldn't just give your true name to someone you just met? She stammered, it's unseemly. Eric stared. What the fuck are you babbling about? Eric screamed, you asked me for my name. She took another step back from him. Are you a Northman? She asked him. What the hell did that have to do with anything? He decided to answer the question anyway, not wanting the conversation, as odd as it was, to end. Eric nodded to her. I'm from Canada, so yes. He trailed off. Canada wasn't a thing in this world. Oddly, she gave a relieved sigh. Okay, I don't know where that is, but it makes sense that you'd give me your real name if you were from the north. Eric stared. What? She asked, crossing her arms under her breasts and knitting her brows together. Nothing about what she had just said had made an ounce of sense to him. Why the hell would he have to be from the north to use his damn name? Did that mean that Scout wasn't her real name? Was this some weird cultural thing? Probably. Scout then relaxed her posture and took a breath. Can I give you a title? I'd feel more comfortable speaking with you if you had one. She told him. Eric blinked at her. A title? Like what? She asked to give him a title. Would she leave if he said no? He'd rather not take the risk. Call me whatever you want. I don't care. He said with a wave of his hand. Okay. She beamed again, uncrossing her arms. What was with this girl's rapid change in mood? Was she bipolar or something? She kept jumping from scared to pissed to peppy. Don't be offended, but I think a good title for you would be Savage. What? Savage? He furrowed his brow. Should he be pissed about her designation? Eric then thought of the corpses on sticks outside and found himself nodding. Yeah, that's fine. He confirmed. Okay, Savage, she said with a smile. Do you have somewhere we can sit down? He pointed his thumb to his cabin. Got a chair in there, but I don't think you'll want to sit on it. Scout then frowned. Why not? Goblin bones actually make really good furniture, was his response. She stared at him, jaw slightly agape. Let's just sit outside. It ain't that cold, he said with a shrug. She did decide to name him Savage after all. She shouldn't be surprised, especially considering that she walked through a veritable war crime to get here. She scratched her cheek, and after a moment, she nodded, plopping down cross-legged. Eric sat down and crossed his own legs, staring into Scout's green eyes. What should he talk about? 10 ravings. Scout set her pack on the ground next to her after made herself comfy on the cold dirt inside Savage's fortress. Scant few leaves surrounded the two of them, indicating that Savage had raked most of them out or stored them somewhere. He wore a set of what looked to be homemade bone armor, with an interlocking ribcage breastplate, kneecap knee pads, and what looked to be a femur battle skirt of all things. It reached down above his knees, and the femurs clacked against each other with every one of his movements. What looked like foot bones made up the pauldrons, with several other leg and arm bones tied together to cover his limbs. He wore no helmet, but she wouldn't put it past him to fashion one later. Considering what he had just told her about the chair in his cabin, this armor was made out of goblin bones. She saw that he wore a chainmail shirt below the armor, but seemed to be a tad too small for his frame. The cloth of his shirt strained against the chain armor, pressing out in between the ringlets. Savage hadn't been wearing any armor the night she first saw him. He must have found the chain recently, and as for the bone armor, well, he would have to replace the bones when they got broken. Maybe that's what had happened. His previous set had been destroyed, and he delved into the caverns to collect more goblin bones. What kind of nutcase would you have to be to want to wear something like that? A madman. A savage. He sat right across from her, staring intensely with a clenched jaw. That did make her nervous, but it was nothing compared to Prowler's angry gaze. She didn't come unprepared either, and still had the speed potion in her pouch. Technically, she wasn't supposed to be talking with Savage, but Prowler didn't have to know about it. When she made her report yesterday, he had ordered her to check on him regularly. She was supposed to tell Prowler if Savage began poking through the caves down below. Prowler really didn't want anyone else besides the Blackwings doing that. But so far Savage seemed content staying in his fortress. Prowler knew that Savage had cleaned out one cave already, but he theorized that Savage was merely trying to clean out the goblin filth around his land. Prowler didn't think that there was anything important in the caves around Savage's fort, but he wanted to explore them first. Prowler still wouldn't tell her why they had come here, but it had something to do with the caves. Their employer, whoever that was, must have thought there was something valuable in the twisting caverns below this forest, though Scout had no idea as to what. Prowler had forbidden her from exploring them. He cited the goblins as the reason, but was that really the case? She knew how to hide her scent from gobs, so it wasn't that he feared her getting caught by them. Maybe. Her curiosity piqued, and she grit her teeth. Scout would have to try her hardest to resist the urge to go delving into the caves down below, but she knew that eventually she'd succumb to her urges. Kinda like what was happening now. Savage and Scout stared into one another's eyes for a long while, not blinking. Her eyes began to sting when Savage finally spoke. "I think," he began, voice low and rough, "that we should take turns with our questions. I ask one, you ask one, and so on," he said. She looked to his right hand. It barely shook. That was good. It was odd how Prowler and Savage had the same tell for their state of mind. At least, so far that was the one identical characteristic she had spotted between them. The shaking of their right hand was a giveaway to their mental state. If she could help Savage with his state of mind, would she be able to do the same for Prowler? It hadn't worked any of the previous times she'd tried, but she still held out hope that he would get better eventually. Scout nodded at his words, and he nodded in turn. "Okay, so," he said, seemingly at a loss for what to ask her. Eventually, he came up with a single question. "Are dwarves real?" She stared at him. Was he joking with her? He seemed completely serious. Scout let the question hang in the air until finally responding. "Yes," she said flatly. Oddly, Savage smirked, nodding to himself contentedly. "Awesome," he said simply. He really was mad, but she already knew that. Had he never seen a dwarf before? They were almost as common as humans. What if he grew up in this forest, raised by wolves and the like? No. If he was raised by wolves, then he'd be clad in a loincloth and sleeping in the caves. He was, or had been, a civilized man. The longhouse and walls she suspected he built attested to that. What had driven him to this state? Savage then began rummaging through his bag, pulling out several sticks and layering them over each other to form a teepee. He then brought out some dry autumn leaves, crunching them up and placing them beneath the sticks. Savage was starting a fire? Where was his flint and steel? He then brought out this odd little yellow device the size of her thumb. Savage rubbed his finger down a metal circle near its top, and a flame appeared from atop the device. She stared in awe. This wasn't a spell. Savage hadn't said anything to cast it. He then stuck the miniature flame into the tinder, setting it alight. He then let go of the red pad underneath his thumb, extinguishing the flame. She pointed to it. "What is that thing?" she asked as he blew into the flame. Eric looked to it, then back to her. "It's a lighter." "A lighter?" It was so neat. Could it do that forever? Or did it need to be replaced? Did it take fuel, or was it a magic item? She opened her mouth to ask, but Savage spoke first. "Why is there two moons?" he asked her. She stared again, dumbfounded. "Because," she responded. Savage frowned at her. "Really?" "Because." Scout sputtered. It's just the way it's always been." "Why wouldn't there be two moons?" Eric waved a hand dismissively. "Never mind, you go," he told her. His right hand was still only shaking lightly, almost imperceptible. "So, is the lighter magic?" she asked, inciting a laugh from Savage. "Nah." Scout narrowed her eyes and pouted. "It's filled with something called butane," he told her. Butane? What was that? Some kind of flammable liquid, like gasoline? She had never heard of it before. Not exactly her field of expertise. If Prowler had recruited an alchemist, then maybe she could find out. But she wouldn't want that to happen to another poor soul. Eric coughed and scratched his beard. The flame was quickly eating into the sticks. Soon they would have a nice little campfire to keep them warm. "What's this world called?" he asked her, tone completely serious. Scout threw her hands up in frustration. "Are you messing with me or something?" Eric's right hand began to shake at a slightly higher frequency. "Are you going to answer or not?" he shouted at her, causing her to flinch. Savage was scary as hell. She needed to use softer tones if she wanted to sate her curiosity about him to the fullest. "It's Earth," she said, voice gentle. Eric stared again, eyebrow raised. "No, it isn't," he said, shaking his head. "Yeah, it is." She responded softly. "It's named after the Earth Mother. You know, the great goddess? Kind of a big deal." Eric remained silent and put a shaky hand to his forehead. This is fucked. What was the issue here? Why was the name Earth such a problem for him? This is so fucked. He mumbled to himself. Am I in the future? Or in the past? No, definitely not MY Earth. Just a coincidence. He continued. There are two moons. The moon didn't split. Scout stared again. She was going to have to assume that he was a bumpkin who barely knew how to breathe from this point on. That would save her from staring in shock. At least she hoped so. "So," she said, interrupting his mad muttering. "Where are you from?" "Canada," he said simply, then continued muttering, "Can't be Earth. How would dwarves evolve on Earth? The scars on the two moons are different than the one on Earth, and the stars are all wrong. Gotta see a map of the world sometime. See if the continents are shaped similar." "Yeah." She cleared her throat to get his attention. He looked up sharply at her. "You got a map of the world on you?" he asked her. She shook her head. "Nope, but I do have a map of the country. You want to see it?" He nodded enthusiastically. She then rummaged through her own bag, pulling out a long scroll of parchment. She slowly handed it to him, and he took it gently, unrolling the paper and reading the map. After a few moments, he nodded to himself assuredly, his shaking hand almost stilling. "Yep, there's no way this is MY Earth," he said matter-of-factly. "Whatever you say, Savage," she said as he handed back the parchment. The flame was now a comfy orange, the sticks engulfed entirely. Savage began stacking more sticks, making sure not to smother the flames before they could grow in strength. The fire caught in his eyes, and he smiled at his little fire. Was he a pyromaniac? He might be. There were a couple of guys back at camp that were like that. Now, what did he mean when he said my Earth? What was he on about when he was talking about the two moons? The scars are different? The stars are wrong? Savage may actually be madder than Prowler. "Do you have any friends around here?" Scout asked. Savage blinked and sat back from the flame, leaning back on both hands. He then shook his head solemnly. "No friends anywhere," he said silently. Scout frowned. "Poor guy. What happened to them?" she asked. Savage shook his head. "It's my turn." She sat back and nodded. "Do you got any friends around here?" he asked her, narrowing his eyes. "I wouldn't exactly call them friends. There's only one of them I care anything for," she said with a wave of her hand. "You should stay away from them, Savage. They aren't good people." "That include you?" he asked her flatly. She remained silent for a long while. "Yes, it does," she told him. They both remained quiet for a long time, staring into the flames as the sky began to darken. Had they really been sitting here for that long? Time flies when you're having fun. Was this fun? Scout considered. Yes, it was fun in a way. The constant sense of danger and uncovering a mystery was such a thrill to her. "Why are they bad?" he asked her. "I helped make them that way," she said slowly. What? He asked her. What's that supposed to mean? The firelight underlit his face as he leaned forward, face unreadable. His hand shook only lightly. I would rather not say. If that's all right with you. Since I won't answer this one, you can ask another question, shoot. Scout told Savage, looking to the dirt in shame. That gnawing guilt came back, eating at her core for what she had done to those poor men back in camp. Sure, the newest members had all joined willingly. The brand hadn't been required for them. Not that it even worked anymore. The charges had long since been used up. That was why Medic had to be kept under guard. He didn't have a brand, just like Scout herself. Unlike Medic, though, Scout was loyal. Medic may not be with the Blackwings willingly, but at least he had a chance of one day being free. But the first couple hundred men she found, they would be bound to Prowler until he died, and she had led him right to them. So if they're all bad people, including yourself, your boss must be the king asshole. Who is he? Savage asked, his right hand shaking slightly faster. His name is Prowler. He's our boss, and really he isn't so bad. He just has a temper, that's all. She said, slightly offended by the name Savage granted Prowler. He really is a good guy at heart. He just gets mixed up sometimes. He'll get better, he always does. What was she doing? Scout had intended to just brush off the question like the one previous, but having the chance to talk to someone outside of the Blackwings for once felt so liberating. She had so much she wanted to vent about, and here Savage was, ready to listen. Really, he's the closest thing to a father I've ever had, you know? He told me that he didn't want me working for him, right? But I insisted on it. I pretty much forced him to have me work for him. I had to. I couldn't leave him behind. I couldn't dash. She took a deep breath. Sorry, I lost myself there. So he's your dad? He asked, leaning back away from the fire. It was then that Scout noticed that she had leaned towards Savage in her tirade, something that Savage clearly didn't appreciate, giving his body language. He looked akin a compressed spring, ready to jump at the first quick motion. Slowly, she leaned back, keeping an eye on Savage's shaking hand. Getting too close like that really upped the frequency. Sorry again. And no, he's not my dad. He'd the closest thing I have to it, though. She said quietly, You're fine, but keep your distance. He said, frowning at her, And for the love of God, would you quit moving so damn fast? She nodded. What had he went through to be so scared of quick movements? Scout understood sudden jerks could make one flinch, but she didn't feel like she was moving that fast. Could it be the goblins that made him this way? Having to look out for any sudden movements while hunting in the woods or building his fort had likely kept him alive thus far. So, if you don't mind me asking, what made you so, jumpy? Scout asked. Savage actually looked surprised by the question and kept silent a long while before he answered. He told her a story that shocked and absorbed her. A struggle to survive, isolated from family and friends on hostile land. Savage told her that it wasn't this forest they were in currently that made him this way. He kept referring to the land he was stranded upon as the peninsula. It was a horrid place infested with disgusting multi-limbed monstrosities and aggressive human natives. The humans he described were primitive, using only the most basic tools and wearing practically nothing. What caught her interest the most was his description of the obsidian ruins and artifacts that resided in the caves beneath the peninsula. Cyclopean and unknowable to mortal minds, they could bring the dead back to life. Although eventually those revived would become the twisted monsters Savage had described to her earlier in the tale. He'd been living there for months apparently, before somehow finding himself transported into a cave. The very same cave he had emerged from when Scout first laid eyes upon him. There, in that goblin cave, resided the same obsidian gates that could be found on the peninsula. Her curiosity soared to the sky as he described the artifacts and ruins. Scout would have to go into the caves now, with or without Prowler knowing. What if that was why the Blackwings were here? Had their employer hired them to find these artifacts? Savage spoke of the ancient devices with clear disdain and vitriol, mouth frothing as he raved about how evil they were. She did not interrupt him. The shaking of his hand was at an all-time high, and the slobber at his mouth didn't help with calming her down. This wasn't anything she hadn't seen before, unfortunately. She knew when she'd have to run. It seemed that the only similarity between Prowler and Savage when it came to their madness was the shaking of their right hand and their anger. Prowler did not froth and rave, not with the intensity that Savage did. Those fucking bastards took everything from me. Cross too, that son of a bitch. I'll pluck his eyes out in hell. He went on like that for a long time, Scout keeping silent the entire time. She knew that if she spoke or even moved, that Savage might lunge for her right then and there. A feeling of unease crept in over the course of his rant. She wanted to be away from here, but feared angering Savage. She kept a firm hand on the potion in her pocket, something that Savage thankfully took no notice of during his rant. She tuned him out as she came to a realization. That had been his first night here, and the clearing certainly hadn't been here before. How was it possible that he cleared all those trees and built this fort by himself? She thought she'd seen fresh sawdust, but had chalked that up to the sawed sticks jammed into the stumps. Clearly he was capable of some kind of magic. There was no way one man could cut down trees and build a fortress this quickly without some kind of magical aid. Was he a druid? She immediately struck that from her mind. A druid wouldn't murder the trees of his forest for any reason. So what was he? She thought on that a long while, observing Savage as he angrily waved his arms to and fro. She couldn't find any sort of markings or magic items on his person. No wand, no robe, nothing. Scout eventually gave up on this line of thinking. She'd ask him about it another time, assuming that he was going to stop his mad tirade. Eventually, after a lot more screaming, his mood calmed, and the shaking of his hand was almost stilled. He fell silent at the end of his rave for a long time. Scout still didn't speak. Even though he claimed that the ancient civilization and Cross took everything from him, he didn't say exactly what they had done to him. Who was Cross? Savage talked about him with particular hate, sometimes referring to him as the Red Man. Savage said quietly, head slumped to his chest. I'm sorry. Scout took a deep breath. Are you okay now? Savage nodded in response, looking up with bloodshot brown eyes. There was a deep agony there, barely suppressed. Whatever had happened to him, it had been Cross's fault, along with the creators of the artifacts. She would have to keep that in mind when eventually she took a trip down below into those depths. Scout would have to find a way to relay some of this information to Prowler, but she'd have to omit a lot of it. She didn't want to give Prowler a reason to come out to Savage's fort. Best that he thought Savage was just that, a wild man who just wanted to be left alone. She felt bad about lying to Prowler, but she didn't want this on her conscience. Savage was just a man who recently went through daunting trials. He'd get out of his madness one day. She couldn't say the same for Prowler. She inwardly grimaced at that. Looks like she finally admitted it to herself. There was no saving Prowler, but she still couldn't bring herself to leave him. I'm crazy. You know that, right? You shouldn't come back. He told her, gaze level with hers. Scout stared at him. He was right. He was crazy, and she shouldn't come back. Yet, she was still curious about him. And if she could actually help someone with their madness, perhaps that would make her feel better about her failure to save Prowler. She smiled warmly at Savage, a confused furrowing of his brow the response. I'll be back again. Can't say when, but if you're home, I'll come knocking. He stared at her, like she was an exotic bird that had just told him the sky was purple. Looking at the darkening sky, she pursed her lips. She had work to do tonight. Scout would have to go farther into the forest than she ever had before, and she was wasting time. She couldn't help it, of course, but the guilt of letting Prowler down got to her. I have to get going, Savage. It was nice talking with you. Stay safe, all right, she told him. Savage continued to stare for a long while as she rose slowly to her feet, dusting off her outfit and walking toward the gate with careful steps. He then stood and marched right up to the gate, pushing it open for her. You too. See you later, he said, the words seeming to surprise him. See you. She finished, stepping through the gate. She moved through the horrifying clearing of stumps and strung-up corpses, not looking back until she reached the treeline. Scout looked back to see that the gate was still open, Savage watching as she left. Then she disappeared into the woods, carrying out her mission after redonning her body glove. Eventually, she reached what had to be the center of the forest, and what she found there terrified her and sent her running straight back to camp to report to Prowler. You know, I was thinking about it, but you guys want to play the forest sometime? My Steam name is the same as this name here, so you can add me if you want. Be warned though, I'm not on very often. I got work, my family, and of course, my writing to take up my time. It could be a while before we join together as the Dad Collective. 11. Goblin Odor Blocker Max. Eric hummed a tune as he drove another slanted stake into the soil, the long piece of wood sharpened to pierce any gobs dumb enough to charge through blindly. He had started the morning after Scout left his home, finding himself oddly giddy as he rose to start today's work. She was going to come back to talk to him. Even after his mad tirade when he showed the extent of his wrath, she still said she'd come back. It was so nice to finally talk to someone again. When would she come back, he wondered. Scout had said that she didn't know exactly when she'd be back, so probably not today then. He just had a feeling. That thought put a small frown on his face. But hey, she was still going to be back when she could. It was noon now, and he had his fortress almost completely ringed with stakes. You'd have to be a prime moron to try a cavalry charge now. It was then that another idea struck him. He should clutter the clearing with logs and other debris. That way it would slow the goblins' approach, and he could lay out traps throughout it randomly. The result would look like a veritable junkyard, with standing logs for deadfalls and rock swing traps placed here and there, indistinguishable from the other detritus. He'd leave the goblin bodies that got mulched by the traps for that extra layer of psychological warfare. That would be easier to make than a trench, surely. The clutter would have to be outside the stake barricade, of course. Yeah, that would be his next project. Scout will have surely come back by time he was done with it. The next time he saw her, he'd tell her where he was going to place his traps. He'd hate to have her spring them and get killed. His traps were usually fatal. Eric looked to the tree line. He hoped she was okay. He furrowed his brow. What if she got caught by the goblins? That thought made his right hand begin quaking. Perhaps he should be more proactive when it came to his little green neighbors' existences. There were probably more caves around here, right? He gulped at the thought. Eric had been putting off searching out the caves, because put simply, he didn't want to go back. When he first came here, he thought that he'd be gradually cleaning out the caves, but he had been so happy with building up his fortress that he'd pushed that to the very back of his to-do list. A feeling of intense guilt suddenly washed over him as he remembered something. The women. Good God, he'd completely forgotten about them. The building and goblin slaughter had completely engulfed his mind. How many could he have saved by now? Eric clenched his teeth. He'd not be finishing defenses today, not until he finished cleaning out at least one cave. Nodding to himself, he marched for the tree line, axe in hand. He then slowed, looking back to his fortress. Would they attack while he was gone? It was possible, but hopefully his effigies would keep them away for a while yet. He took a deep breath, looking back to the forest. It was time again to delve into the dark caverns beneath his feet. His hand began shaking further, and he dropped his axe to still his quivering fist. He breathed deeply, keeping his intake of air even as he exhaled. Soon his hands shaking reduced to but a light jitter. They were just goblins. They were nothing compared to the cannibals, but that didn't mean that he should run in there blind. He looked to a nearby effigy, a body that had been hung up with all of its limbs snapped in the wrong directions. Eric paid particular attention to the long, curved nose on its face. Their noses were sharp, that much was certain. If he walked in, would they be able to sniff him out immediately? He thought for a moment. He didn't want them knowing he was in their caves unless he wanted them to. How would he cover up his scent? He picked up his axe and paced back and forth for a few minutes. It would have to be something they wouldn't think twice about sniffing. If any alien scent wafted in, they would know something was wrong. So he couldn't smother his smell with smoke or urine. Then it hit him. What would be a better scent to use as a mask other than goblin innards? Should he wrap them around him like a scarf or just drench himself in blood? He approached a nearby effigy, ready to split the stomach open and pull out the mushy rope inside. He paused again. These corpses have all begun to rot. Perhaps they would be able to tell the difference between fresh and rotting goblin. Easy fix, he just needed to find a fresh one. Eric only needed to wander for a bit, and he'd come across them in time. He finally entered the forest and began wandering in a random direction, quickly losing himself in the foliage. He pulled out his compass, seeing that he was heading southward. He used his axe to mar the trees he passed with a deep gouge. That way he'd be able to find his way back to camp after today's goblin cleansing. It didn't take much wandering until he heard a rustling behind some bushes ahead of him. He grinned as he readied his axe. Here came his fresh meat. A man then pushed his way through the bush, looking frustrated. He was a short man, likely only a few inches taller than Scout, and with an angry, low-browed face. Long dark hair fell down to his shoulders, the sunlight reflecting off the greasy mop. He wore what looked to be a black tailored uniform with silver buttons and a shiny breastplate that parted the folds of his overcoat. His clean-shaven face was marred with a long vertical scar that ran from his left temple to his jaw. He must have been cut by a blade to receive such a clean scar, a sharp blade. He then sighted Eric and pulled out a long sword from a leather sheath. Eric readied his axe, and they stared at one another for a long while. The man maintained his glare and began circling around Eric, who matched the movement, circling in the opposite direction. Soon they were standing opposite one another again, with Eric's back to the bushes this time. The man then began backing away into the forest, keeping his eye on Eric as he went, blade still drawn. Eric stared, ready to charge him the instant the stranger showed a lick of aggression. When the swordsman was far enough away, Eric slowly pushed his way back through the bushes, maintaining sight on the stranger as he went. After he was through the bushes, he peered over them, seeing that the stranger was still keeping sight on Eric. He returned the wary stare, continuing to back away as they went. It continued that way until the man was out of sight. Eric stood there for a few minutes, waiting to see if the stranger would return. He did not. Eric took a deep breath. That was not what he had been expecting, and giving the man's reaction to seeing Eric, he felt the same. Who was that guy? Was he going to be a problem later? Should he have killed him and wore his bones? He shook his head at the thought. He had plenty of goblin bones still, and that guy had left him alone. But what if he came back with more goons? Was he one of the bad people Scout had warned him about? Best to keep his head on a swivel, just in case. Should he have tried to talk to the guy? No, he didn't look like he wanted any conversation. If he wanted to talk, he would have spoken to Eric. He then found the stranger's tracks and rose an eyebrow. Where exactly had he come from? Eric then began following the man's tracks backward. Eric moved between trees and climbed over bushes for an hour before finally coming to the track's origin. It was a small break in the trees, the only thing breaking the flat earth being a gaping mouth of a cave. It was a narrow entrance, underneath a small, dead, grass-covered hillside. Eric stared at the ground around that gaping maw, finding several small prints in the dirt. This was a goblin cave, all right. There were also larger boot prints in the soil that led into the cave, with the strangers stopping just before the entrance and circling back. He cocked his head at this. Had the stranger left his companions behind to deal with the caves by themselves? The short spacing between the swordsman's boot prints indicated that he hadn't ran away. What was the story here? There were 4 sets of boot prints, including the stranger's. Maybe he snuck off while the 3 others descended? He looked to the sun. It was hanging closer to the horizon now. Maybe it was 3 in the afternoon. He still had time. Eric would explore for an hour, clean out the goblins, and save whoever was down there. He nodded to himself as he took a long step toward the mouth of the cave. Then he stopped. He still didn't have his odor blocker on. Some gory deodorant would ensure that the gobs wouldn't sniff him out. He still had some time. There had to be a goblin hunting around here somewhere, right? Like that one that killed the rabbit. Why hadn't that one sniffed him out? It clicked then. He had been covered in fresh goblin blood from head to foot after he had cleaned out that first cave. There was no way it could have known Eric had been behind it. Then that other one sniffed him out after he was clean of gore. That confirmed it. Eric now knew that he needed some fresh goblin gore to cover his own odor. He then passed the cave mouth into the forest beyond. Keeping his eyes peeled and ears open, he hunted. It seemed like this part of these woods were mostly pine trees. Good to know. The green needles were a welcome sight, and he'd definitely be collecting some later to make tea. Pine tree resin would be useful to collect as well, for it was a natural adhesive and antiseptic. He just needed to discern which ones were red and white pines. Red pines were great for construction and flame-making purposes, while white pines were the best for medicinal needs. He approached what he believed to be a white pine, placing the flat of his hand against the bark. It was reddish-brown in color, perhaps a darker gray. The bark was layered like irregular scales, broken up in uneven blocks. This had to be a white pine, Eric decided after pulling the bark off easily. It was a living tree, but the white pine's outer bark was flaky. He felt his gut begin to rumble and frowned. There was another use for pine sap. He found a low-hanging branch and held it still, chopping the limb off near the tip. He looked to the tree and apologized for his crime. He waited for a bit until some fresh, sticky sap poured from the wound. He dabbed it with his finger and put the dab in his mouth, chewing the sap like bubble gum. He put a couple more dabs in his mouth to chew and continued his hunt. Chewing sap like gum helped curb hunger pains, and indeed, after some rigorous chewing, his growling stomach no longer inconvenienced him. Eric didn't want to eat anything in case he had a reason to puke in the cave, so pine resin would do for his growling gut for now. Yeah, he'd definitely be coming back here later for some more sap. He could make pitch from this sap too. All he needed was a binder, like ground or powdered rabbit dropping or cattail head fibers. He could think of quite a few uses for pitch, such as a wolf lunged for him from behind a tree, a snarling goblin atop its back. The gray wolf was huge, coming up to Eric's waist with a slavering maw of sharp teeth. He lifted his axe, the wolf's powerful teeth clamping down onto the haft of the weapon. The goblin stabbed at his head with its spear at the same time, and he barely moved his head to the side of the spear point. The stone head sliced open his cheek, and Eric snarled at the ugly little bastard. The wolf landed and pulled, trying to take Eric's weapon from him. The goblin thrust again, the blade stabbing his armored chest. Air was expelled from Eric as the crude point jammed into the chainmail. The point thankfully didn't penetrate the links, but it felt like he'd just been punched in the diaphragm. Eric then began spinning, screaming in rage as the wolf left the earth, still biting into his axe. The goblin thrusted again, but missed Eric's face by a few inches. The wolf whined as Eric accelerated, the teeth of the beast bending outward. Soon the wolf was forced to let go, and it and the goblin went flying. The wolf impacted against a tree and struggled to rise to its feet, stumbling as it went. The goblin had landed on its back, spear lost somewhere on the forest floor. It struggled to stand as well, and Eric himself felt a little wobbly. All three of them had just spun a great deal, and to Eric's eyes, the world was tilted. He took a step toward the wolf and almost fell over, catching himself on a tree. He blinked his eyes quickly and stood tall again, sighting the wolf, who also stood straight. The goblin was on all fours now, hurling its lunch into the dirt. The wolf ran for Eric, but tripped on its front leg, landing on its side right in front of him. Eric delivered a swift chop to the beast's throat, not wanting its death to be prolonged. It kicked as blood fountained from the gaping wound, its yellow eyes slowly closing after it finished its struggling. Eric felt an odd sense of guilt at seeing the poor thing die, but it was him or the wolf. He then looked to the kneeling goblin, who was shaking its head as it tried to rise. Eric grinned as he stepped toward it, his steps only slightly wobbly now. The goblin then looked up, seeing the macabre sight of Eric looming over it, grinning madly with all teeth on display. The goblin's screams echoed throughout the forest as Eric prepared his unorthodox odor blocker. 12. Second Descent. Eric took a whiff of himself, taking in the sickly coppery smell of the goblin blood he had drenched himself in. He had considered wrapping some of the intestines around himself and knotting them just in case, but the goblin that killed the rabbit the other day hadn't noticed him when he was just soaked in blood. Again, he had become the Red Man, and was painted head to foot in goblin blood. The substance was very sticky for blood, more so than any other Eric had felt. He briefly wondered as to why that was, but he was far from being an expert on this subject. He could track a blood trail, sure, but he didn't know what was going on at the cellular level. That kind of knowledge was reserved for eggheads. Eric moved into the cave slowly, using the daylight outside to light his path. He would take out his flashlight only if needed. There were no batteries on alien planets. At least, he didn't believe there were. Eric didn't want to use his lighter either. He was uncertain how much longer it would keep going. Starting fire without a lighter was possible, of course, but it could be a miserable process depending on conditions. It wouldn't be too hard for him to fashion a bow drill once his lighter went out, but Eric enjoyed the convenience of his CIL buddy. Eric supposed that he could just light up one of the torches he had in his bag once daylight ceased reaching into the depths. Sure enough, he had to do exactly that when he reached the bottom of the decline. The tunnel had flattened into a straight path ahead, the width enough for two people to walk through side by side with generous amounts of elbow room. Before he ignited the torch in his bag, he peered into the gaping black maw of the tunnel, trying to discern any moving shapes. Either there was nothing ahead, or whatever creature hiding was doing a damned good job of it. Eric lit up his torch and moved forward, his footsteps echoing quietly. If the goblins could hear the echoes, then they might think something was wrong. He adjusted his movements as he went, adopting a low crouch and stepping lightly. The echo was still there, but very faint to his ears. The orange glow on the old rock corridor grimly reminded him of his spelunking back on the peninsula. He half expected a cannibal mutant freak to leap out at him, screeching like a feral beast as it tried to rend Eric's flesh apart. He put aside the awful memories, furrowing his brow in an effort to focus. After a full minute of sneaking, The light of his torch illuminated a fork in the tunnel. Not knowing which one to go with, he opted to take a left. If needed, he could find his way back here. The cool temperature of the cave was almost comfortable, but still a little too chilly for his taste. He wondered as to where Scout could be at this moment. He hoped she was safe. These woods were no place for a little lady like her, especially with these little green freaks running around. Then again, she was clearly capable when it came to sneaking around. On top of that, she had her weird invisisuit. Eric could spot her, sure, but a goblin? Not a chance in hell. She'd be okay. Eric kept walking until he saw an unmoving shape on the ground. It was just ahead of him, a few dozen paces at most, but he couldn't quite make out what it was. He crept forward, readying his axe for a killer swing, but lowered it as he saw the form for what it was. It was a corpse. A goblin corpse that had been run through the chest. Eric assumed that it had been a sword that had done the deed, for the exit wound out the back was the same diamond shape as the entry wound. Blood pooled around the corpse, yellow eyes glassy and dead. Eric was almost surprised, but remembered the 3 sets of tracks that had descended into the cave. Perhaps they were clearing it out? If so, then Eric might not have that much work to do after all. Were they here to save the women? If so, then they couldn't be the bad people Scout warned him of, right? Bad guys don't typically go out saving people on a whim, but perhaps he was assuming too much. He had no idea why these people were in the cave. Best not to have any expectations for what was coming next. Well, besides more dead goblins, which he did find. He passed through sodden, mildew-smelling chambers in the cave as he moved forward. Moist hay had been piled randomly throughout these spaces in what looked like bedding. There were more forks in his descent, but Eric didn't fear getting lost, as he had been following a trail of dead goblins. If he decided it was time to head out, he could follow the corpse trail back easily. Eric was curious as to just what else these strangers might be looking for. They weren't looting the place as far as he could see, as each chamber he wandered through had stores of unopened barrels, chests, crates, and other assorted containers filled with random assorted junk. Eric himself fully intended on looting the place when he was done cleaning it out. What would he do if they demanded a share of the loot? Eric supposed that it would only be fair, considering that he hadn't gotten here first. What if they demanded all of it? He would solve that scenario if, or when it happened. He needed to concentrate. Eric narrowed his eyes as he passed another goblin corpse, this one with its brains spattered across the wall of the stone corridor. The light of his torch reflected off the oily meat on display, and he sneered in disgust. Not at the corpse, at the foul smell just ahead of him. The corridor curved into yet another chamber up ahead, and that was where the odor originated. Eric was sure of it. Its scent was like rotting flesh that had been marinated in raw sewage over the course of several weeks. It was almost as bad as that baby cave back on the peninsula. Eric halted in his tracks at the thought. The first Virginia he'd ever fought had caught him off guard there in that pit. He'd not have that happen again. He took out a Molotov from his bag, making sure that his axe was in a good position to be quickly drawn after throwing the cocktail. His torch was still going strong, an anchor to protect his mind from the maddening darkness all around him. He took a deep breath and rounded the corner. The stench hit him even harder then. The sewer meat smell amplified by several degrees as he stared in horror at what lay in the room. Old rotten wood buckets of vile muggy water sat stacked in a line at the end of the chamber. Dead goblin children lay spattered and decapitated before them, along with the bodies of several women. All were naked. Some of their torsos burst open from the inside out. The mutant babies within had all been bludgeoned with a large boot against the floor, ending them before their life could truly begin. The women without burst open torsos bore wounds from a blade, all driven through the throat. The size of the wound exactly matching that of one of the dead goblins above. That same diamond shape. Eric came to a realization then, one that boiled his blood with wrath. The men that had gotten here before him had done this, and he would make them pay. They could have been saved. They hadn't bloated up yet. His right hand shook furiously as he discarded all regards for stealth, charging back the way he had come, all the way back to the entrance of the cave. Eric didn't want to risk missing them as he searched the cave. They had to die. And so, he waited, just above the mouth of the cavern, axe in hand, ready to fall upon the first man out of the cave. He doused his torch and tossed the mostly used-up tool aside in anger, the stick landing softly in a pile of autumn leaves. Time passed, but Eric was too furious to notice as the lights slowly began to darken around him. The light of dusk reflected off his bloody red form as he crouched silently over the mouth, his eyes as wide as they could possibly go and hand quaking. Time did not exist to Eric LeBlanc at this moment, for maintaining his killer patience took all his attention. The dark night that descended was barely illuminated by the red and green crescent moons overhead. Just as Eric's patience was beginning to fray, he heard voices approaching. They echoed up to him from the stone corridor, along with their heavy footfalls. 3 men in all, matching the tracks he had found earlier. He strained his ears to hear what was being said. "I don't like that Prowler wants us to kill the womenfolk when we find him. It ain't proper." One man, gruff and wizened, said, "They aren't here for cave exploring, they're just poor souls that got unlucky. Don't understand why we gotta kill him off." Another voice belonging to what sounded like a younger man scoffed, "We're branded. We have to do what he tells us. I don't like it either, but that bitch Scout made us his slaves." Eric frowned at hearing the words, anger receding only slightly. Scout made them into prowlers what? He remembered what he had asked her, about why her companions were bad. "I helped make them that way." Eric shook his head. Prowler was ordering these men to kill the women. For what purpose, Eric had no idea. Based on the way those guys down there were talking, they weren't keen on killing the women. Why didn't they disobey? The younger guy had said that they were branded and had to do whatever Prowler said, right? Was this some kind of magic deal? Were they being mind-controlled? The shaking of his right hand slowed down as the possibilities rolled through his mind. It wasn't long before the 3 men who had entered the cave were out of the cave mouth, still chatting up a storm. They did not see Eric as they passed right under him, only a few feet from one another. Should he kill them anyway? It wasn't their fault they were slaves to Prowler, but if more women were going to be killed by them, then he couldn't let them live. Eric couldn't make out many details from what he could see of the 3 figures, other than their size. The first 2 were near identical in shape and size, the only difference being the slight stoop in one's shoulders. That had to be the older guy, Eric realized. The third shape was a hulking brute of a man, almost as large as the hobgoblin Eric had fought the other day. It took long, heavy steps, head slumped down as it trailed behind the 2 other figures. "Don't be so glum, Hollum," the younger said, form turning to look at the large, lumbering brute. "One day, a brandless is going to get sick of Prowler and kill him. Then we'll be free again. It's only a matter of time." Hollum did not respond, keeping his head slumped. "Ain't no brandless gonna kill Prowler, boy," the old voice retorted. "None of that chaff has the skill or the balls to try it. Even if they did, they wouldn't be able to beat him." They were drawing closer to the tree line, and Eric, curious about what else they might have to say, began following after them silently. He avoided several sticks and dry leaves as to not give away his tail, and thankfully the men just ahead of him didn't notice. They began speaking of other things, about the guys they didn't like, how the cook was probably a wanted criminal, and other nonsense that had nothing to do with Scout or her daddy figure Prowler. He thought about what she and these men had said, and felt conflicted emotions roiling around inside him. On one hand, Scout was willing to speak and listen to him, but on the other, she had apparently helped in binding these men to Prowler's will. Eric's eyes widened as a horrible thought entered his mind. What if she was trying to stick him with that brand? Trying to make Eric Prowler's slave? Eric clenched his jaw, eyes going wide and hands shaking. Of course, why would anyone willingly listen to him? Had Eric forgotten what his life had become? "Everyone is out to get me," he thought angrily as his quaking hand reached an all-time high. Scout hadn't wanted to be his friend or speak with him. She wanted to enslave him to this Prowler prick's will. He'd kill her the next time he saw her for sure. Something tickled at the back of his mind as the killer intent took him, a sort of doubt he held. If she was out to turn him into a slave, why hadn't she just used the brand then? Why not send all these goons to hold Eric down while Prowler or Scout did the deed? What even was the brand? Was it like a cow brand or something else? The shaking of his hand slowed, but only slightly. Perhaps he was jumping to conclusions. What if Scout herself had been branded by Prowler? She wouldn't have had a choice but to obey his every word, right? Hadn't she said he was like a father to her, though? That she had to pretty much beg to work for him? Damn, was she just a daddy's girl? Willing to do whatever it took to please her father figure? What if he was taking advantage of Scout's affections to make her do all this enslaving stuff? Scout had seemed guilty when she told him she had helped make them this way. What had the younger guy said earlier? If Prowler died, then all the branded were free? There was a solution here. It just took the death of Prowler. He sounded like an asshole anyway, And besides, he couldn't be that tough. Then again, if he killed Prowler, then Scout would probably hate Eric for it. Did that really matter, though? Was his budding friendship with Scout more important to him than freeing enslaved men from an evil prick? His frustration built from his indecision, staying with him for a long while before he finally came to decide on what he was going to do. He'd follow these guys home for tonight, just to see where they lived, and the next time he saw Scout, he'd get answers from her. Straight answers to all of his questions. 13. A horrible day. Scout had been sitting in her tent since she gave her report to Prowler yesterday. She had not eaten or slept during that time, her thoughts occupied with what she had found in the center of the forest. All that twisting flesh and black metal, the massive pulsing eyes that seemed to follow her every movement. The droves of twisted green creatures. It had all been too much for her. She had to get away from that place. She had tried to convince Prowler to pack up and leave. This job was simply too big, too dangerous to accomplish. The Prowler of the past may have considered her words, but Prowler had all but brushed her warnings aside. He wanted her to go back. He wanted a more clear idea of what he would be dealing with. She couldn't go back. She wouldn't go back, but she was terrified to tell Prowler that she wouldn't do it. With how unhinged he had become, she wasn't sure if it would end well for her. Maybe it was time to do what Prowler ordered her to do years ago after she had become an adult. Maybe it was time to leave. The thought stung, but she couldn't shake the feeling that this was the right thing to do. It was only a matter of time before Prowler degenerated into the feral monster he always feared becoming. Could she really bring herself to do that, though? It was what he had wanted her to do at the beginning, but she still felt hesitant to outright abandon him. Maybe there could be a compromise? Was there a way to leave the Blackwings, but not fully abandon Prowler? She wasn't sure how she would go about that, but she knew one thing for certain. She would not go back to the center of these cursed woods. She felt no curious urge to explore this forest any longer, not after what she had seen. She rolled over in her bedroll, eyes heavy from lack of sleep. Scout needed to get up, get dressed, and go see Prowler. She slipped on her underclothes and followed with her dark wool outfit. She knew exactly what Prowler was going to say to her, and it made her despair. Her anxiety heightened further as she made her way to his tent, the glaring eyes of the other Blackwings following her the whole way. Maybe she should just wear her body glove everywhere, avoid those hateful glares. Escape from Prowler. Scout shook her head, standing before the tent flap leading into Prowler's domain. She took a deep breath and brushed aside the tent flap, taking only a single step inside before gasping in shock. Prowler was tightly gripping Medic's throat in a gauntlet fist, blood spurting from the force of Prowler's grip. He held Medic's limp body aloft, shaking it furiously whilst growling beneath his helmet. The reverb the metal provided, the guttural noise, added to her terror. Medic's head shook back and forth, blood spattering onto Prowler's black armor. Scout stood wide-eyed for only a second before shouting, "Prowler, stop it!" Prowler stilled immediately, turning his head to look at her. Scout could see the whites of his eyes beneath the slitted visor, opened wide with rage. Medic dropped to the ground with a bloody plop, completely still and dead. "Ah, finally," Prowler said in a seemingly calm tone. "All right now, I understand that you don't want to go back to the center." He continued, drawing closer to her with slow, deliberate steps. "But I must know what it is you saw. After all, you wouldn't want the Blackwings to walk in there blind, yes?" He stood before her now, looming over her like a tower of metal and blood, not unlike the horrid thing she had found in the center of the forest. She didn't dare move. Hell, she couldn't even breathe from the sheer terror she felt. Prowler shook his bloody gauntlet, blood spattering against the tent, ground, and Scout's face. Even then, she couldn't even bring herself to flinch. Her eyes moved despite her wishes, finding the crumpled corpse of Medic. Prowler noticed this and gripped her chin firmly in his bloodied gauntlet, tilting her head up to look him in the eyes. She gasped at the contact, feeling Medic's blood slide down her chin and neck from Prowler's cold, bloodied hand. "Do not worry about him. He is no longer in our employ," Prowler said, tone level. "He stole from us, and he tried to lie to me. I unfortunately lost my temper." Scout's lips were quivering, tears beginning to form in her eyes. "It is inconvenient, but I will just have you find another medic for us after this next scouting operation," he said, releasing her chin. "You're going back. I want a decent report this time, not some half-baked bullshit like what you told me yesterday." He continued, his tone growing irritated. He turned his back to her then and stomped over to Medic's body. When he came to a stop, he hovered over it, clenching and unclenching his fists. Scout just noticed it now, but his right hand was shaking furiously. Despite her terror at what was happening, Scout spoke. What did he steal? Prowler only turned his head slightly, giving her a sidelong stare, a potion of speed. He was going to try and escape, I know it. Can you believe that he had the gall to tell me to my face that he didn't do it? He asked, turning back to stare at Medic's corpse. I keep track of that cabinet's contents. He knew that. So why would he try something so dumb? Why did he make me do this? He shouted suddenly, the roar loud enough to cause Scout to clamp her ears shut. His breathing quickened, and he began screaming incoherently at the corpse. Scout released her ears and snuck out of the tent as Prowler's back was turned. The wrenching guilt she felt threatening to crush her beneath its weight. As soon as she was outside of the tent, she heard the sound of metal pounding into flesh, of bones breaking in between angered shouts from where she had left Prowler and Medic's corpse. Scout ran, tears now freely trailing down her cheeks as she ran for her tent. She had gotten Medic killed. Because of her damn curiosity about Savage, she had cost Medic his life. Oh, by the Earth Mother, what had she wrought? The other Blackwings she had helped enslave laughed at her as she passed them, shouting insults and other curses. She deserved every single one and worse. As she entered her tent, she made her decision. Scout could not, no, would not remain with the Blackwings for another day. She would not watch Prowler descend further into madness than he already had, and she certainly would not go and bring back another medic for him to break. Scout didn't own much. It was just a matter of packing away her spare clothing and bedroll. Once her tent was stripped bare, she slung on her backpack and ran out of camp. No one gave chase, and no one sounded an alarm. As she crossed the tree line and ran into the forest, she was struck with an unsettling thought. She had nowhere to go. Scout knew no one outside of the Blackwings, and she had no idea how to live off the land long enough to make it to one of the frontier towns. She had food and water in her bag, but not much. The rations she had simply would not cut it, so what could she do? Where could she go? She kept running for what felt like forever, time meaning nothing to Scout amidst her inner turmoil. Eventually, exhaustion took her, and she stopped dead in her tracks after passing into a small clearing. She shrugged off her backpack and fell to her knees, weeping openly. Scout felt completely overwhelmed, the tides of emotions simply too much for her to bear. Guilt for Medic's death, horror at what Prowler had become, and her own uncertainty of the future drove her to despair. After a while, she stood from the dirt, sniffling and wiping the tears from her cheeks. Medic's freshly moistened blood came away on her gloves. She looked up, away from her bloodied clothing, only to notice that the sky had darkened considerably. How long had she been crying in this clearing? How long had she been running? What was she going to do? She heard the crunch of fresh leaves behind her, and she quickly turned to see a small green form lunging for her. She fell on her back as the small form straddled her waist, cackling madly. It was then that Scout made out the creature's long nose and warty green face. She had been found by a goblin. She struggled to rise, but two other goblins appeared to pin her arms to the earth. Her eyes widened with fear as the goblin on top of her began ripping at her clothes, exposing her breasts to the cold, open air. No! She screamed, bucking her hips frantically. The goblin was launched forward from this motion, its skull colliding with one of the goblins, pinning her arms down. Its grip on her arm loosened, and acting on sheer instinct, fear, and adrenaline, she wrenched her arm free. She then swung her fist directly into the eyeball of the third goblin, destroying the organ and causing the creature to cry out in agony. Scout had not even meant to do that. She had swung out of terror, not any sense of skill. She wasn't accustomed to combat. She hadn't even killed anything before. When the gob let go of her to clutch its bloody ruin of an eye, Scout scrambled to her feet, the goblin on top of her falling on its back. Before she could set off into a sprint, however, her ankle was grabbed, and she fell flat on her face, dust billowing up around her as she tried to get away with clawing fingers. Again, two hands pinned her arms to the dirt, and again she felt claws ripping apart her clothing. Her trousers were quickly torn to shreds, the cold autumn air biting into her bare legs as the goblin gripped her hips with both hands, raising her backside from the earth to be level with its crotch. When she felt something hard and horribly warm press into the flesh of her rear, her eyes widened. Her efforts redoubled as she felt her small clothes rip away, terror fueling her actions. She bit one of the goblin's hands, resulting in an agonized shriek from the little monster. Again its grip loosened, and again she broke free, using what strength she had to wrest her arm from the second goblin. The third one hung on, however, gripping her hips tightly and digging its little claws into her flesh. She barely felt the pain as she tried to shake the creature off. Its nails dragged through her skin as it lost its hold on her, rolling through the dirt as it fell. Blood dribbled down her legs as she ran for the tree line, all thoughts aside from escape pushed aside. Scout was now functionally naked with the exception of her shoes and the sleeves of her ruined suit. The goblins gave chase, but it wasn't long before Scout left them in the dust. She ran on, hopping over all manner of obstacles as she fled. She kept running even when the goblins were completely out of earshot. It was only then that she remembered her lost backpack. Her enchanted suit was in there. The best tool she had ever owned was now in the hands of the goblins, along with her bedroll, spare clothing, and rations. She had lost everything because she had been foolish. With her being so distraught, she hadn't thought to mask her scent or even wear her blasted invisisuit. Now here she was, running through a darkening forest infested with goblins and other horrors with her naked flesh bared for all to see. She kept running. She didn't dare stop, ignoring the cold and dread of today's ordeals. She kept running, not exactly knowing where she intended to go, until she came to a familiar clearing. A clearing of stumps and a small wooden fortress surrounded by rotting goblin corpses. It was now nearly nighttime, the sky darkening to a deep purplish hue. She, whether by accident or on purpose, ran all the way to Savage's fortress. She hesitantly took a step toward it, the light orange light shining from within looking so inviting. Would Savage take her in? At least for tonight? She paused before crossing the clearing of corpses. Scout was afraid that one of them may rise up to try and take her, but all the bodies she saw on her chosen path were smashed to unrecognizable pulp. Savage may be scary, but it was either this or brave the dark woods naked. She gingerly approached the fortress, hearing the sound of what she believed was wood being chopped. So Savage was awake at least, that was good. She hoped that he was having a good day today. Running through the forest once more was the last thing that she wanted. When she reached the gate, the chopping stopped. Had he heard her? She remained still until the chopping continued, breaking the silence. She covered her chest and privates with both hands before shouting Savage. The chopping stopped immediately, and she heard the sound of a cord being drawn taut. Footsteps then resounded off of wood above her, and she looked up to see Savage standing there in his tower, wide-eyed as he stared at her. "What the fuck?" Savage asked. "Why are you naked?" His right hand, thankfully, was barely shaking at all. The stress of the day had to have been too much for Scout, so instead of giving a comprehensible answer like she intended, she instead burst out into tears. Her vision blurred from the tears, obscuring him from her sight. She hung her head, continuing to gasp and weep instead of speak as tears carved a trail through Medic's dried blood. He gave no response, but she heard him stomp away and scuttle down his rope. The gate opened up shortly after, Savage keeping his eyes level with hers. He then gently grabbed her by the shoulders and led her inside, shutting the gate as soon as she was within the walls of the small fort. "We gotta get those wounds flushed. Come onto the porch," he ordered, looking her up and down with a critical eye. Much to her relief, there was no lust in his gaze. He didn't hesitate to set her down in one of two wooden chairs that she was sure hadn't been present in her prior visit. The seat might have been comfortable, had she any proper clothing on to cushion her against the rough wood. Savage quickly darted inside his cabin, bringing out the backpack she always saw him wearing. He unzipped the flap and began rifling through the contents. He came up with a large water skin, some blue bandages, and what looked to be a paste the color of puke. He uncorked the lid to the water skin and began pouring the cold water into the goblin's claw marks. She flinched beneath the bitter cold, but remained as still as possible for Savage. This fresh cold brought her attention to the roaring fire nearby. It was set up where she and Savage had spoken previously, where he had ranted and raved in furious anger. This time, several large stones were set up around the burning fire pit. The surrounding dirt was also completely clear, a multicolored pile of autumn leaves sitting in a corner of the walls nearby. Two uprooted stumps sat opposite one another, with the fire sitting right between them. Had he set those up for them to continue their chats? Had he been looking forward to it that much? She blinked in surprise at how cute. Yes, how cute it was. It was an odd thought, to say the least. After the wounds were cleaned to Savage's satisfaction, he began applying the salve. It burned terribly on contact, but she had been expecting that. If it didn't hurt, it didn't heal. Savage's hands never lingered longer than they needed to as he smoothly moved from wound to wound, sliding the salve along her midriff, hips, and down a portion of her legs. After that was done, he began wrapping the wounds with bandages. They didn't seem like conventional dressings, despite being cut the appropriate length and width. They were made of a light blue fabric, the color seemingly being washed out. Upon noticing her inspection, Savage said, "I made these out of a pair of pants that didn't fit me no more. Don't worry, I boiled everything first." With that out of the way, he quickly finished the dressings and stood. He removed the thick leather jacket he was wearing and handed it to Scout, who took it gratefully. He went back inside as she slipped her arms through the sleeves, zipping up the warm jacket and finally giving her some sense of modesty. Savage soon re-emerged with a long pair of blue trousers that would certainly not fit her, but even still she took them happily. Savage looked away as she slid on the oversized pants, the shaking of his right hand almost imperceptible. She sniffled, only just now noticing that she had stopped crying at some point. "You should get by the fire. You hungry?" Savage asked, still not turning around. Scout stood up then, holding the trousers up to keep them from sliding right off. "Yeah, I'm starved. Do you have any more water?" "Sorry, I don't mean to be a drain." Savage waved his hand dismissively. Back still turned to her. "It's all good. We're eating a few rabbits I caught today." Scout moved toward the fire, passing Savage, who flinched at her movement. "Right?" She had to slow it down around him. Just that little scare had his hand shaking slightly faster. "Sorry," she said, slowing her pace to the inviting flame. He took a deep breath then, but didn't say anything more until they both were sitting across from one another. The orange light of the flame underlit Savage's bearded face, but he didn't appear frightening. The madness in his eyes was barely present. Scout had been truly lucky to find him on such a good day. Well, a good day for him anyway. This had to have been one of the worst days of her life. Finally deciding to abandon Prowler, indirectly killing Medic, and her run-in with those goblins had unfortunately made this a day to remember for the rest of her life. She hung her head and buried her face in her palms, tears welling in them once more. "I'll get you some water to clean up your face and get to cooking. Just caught these today, so they're fresh," Savage said, standing up from his seat and moving back to his porch. She didn't lift her head from her hands the entire time he was getting everything ready, not until he offered her that same water skin. She took it gratefully, taking a long thirst-quenching sip and gasping when she finished. Not much was left in the skin, but she used the remainder to clean off the dried blood on her face. Savage returned quickly with a large iron-cooked pot and put it directly on the fire, setting several raw pieces of meat in it. The pleasant scent of sizzling meat wafted up to greet her, joining the comforting warmth of the flame. The deep cold that set into her bones from her naked sprint was slowly receding thanks to the flame and Savage's jacket. His jacket had already been warmed by his body heat, but she still shivered from her previous exposure. She watched him work on the cooking meat while grasping the now empty water skin awkwardly in her hands. A part of her felt bad for drinking the whole thing, but she couldn't help herself. He prodded and flipped the cooking meat with a fork that had been carved out of wood. A small part of her felt bad for the dead tree, but she knew that the trees in these woods bore no soul. At least she thought so. She didn't really remember her homeland, or even her parents for that matter. Her only memory of them was the time they told her about the great souls of the elfwood trees and how they should always be respected. Anything before that was a blur. Prowler had been in her life basically since the beginning, but she knew not how she came to be under his care. Prowler had never wanted to speak of it with Scout, always stating that it is best to forget the past. He always looked so sad when she asked him about it, so she eventually stopped her questioning. All she knew for certain was that her parents were dead and Prowler had taken her in and raised her as his own. It had been that way for 33 years. Prowler had been a grown adult when he took Scout under his wing, but despite not being of a long-lived race, he never seemed to age. Really, members of his race were known for living only for a short period before dying of heart failure or in battle. Prowler had not suffered either fate, so madness had to be what happened if they somehow persisted longer than usual. Again, this was something he refused to speak about with her. Suddenly, a small square plate of carved wood was placed in her lap, steaming rabbit meat atop it. Savage then stabbed that same fork into the meat before saying bon appetit. Scout looked up at him with a puzzled expression. What does that mean? She asked him. His eyebrow lifted at the question, but swiftly lowered as Savage widened his eyes. Right? It means enjoy your food, but translated it literally means good appetite. He said, moving to the pot. It's a saying where I'm from. He explained as he fixed himself his own plate. Wait. So, you use a phrase from another language in our own? Scout asked. Yep. He said simply, sitting down on his stump and promptly devouring his morsels like a wild animal. He didn't even use a utensil. He simply grabbed and lifted the cooked meat to his mouth and crammed the entire thing in. She stared wide-eyed as he quickly chewed the meat, swallowed it, and repeated until the dish was completely clean of food. He looked up as soon as his plate was clear, his cheeks filled to bursting like a chipmunk. The absurd image of it actually brought a giggle out of Scout, something she never would have expected to happen after today's horrid events. Savage blinked in surprise and swallowed the remainder of his food. You should eat before it gets cold, he said, gesturing to her untouched meal. Scout was then very much aware of her empty stomach and almost immediately attacked the meal with her carved fork. Even though the meat had no seasoning whatsoever, it tasted delicious compared to the hardtack she had grown used to eating. She ended up eating the entire plate almost as quickly as Savage had, quelling her hunger in just a few mouthfuls. When she was finished, she set her plate on the ground next to her stump. Scout then found Savage's concerned gaze. She already knew what he was going to say before he said it. So what happened? Savage asked softly. Scout remained silent for a long while, until the sky had finally shifted completely to black. Savage didn't press her, he simply sat, waiting. Eventually, she began to speak on the day's events. She vented on what Prowler had done, tears streaming down her cheeks once more as she explained why Prowler had done what he did. Savage did not interrupt her, merely sitting silently while letting her speak. She then explained how she had finally opted to leave the Blackwings, packing her things and running off to God's new where. She began shaking as she spoke of her near rape at the hands of the goblins that ambushed her, how her clothes had been ruined and her backpack had been left behind. Savage clenched his jaw with what she assumed was anger at the gobs for what they had done. She then recounted her flight through the forest and how she had found her way to his fortress, sniffling and burying her head in her hands to hide her tears. Savage remained silent for a time, simply allowing Scout to weep until finally he said, "You can stay here as long as you need to," he said hesitantly. Scout understood why he felt hesitant to let her stay. He seemed to be aware of his own madness and didn't want to risk hurting her in a fit of anger. Prowler was like that before. "I'll try and find your bag in the morning," he told her, standing from his seat. "If you can, you should get some rest. Let me move my bone thrown out of there, and you can sleep in my bed. I'll sleep next to the fire, right?" He had a chair made out of goblin bones. "But besides that, are you sure?" Scout asked him softly. Savage nodded, leaving the warm fire and entering his cabin. He re-emerged soon after, holding a white chair constructed of the aforementioned bones. It was shockingly intricate, the bones interlocking to hold themselves together. It must have taken him ages to make it, and despite how macabre the chair was, she respected the craftsmanship that went into it. Savage then placed it behind his stump, sitting down in it and kicking his feet up on the flat top of the stump. The interlocking bones shifted beneath his weight, straining against each other with a quiet grinding sound that caused Scout to wince. "Yeah," he said with a sigh, "I'm sure. Go make yourself at home," Savage told her. "Oh, and by the way, I got something I want to ask you tomorrow. We got to get something cleared up, but just go relax, okay?" he said, resting the back of his head against his chair and closing his eyes. What was it that he wanted cleared up? It couldn't have been that important if he was putting it off until the morning, but still she was curious. She stood from her seat and moved slowly past Savage to the porch, hiking up the oversized pants as she went. She stopped in the open doorway, sparing a glance for the man who had saved her from a night in this damned forest. "Thank you, Savage," she said silently. "Canadian hospitality. Get some sleep, girlie," he said, unmoving. She shut the door behind her, turning back to see the dark interior of Savage's cabin. The longhouse had been constructed with clear experience. The logs were all even in size and spacing, and had been limbed with expert precision, based on how the floor felt beneath her feet. She noticed a large shelf in the corner to her right, but it was too dark to make out what it held. Scout realized that she didn't really know where Savage's bed was, and had to resort to fumbling through the dark to find it. She soon found herself crawling on the ground and feeling about with her hands until she eventually felt a pelt of fur. She didn't hesitate to crawl under the covers and comfy up. Even with the jacket, she felt very cold without the presence of the fire. Scout briefly thought of stripping naked as she always did before sleep, but decided that it wouldn't be appropriate under Savage's roof. Really, it was too cold for that anyway. Another fur pelt lay beneath her, insulating her from the floor and cushioning against the hard wood. Her thoughts raced through her mind uncontrollably for a long while before sleep found her, along with the emotions that accompanied them. Guilt, fear, and sadness all coalesced and kept her awake for a few hours more. But sleep did eventually take her into its embrace. Her final thought before passing into unconsciousness almost brought her back to lucidity. But thankfully, she didn't latch onto the thought. I hope Prowler will be okay. 14. Lost Conquest. Snick kicked the scraps of clothing that he had torn off the elf thing. It would have been his first female that he would have ever conquered, and his lackey's weakness allowed it to escape. He sat down next to the now emptied backpack, leaning back on his hands and heaving a snotty sigh. The sun was getting close to setting now, and the female had still not returned from its flight yesterday. The lingering image of its firm yet soft curves was stuck in his mind, and Snick was unable to banish the thought. Not that he would want it, the sight had been glorious. He had been a mere inch from ecstasy when it escaped him. He'd never seen any creature run as fast as the elf thing. Snick didn't have any chance to catch up to it after it got running. Even though his prize escaped, the elf thing had left behind a bag of treasures in its mad rush to escape him. Warm clothing and relatively fresh food and water helped mitigate the pain of losing the female. They had dumped out the entire bag and ransacked it, donning the slightly oversized clothing to protect from the cold. Snick had thought that something was wrong with his eyes, for when he dumped the contents of the bag out, he thought he saw a weird shimmer amongst the bundles of clothing. His idiotic companions had claimed to not see it, but they were lesser goblins. Snick was bound for greatness, and he would leave them behind as soon as they became useless. He picked his nose as he scanned the treeline. Snick was hoping the elf thing would return for its parcel, but he and his lackeys had been sitting here for an entire day, and nothing showed itself. Clearly the elf thing feared returning, and rightly so. Snick would surely conquer it this time, and he would use it in every way imaginable until it eventually expired. He would have been able to kickstart his own clan with a birthing female, so running across a woman thing just sitting by itself almost had seemed too lucky. Snick had thought it was a clever trap placed by his many rivals in an attempt to draw him out. That had not been the case, fortunately. Seeing the tears rolling down its face had been too tempting for him to resist. He wanted to see that face twisted up in agony as Snick conquered it. He wiped the booger he retrieved on the ground next to him, and was shocked to feel soft fabric instead of coarse dirt. He looked down to inspect the earth, seeing nothing on the ground. Was he losing his great mind? He fell at the ground again, his two incompetent companions sitting over by the treeline and eating their share of the food. He never liked sitting next to them while they ate. Blasted idiots. His eyes widened as he felt the same soft fabric beneath his hands, and he gripped it. Snick then lifted up warping air, his eyes struggling to adjust to the odd object now in his grip. What the hells was this thing? Was it magic? His excited snotty breathes were very audible to his lackeys, who looked up to see what caused Snick to become so giddy. They stood up then, walking toward him with tilted heads. Snick growled at them then, holding the invisible cloth to his chest. His eyes widened then as he saw something in the treeline behind his two servants quickly approaching. Moving on pure instinct, Snick drew the whole invisible cloth over himself, falling prone on his belly. He could not see outside of the invisible cloth, something that was jarring, to say the least. Snick almost flinched as he heard his servants begin screaming, their flesh being torn apart by a growling monster. Had they found their way out of the center? The shamans had said they were bound until they were ready to release them onto the world. Was the great conquest happening already? The monsters weren't ready yet. They still killed indiscriminately. Until they would listen to goblin orders, they couldn't be relied upon. Almost as soon as the screaming started, it stopped, but Snick dare not move. He heard 3 pairs of heavy footsteps moving around him, sending chills up his spine. Snick didn't even breathe for his terror as voices he couldn't understand began speaking. She came here? No, no. He heard one deep, grinding voice say, not understanding the meaning behind the words, "What have I done?" "Sir, I'm pretty sure she escaped. If she hadn't, well, she'd still be here with these things." Another, younger voice said, "The ground here's been trampled by these gobs too badly for us to find any other trail. What should we do? We're going back to camp." The deep voice said, "Gather all of my wings. We combed the caves like never before." "Yes, sir." Snick heard the bag next to him lift away, but still did not flinch. To flinch now was death. The footsteps soon stomped away, clanking heavily as they went. Snick remained there for a long time, while after the footsteps were out of earshot before he dared a peek out of the invisible cloth. He was greeted by the mangled corpses of his companions. Their bones were broken out of their skin and heads mashed like melons. Blood pooled the ground around them, soaking into the soil and giving it a reddish-brown cast. The sun was now much closer to setting, and Snick decided that it was high time to get the hells out of here. He stood from his hiding place, still gripping the magical cloth as he ran off into the treeline. It seemed like the perfect time to flee as well, for he heard a new lighter pair of footsteps enter the clearing just as Snick left it. Impossible. Was it the female? He hid behind a bush and peeked through the leaves to see a large, bearded man-thing investigating the site. He wore a large backpack with a red shirt and blue trousers, and he wielded an odd axe that was coated in a fresh layer of blood. Goblin blood. That had to be the man-thing that had appeared out of nowhere, the beast who had brutalized Lozier, a hobgoblin of some renown. He also caught another tantalizing scent from his hiding place, one that caused his eyes to widen with surprise. The female. The elf thing had been in recent contact with the man-thing. The thought angered Snick. That was going to be his woman, not some hairy human filth. Still, he dared not approach the man-thing. Snick was no fool. He knew full well what the human was capable of, and would not have his body parts strung up for all to see. Snick would plan, though. He would find a way to take the woman for himself. This invisible cloth would help him with that. Snick needed the female. The biggest clans hogged up all the summoned women for themselves. This was his only chance to become a powerful influence in the coalition. This female would blaze his path to glory in the coming years. And so Snick crept away as the man-thing stripped his companions of their stolen clothes, plotting his heist. There's a mini chapter for you guys to chew on for a bit. What do you think of Snick? I took inspiration from the Gotrek and Felix novels writing his perspective, particularly from the Skaven POVs. I think I wrote him as a good goblin, as in a piece of shit. 15. Fireside chat. Savage returned in the dead of night. Something Scout was relieved to see. She wasn't particularly worried that he would get killed. How he handled himself against the goblin horde the other day made him seem almost invincible in her eyes. Again, this reminded Scout of Prowler, and as a result, she hung her head. Savage closed the gate behind him, looking at her with a lifted brow. They had spoken about a few things before he had set out to try and retrieve her gear. Some things he needed cleared up before he let her stay in his fortress any longer. The first and foremost thing had been the brand. Savage had followed a Blackwing patrol all the way back to their camp and overheard how they had come to serve under Prowler. Initially, Savage suspected that Scout planned to enslave him to Prowler, something Scout assured him she would never do to him, or could ever do. The charges for the brand had all been used up recruiting the first few hundred Blackwings years ago. He seemed to believe her, but she did not know him well enough to be sure. Another more horrifying subject was then brought up, one that turned her stomach to hear it. Savage asked her if she knew about the Blackwings ordered to kill any captives they found in the caves. The question had shocked her so much that Savage had asked, "You didn't know, did you?" Scout had shook her head, insisting that Savage must have misheard the patrol. He then told her the grisly truth of what he found in the caves after the Blackwings finished combing it, and she had fallen to her knees. Prowler had told her that the women they found were already dead, that the goblins had killed them out of spite before being put to the sword. She had felt worse after realizing that she wasn't really surprised at what Prowler had done. Savage had stopped with the questions then, and set out after giving her a small red axe from his bag to defend herself should any goblins somehow cross the wall. It was shockingly lightweight, with a triangular hole cut out of the center of the head. A small spike jutted out from the pole, the point of which was wickedly sharp. He also left her his lighter and a bottle of alcohol with a rag stuffed down its mouth. He showed her how to activate the lighter, pressing his thumb down the odd semicircle and summoning the tiny flame. Savage then told her that if a hobgoblin came, she should set the rag aflame with the lighter and toss it at the monster as hard as she could. The fire meeting the alcohol would then set its target on fire. Scout had been fascinated by this, for she didn't know that booze could be used in such a way. It was for drinking, wasn't it? Not that Prowler had ever let her touch the stuff. She had wondered what it tasted like, but withheld her curiosity. Scout didn't want to be caught drunk by a goblin after all. Thankfully, she hadn't even heard anything beyond the walls besides birdsong and the wind. It had been a thankfully peaceful day today. She looked up at Savage then, who was leaning his axe head down against a portion of the palisade wall. He then knuckled his back with a sigh before walking past Scout and crouching by the fire. He didn't say anything yet as he began work on constructing the flame. By the dim light of the two moons, she could see him build the little teepee out of small sticks, stuffing shredded tinder beneath as he finished. Once that was done, he held his hand palm up toward her, still crouching over the unlit flame. For an embarrassing moment, she stood there, unsure of what he wanted. "Oh," she gasped, reaching into her borrowed jacket pocket for the lighter. Was that a smile on his lips? Cursed man. She handed him the lighter, after which he brought the campfire to life. The small orange flame was slow to build, but it wouldn't be long before it would reach a healthy height. Already, it illuminated the dark corners of the palisade, providing her a sense of security that she appreciated. Savage heaved another sigh and slowly walked over to his bone throne, plopping down in it after slinging off his backpack. He placed the bag right down between his legs, hunching over to unzip it. Scout walked up to him then, slowly of course, squatting down next to the bag as the fire continued to build behind her. "Did you find anything?" she asked him, trying to peer into the bag. She couldn't really discern anything within. It was a mad jumble of sticks, leaves, and large rocks of all things, not to mention the several unsorted tools jumbling about within. It looked completely disorganized to her, but perhaps this was comprehensible to Savage. She had kept her perfectly organized to maximize space usage. Frankly, she wasn't sure how he could fit all that inside of his backpack, or how it could bear the load of all those items. The straps should have worn to threads beneath the weight it carried, but they appeared to be fine. Not in perfect condition, sure, but her bag would have not been able to bear such a load. Scout didn't think she herself would have been able to function with so much weight on her back. If Savage hadn't been wearing this when he chased her that first night he arrived, would he have caught her? An unsettling thought, to say the least. Much to her surprise, he pulled out an article of clothing, a small, very familiar piece of clothing. She slowly yet firmly grasped it, pulling it away from him and placing it on the stump next to her. Savage stared at her for a moment before shrugging. "Sorry," he said. She tried to ignore the burning in her cheeks as he brought out more of her spare clothing, these ones far less embarrassing than the one he first grabbed with his hands. She shook her head and sighed. She was acting immature. When her last article of spare clothing was folded onto the stump, she turned back to Savage, who was zipping his bag closed. "Thank you, Savage, truly," she told him, turning back to her clothes. Unfortunately, she wouldn't be able to wear them right now. They were damp with what she assumed was fresh goblin blood. "No problem. I ran into a couple of them on the way, but they weren't shit," Savage said, leaning back in his bone seat. "The ones you ran into were already dead when I got there, though. And let me tell you, they were fucked up." He continued, "It was like they had been mauled by a bear or something. But if that were the case, the clothes they were wearing would have been all torn up." Scout winced. "They were wearing my clothes?" she asked. "That's why they're covered in blood. And before you ask, no, I couldn't find your magic suit. You know that I can tell where it is, but it wasn't there when I showed up. Just those two dead gobs," he said. Scout's eyes widened then. There were 3 goblins. Savage leaned back in his seat. "Then I guess that one got it. If I find it out there, I'll try not to get blood on it." Scout felt an anxiety fall over her then. The 3rd goblin had escaped her with a powerful magic item. Who knew what it was going to get up to with it? It could go after the Blackwings, and they'd be none the wiser. Not even Prowler could see her with it on. Savage was truly gifted with a godly perception. Maybe she should go back to camp, tell Prowler about the suit, and... Her eyes widened then. She couldn't go back. Not anymore. "I'll wash him tomorrow, Dash." "You certainly will not." Scout said firmly, Savage's words shocking her out of her thoughts. He put up his hands then. Fine. I'll show you where the stream is tomorrow, and we'll get it done then. His tired eyes then found the flame, and he stood up with a groan. He moved to the flame, crouching over it and feeding it with some more tinder and sticks. Once he was satisfied, he sat back down on his bone throne. It was then that Scout noticed something about Savage that was unnatural, for him anyway. You didn't wear your armor today, she said, standing up while clutching her clothes to her chest. Savage looked down, looking genuinely surprised. I just forgot is all. I'll put it on tomorrow. She moved away then, placing her clothes on one of the wooden chairs on the porch. Scout then went back to the warm fire and sat down on her stump, leaning toward the flame with her elbows on her knees. Savage remained quiet for a long while, his head resting on the back of his macabre throne. He just zoned off, staring at nothing in particular. His eyes did look heavy. He was probably really tired. In any case, it seemed he wanted to relax for a bit before they got to talking. So she followed suit, zoning off while staring into the flames. Scout thought of the odd blade she had found stashed on a shelf inside Savage's cabin, with its many teeth and oversized hilt. Whatever it was, it seemed too unwieldy to be used in combat, so that meant that it was a tool. But what was it for? Surely it was meant for cutting, but then why did it have teeth? Scout thought on it for a long while, on the many different uses it could have. If it had teeth and a blade, then what could it possibly cut like that? She was then struck with the realization that this could be one of the many advanced tools that Savage owned. She needed to think outside of the box if that were indeed the case. She scrunched up her brow, brushing a lock of her short, feathery black hair out of her eyes as she focused on the flame. The lighter could be turned on, right? That meant that the strange tool in the cabin may also be capable of the same. So, what happened to the blade once it was turned on? Did it run on this butane the same as the lighter? She didn't think that it would start a fire if activated, so it had to be linked to the teeth somehow. Now that she thought about it, the teeth almost seemed like they would be able to move had she tried to maneuver them with her fingers. If that was the case, then turning it on would mean. Her eyes widened, and she gasped. Savage shot up to his feet immediately, baring his teeth like a rabid animal and raising his fists. His head darted this way and that, looking for any sign of an intruder. When he saw none, he lowered his fists, his bestial snarl retreating to be replaced with a confused frown. Did you see something? He asked her, his hand shaking noticeably harder than before. Scout shook her head. No, I'm sorry. I was just thinking about that blade you have in your cabin and how it works. Savage blinked, sitting down and leaning his head back against the high-backed bone seat. It's a chainsaw. You turn it on, and it spins fast. He told her, eyes half-lidded. Scout smiled. That's what I thought. Say, Savage began, leaning up from his seat. Does this world have any gasoline on it? Have you heard of it? This world? Why was he speaking like that? Yes, you can buy it at many alchemist shops, but it's horribly expensive. Besides that though, what do you mean when you say this world? She asked. It's almost like you're saying you aren't from Earth. Savage laughed. No, I am from Earth. You know what? Savage said, fuck it. Everything is crazy enough as it is. Might as well ask the big question now. Big question? Is there a way to travel between different worlds? He asked her. Scout remained silent for a long while, simply staring at Savage with shock. Was he saying what she thought he was? Savage, are you a planeswalker? She asked him. The back of his head hit the chair hard as he began howling with laughter. If that's what you call it, sure. Scout stared at him. Mouth agape, you better not be lying. She told him firmly. Do you understand the significance of this? Savage shrugged. Nah. She stared at him. So, when you got teleported to that cave, you did it from your own world? Savage nodded in response. That's why I was a bit shocked when you said this planet's name's Earth. My world's called Earth too. Least it is in English. Really threw me for a loop, you know. Savage asked, leaning forward with his elbows on his knees. So, you actually believe me? Scout was not sure why, but she did actually believe him. He didn't seem the sort to lie about this kind of thing, and his advanced tools aided his story. Savage was a real planeswalker. She had little doubt of it. Yeah, I feel a little crazy, but yes, I do. She said, apparently there have been others like you, but I sort of dismissed all that as a myth. I always thought stories of planeswalkers were just stories, you know? Savage blinked then, as if he came to some realization. Are there any other people from my Earth here, you think? He asked her then, or is it like a multi-world thing? Because if it's a multi-world thing, then I gotta have a bigger existential crisis. Really makes you think. Yeah, it really does. Scout said, crossing her legs. Did the Earth Mother create multiple worlds? Or is there an Earth Mother for each individual world? Do you guys just have one religion? Savage asked then, cause back on, well, Earth, we got lots of them. Of course we do. Wait, is there an Earth Mother equivalent for you? She asked, are you a religious man? Savage then frowned then, his eyes turning back to the fire. I used to be. Now I'm not too sure. After the peninsula? Gotta say, it shakes a man's faith to see the things I have, to lose the things I have. Scout looked at the fire as well then. Do you want to talk about what you lost? She asked. Savage remained silent for a long while before saying, not tonight. Maybe some other time, but I'm not ready. He said, I understand, Savage, it's all right. She said softly, in that case, what religion was it that you followed? I was a Christian. Like I said though, faith is a bit shaken after what I saw. Now I don't know what to think, you know. He asked her, eyes turning to hers from the fire. There are a lot of other religions from my Earth too, not just that one. Hey, you want to talk about our world's different faiths? I mean, I'm pretty interested myself. She asked, you don't meet world jumpers very often, right? I'm curious about, well, everything about your world, but this seems like a good place to start. Savage nodded, sure, I'm game. We'll take turns again. I'll start. Who is this Earth Mother lady? And so they talked throughout the night about the different faiths of their native worlds, and Scout was baffled by some of the things Savage said. The different gods on his world may not even be real, as opposed to her world's deities. Gods on her Earth were certainly real, providing their blessings upon clerics, paladins, and other such classes. The gods from his world, though, they never made themselves known, leading to many speculating that there were no gods. Some of their religions claimed only a singular deity, while others had a veritable pantheon of gods in charge of their own aspects, like the Greeks. Savage had told her that he didn't really know a lot about Greek mythology, but that it had some weird lore to it. Apparently, the head god was incapable of staying loyal to his wife, which also was his sister to breed with mortals. One of his children had apparently been born out of his broken skull, and he made his Titan father puke out his siblings. She had never heard something so ridiculous in her life, and that wasn't even all of what Savage had told her. They kept talking like that until eventually, Savage stopped responding to her questions, slumping over in his seat asleep. She smiled at him as she stood from her stump, feeling her own eyes growing heavy. Again, she slipped under the covers of his fur bed, falling to sleep fairly easily compared to last night. 16. Hobbler. Eric watched from his tower as a goblin, that apparently thought it was clever, played dead amongst the corpses of its fallen fellows. He had been watching it for an hour now, ever since he had woken up. When he climbed the tower, he had almost spotted it immediately. Eric had caught it as it was shuffling its way up to his walls, flat on its face as it moved over and around the multiple gory corpses of the other goblins. He had considered shooting it dead with the crossbow he now held in his lap, but opted to see how far it would go before it realized that Eric had spotted it. He had been staring at it this whole time, just waiting for it to look up at him. Eric had long decided that was when he would shoot it. Little bastard thought it was so smart. Eric would show it the folly of its actions. It was going very slowly, so slowly in fact that if Eric had not been so perceptive he may not have noticed it. Unfortunately for the goblin, there wasn't much that could hide from Eric. After Scout wakes up and this goblin was dealt with, they could go wash her clothes in the stream, as well as get a bath in Deanna. Eric himself needed a bath as well. He was starting to build up a coppery sweat stink from the past few days of effort. He wondered as to what ultimate goal it was that the goblin was trying to achieve. It was alone with seemingly no weapons, no explosives, no anything. So what the hell was it doing? Perhaps it just wanted to see if there was a way to scale his wall, or maybe find a weak point it could exploit. It was then that he saw another, larger form moving through the trees. A hobgoblin stepped through into the clearing, looming over the bodies of its fallen kindred, a white scraggly beard hanging from its chin. Eric then stood from his recently built wood stool, glaring at the big shirtless brute. It glared right back at him, standing there and not moving. Eric then noticed that the goblin had become completely still. Was this their plan? Lure him out with a hob, and then have the little guy get a sneak attack in? That might have worked if Eric hadn't seen the dead goblin already. Well, he wasn't going to play along. He shot his crossbow at the goblin playing dead, the bolt punching through its skull and piercing its brain. It didn't even have enough time to scream. The hobgoblin blinked in surprise at the action, implying that it either wasn't a part of the smaller goblin's plan or was shocked that Eric had seen through the ruse. Eric shrugged, his bone armor clinking softly as he lowered himself down the rope. He gripped his axe and began whistling as he opened the gate, stepping through it and shutting it right behind him. The hobgoblin then took a step back as Eric began approaching it. Conveniently, the hob Eric had strung up the other day was in clear view of this new one. The question now was whether or not the thing would run away or become another green statistic. Eric continued to approach it casually, as if he had all the time in the world to go and fight this oversized booger. His attitude did not go unnoticed by the hobgoblin, and it took yet another step back from Eric. He then took note of the fact that the hob held no weapon in its hands. So had it meant to fight him with just its bare hands, or did it just come here to check the place out? Well, Eric wasn't going to fight fair just because it didn't bring a weapon. That was the hob's own problem. It then promptly ran away once Eric got within spitting distance, and he gave a toothy grin at the thing's disappearing back. Looked like word of what he did was starting to spread between the goblin tribes. Hopefully they would keep away for a bit longer, at least the big old assaults anyway. He turned back to his fortress, and that was when he felt something chip into his armor. An arrow bit deep into one of the rib bones of his armor, sticking out from the split it created. Eric took a deep breath through his nostrils and turned to the source of the shot. A single goblin with a bow and arrow stood there, eyes wide with fear and knees shaking. It must have been counting on that shot to be fatal. Eric did not walk to this one. He charged it, making sure not to scream as he went. He didn't want to wake up Scout early after all. Despite Eric's efforts of self-restraint, it all proved pointless, as the goblin began screaming as loud as it could. It was positively ear-piercing, and Eric growled in frustration as he drew closer. It started running away, but Eric ceased its screams with a well-placed chop to its skull. It fell limp and dead to the ground, brain jelly spilling out onto the dirt with a wet plop. Eric kicked its limp body in frustration, sending it flying into a nearby stump. Did that scream wake up Scout? He approached his fortress then, intent on checking on his surprised guest. That was when he heard a bestial roar. Eric groaned as he turned, seeing not one, not two, but three new hobgoblins quickly approaching him from the treeling. He took a deep breath and began bouncing from foot to foot. He darted into a particularly cluttered piece of terrain, thick with stumps and slick corpses. Thankfully, the three hobs weren't coordinated, charging him in a beeline as opposed to trying to surround him. Two of them wielded massive wooden clubs, rough, ugly weapons that reflected their wielders. The third one in the back, though, wielded something that caught Eric's eye. It was one of the greatest things that he had ever seen. It was a wide steel blade, double-edged, and almost as long as Eric was tall. The big round steel pommel on the other end was almost the size of a softball, and based on that reddish hairy paste glued to its surface, it had been used to bludgeon something recently. The blade itself was somewhat clean, but could certainly use a wash later after Eric claimed it for himself. The first hob then came upon him, and he easily sidestepped its overhand strike. The club rebounded off a stump, and acting quickly, Eric darted over and delivered a quick chop to the gob's risey. The axe bit halfway through the limb, causing the hob to cry out in agony and lose its grip on the club. Eric then wrenched his axe free with a spurt of crimson, blood fontaining out of the gaping crevice he had created in the monster's green flesh. It howled and backed away quickly, gripping its geysering wrist tightly in its uninjured hand. It backed away too fast, however, and slipped on a bloody wet corpse. The large creature fell flat on its back, flattening many of the smaller bodies beneath its great weight. Eric laughed as the second hobgoblin actually tripped over the first, falling flat on its face right into the first hob's crotch. Not wanting to waste this opportunity, Eric rose his axe high in the air and slammed it dead center into the second hob's skull. One of its yellow eyes popped right out of its skull as the bones split beneath the axe. Brain batter seeped from the fresh opening when Eric wrenched his weapon free. He backed away as the third hobgoblin rounded its two downed kin, the first struggling to free itself from its comrade's corpse. Eric ran away, making sure he was a good distance away from the other downed hob and confident in his footing. This part of his land was semi-clear of corpses, which was what he wanted. If Eric lost his footing, that blade would split him in half. He had to forego that risk to fight this thing. The hobgoblin cackled as it reached him, ending its charge with a horizontal slash meant to bisect Eric. He darted back from the swing, the sharp sound of the blade passing through the air confirming that he would have died if that had connected. He darted back again as it repeated the motion, this time swinging in the other direction. He was almost tempted to try and pull out his flintlock, but the time that would take may end with his death. Eric decided that he would make a holster for the antique gun as soon as he could. He had been putting that off for far too long. The hob irritatingly kept swinging, keeping Eric at a distance with no chance to counterstroke. It mattered little. He was expending far less energy than the hob was at this rate. All he had to do was. Suddenly, a glass bottle slammed into the creature's back, a small flame exploding across its flesh. The hobgoblin dropped its sword and began screaming in terror as it tried to pat out the growing flame engulfing its back. Eric looked to see the source of this throw, only to see Scout standing atop his watchtower, waving at him with his lighter. "Morning, Eric," she shouted at him, hiking up her borrowed pants. Eric stared for a second before waving back and shouting, "Mornin'." That was right. He never took his lighter back from her, and he never put that bottle back in his bag. Well, that was convenient. The hobgoblin fell onto its back, attempting to smother the flame and crushing several more goblin corpses as it went. Eric grinned as he slammed his axe into a nearby stump, leaving it there as he hefted up his new weapon. The greatsword was heavy, but it wasn't nearly a problem for Eric. Pre-crash, he doubted he could wield this thing effectively, but he was much stronger now. He approached the flaming hob, giving his new sword a few test swings as he went. He posed with it Highlander style, before finally chopping the thrashing hob's head clean off like an executioner. Eric felt like he could kick the Kurgan's ass right now with this badass blade. A truly great find. Today was going to be good. He could feel it. There were so many goblins he could turn into giblets with this beast. The only problem with it was how damn long it was. He couldn't take it into the caves, but he'd keep it here at the fort for the next big goblin assault. He then heard plodding footsteps and turned to see the second goblin fleeing into the forest, clutching its bloody ruin of a wrist as it fled. Eric considered, should he chase it? No, it would tell others of its kind what happened here, hopefully keeping more of them away. Goblins spoke in their own language, right? He had heard them speak in a rough tongue before. He turned back up to Scout, who smiled down at him. "I didn't think that would work." She shouted, "I guess I got a good arm, huh? You'll definitely make the big leagues if you keep that up." He shouted back, approaching his axe and wrenching it free. "The big leagues." She shouted back, "I'll tell you later." Eric shouted, "Go get your clothes ready. We're heading to the stream." Scout nodded, descending down the rope. It didn't take long for her to get her clothing together, but Eric insisted that it go into the bag. She would need her hands free in case there was an ambush, which he assured her was likely to happen. That seemed to sap some of her good mood, but she still remained oddly chippy. She clutched the crash axe in one hand while hiking up her borrowed pants while they traveled, following the scars Eric had left in the trees to find the stream. He opted to leave the sword. The trees weren't too packed together, but they were close enough that accidentally hitting one mid-swing was a strong possibility. Eric would rather not take the risk. His axe would do the job just fine for this little trip. "So what do you think of our world?" Scout asked, her eyes darting this way and that. Likely she feared goblins in the foliage, a good attitude to have out here in this infested woodland. "The air is real fresh. I like it," he said simply. "Is that all?" Scout asked, "I'm sure there are other things that catch your eye." Eric considered for a moment before responding, "The moons. I've never seen anything like those moons before," he told her, stepping over a fallen tree branch. Scout repeated the motion, stepping over the fallen branch as she followed him. "Do you not have any moons where you're from?" She asked him, "Wait, the fact that you know what a moon is proves that you do, so why is it so shocking?" "Earth only has one moon, big and white," he told her. She seemed to consider that for a long while. "I'd love to see that. It sounds fantastical." "Sure, we'll just stop by my world real quick, snap a few photos, and be back before supper," Eric said in a joking tone. "What is a photo?" Scout asked. "Is that some kind of spell?" "Oh," she gasped suddenly. "Do you have magic where you're from?" Eric considered once more for a while before answering. "I don't think so. Those damn artifacts could be magic, I guess. But mostly no." She fell silent then, so silent that Eric actually paused his march to look back at her. She stopped too, her eyes glued to her feet. "What's the matter?" he asked her. "Savage." She started, "I think." I think one of those artifacts could be here in this forest. Maybe a lot of them, I don't know. Eric blinked at her. Yeah, I pretty much guarantee it. She looked up at him sharply. You aren't angry? It thought. Well, after what you told me. Eric blinked. Yeah, I still feel that way, but I'm not surprised at all about it. Remember, when I told you how I first got here? I was in a ruin that the ancient civilization made, so I kind of figured that they'd been fucking around here too. Oh, right. She said, let's keep going. I don't want to be out here longer than we have to, you know? Eric nodded. Yeah, yes, go. And so they did, but this time there were no words spoken between them. They were both lost in their own thoughts as they went. After they were about halfway there, it happened. A couple of goblins hopped out of some bushes, tongues lolling out of their mouths as they sighted Scout. She flinched away from them, holding her axe out wardingly while hiking up her pants. They charged Eric first, wanting to get rid of him likely so they would have nothing in their way when they finally targeted Scout. These had no notable weapons on them, just a couple of rusty short swords that gave him an idea, actually, a very wonderful, very horrible idea that he would have to implement later. He split the first one's skull with ease and kicked the other one in the face. Its nose was crushed flat beneath Eric's boot, and it flew away, landing on its back. It did not rise, but Eric could see its chest rising and falling. He wrenched free his axe with a spurt and approached the downed goblin, intent on finishing the job. Wait! Scout shouted. Eric turned to her, an eyebrow raised. She clutched the crash axe tightly in her hands as she stared at the unconscious goblin. Can I do it? Eric blinked in surprise. What? Can I do it? Kill it? She asked. I've never killed anything before. I figure I probably have to get used to it. She took a deep breath, seemingly to steady her nerves. Her hands were beginning to shake, and she pursed her lips as she walked over to the unmoving goblin. Eric said nothing as she loomed over the downed gob, her nervous breaths the only thing aside from birdsong audible. She then raised the crash axe high above her head, the sleeves of her borrowed jacket hanging loosely off her arms. Scout held the axe high, but still hesitated to end the creature. Eric did not blame her, especially considering the fact that she had never killed before. He remembered when his father had chastised him for hesitating to kill a rabbit, calling him a pussy for letting it escape. Eric had been 8 then. He wondered how his mother. Suddenly the goblin's yellow eyes shot open, and it jerked up to a sitting position. Before Eric himself could swing, Scout gasped in surprise and finally brought the axe down, splitting the goblin's skull and killing it instantly. She let the handle go, backing away and bringing both of her hands to her lips. The goblin fell to the ground with a soft thud, red seeping from the wound. Scout stared at the body with wide eyes, seemingly shocked at what she had done. Good reflexes. He told her, "Are you okay?" She nodded, but did not answer, hiking up her pants once more. "Do you want me to get the axe?" He asked her softly. She nodded again, still staring at the dead body in shock. Eric wrenched out the crash axe, scrambled brains spilling freely once it was removed. He wiped the blade off on the goblin's skin, removing the thicker pieces of gore before handing it handle first to Scout. She finally looked away from the goblin corpse, seeing the handle of the axe. She looked to her open palms for a moment before finally taking the weapon in her hands, taking a deep breath to calm herself. It doesn't feel like I thought it would," she said silently. "You feel guilty?" Eric asked her. Scout shook her head. "No, I didn't. I didn't feel anything. That's what worries me." Eric shook his head. "Their gob, Scout. If anything, you should be happy you killed it." "I know I am." His hand began shaking slightly faster then, and he gave her a wide, toothy smile. "I love killing these things," he shouted, his eyes growing wide. "I'm really good at it," he shouted at the top of his lungs, taking a step toward her. Scout backed away then, looking ready to flee. What the hell was her problem? He sneered at her, the ungrateful bitch. After all he had done for her, and she acts like this? He took another step toward her, gripping his axe tightly. How dare she? Eric caught himself then, putting his free hand over his mouth and backing away from Scout. She looked positively terrified, eyes wide like a deer caught in the headlights. A horrible guilt washed over him then, and he turned his back to her in shame. Where had that sudden outburst come from? He thought today was a good day. His hand had barely been shaking when he woke up. Indeed, it returned to that original frequency, but the damage had been done. Scout would be leaving his care for sure now. Really, that was fine. It was for the best. He would miss the company, though. "Are you feeling better now?" she asked him, He turned his head to stare sidelong at her. What? I get it, Savage. She told him, Prowler. He's the same way. Shaky hand and everything. Short temper. Bursts of seemingly random madness. She told him, pursing her lips, he won't get better though. It's the blood of his race that drives him to it. She smiled then and took a step toward him. I think you can get better though. You seem better every time I see you. Was that really true? Eric didn't notice. He felt different levels of sanity every day. Scout was probably just trying to make him feel better, but oddly, he thought it was working. His hand slowed its rhythm further as he turned to gaze at her. What was the other thing she had said? That Prowler was the same brand of crazy Eric was? And that it was because of his race? More questions for later, he supposed. I can help you if you want, Savage. She told him, tone serious. We can talk about what happened to you. I'll listen. She said that with a tone that bordered on pleading. Scout didn't just say she wanted to help him just to save her skin. She genuinely desired to help him. Savage looked away from those bright, hopeful eyes, looking to the dirt instead. I'm sorry, he told her. It's okay, Savage, really. She told him, we'll talk when you're ready, okay? Eric said nothing as he began making way for the stream. She thankfully didn't continue talking until they finally reached it, the clear flowing water reflecting his bone-clad visage. He stared into the cold, dead eyes of his reflection, feeling almost stunned by their dullness. How long had his eyes been so vacant of life? Since his decision to let Timmy stay dead, most likely, perhaps a bit before that, when Linda died in that fire. Scout then appeared in the reflection next to him, her own eyes full of life and curiosity. All right then, if you'll leave my clothes, I'll get to work. Could you watch my back? She asked. Yeah, Eric said simply, slinging off his backpack and opening the zipper. Scout then dug through its contents, pulling out all her parcels of clothing and laying them out. Eric turned his back to her and began watching for any sign of movement. Scout didn't have a washboard, and most of that clothing looked to be made of wool. Considering how much time has passed since they were soaked in blood, those stains were never coming out. He was sure that Scout wouldn't mind too much. It was better than wearing his oversized clothing, surely. Eric then turned his attention to the tree lean on their side of the stream, looking out for any movement. Indeed, it wasn't long before he saw a pair of beady yellow eyes peer at him from behind some shrubs, and he groaned. We got a gob. I'll take care of it, don't worry. He told her, pulling his crossbow from his pack. Scout looked up at him, then at the forest behind her, but she didn't sight the goblin. It was in a tricky spot. He didn't blame her for not being able to see it. Thankfully, the creature didn't move, likely not thinking it had been spotted. Now, was this goblin alone or in a group? Considering that it hadn't charged them yet, he doubted it. Likely it had found them by chance and was curious about them. Eric would not give it the time to plot how to kill him and rape Scout. So he quickly aimed and pulled the trigger, the bolt thudding into the flesh right between the gob's eyes. It fell out of sight then, and Eric loaded another bolt, scanning the tree lean for any signs of its potential companions. Scout did the same, but she didn't see anything either, based on her expression. You have good eyes, she said, turning back to her work. I have to, he told her, not moving from his position behind her. The peninsula made it life or death. Those freaks could pop out of nowhere sometimes. He would get that bolt after Scout finished, and he bathed. Wait, she probably wanted a bath as well. In the time it took Scout to wash her clothing, Savage had nailed two more curious goblins right in the head, one that was staring at Scout from high up in a tree branch, and one that had been peeking from behind another bush. Scout gasped in surprise every time he fired a bolt, but didn't say anything more until she was finished. I want to take a bath, she said, confirming his thoughts. Are you okay with that? Of course. Eric said, there's rags in the bag you can use to dry yourself. And don't worry, I won't peek. She said nothing as he heard her undress behind him, but he kept his eyes firmly on the tree line. Keep an eye out on the other side of the stream. He told her. You got it, she said as she descended into the water, cold. She shouted suddenly. Eric said nothing in response, loading his crossbow and giving a yawn. He still felt guilty for his random burst of insanity and following rage, but Scout was apparently okay with it. How fucked up was Prowler that she could find Eric not just tolerable, but fixable? He certainly didn't feel fixable, but Eric was hardly an expert on the subject. It wasn't long before Scout finished her bath, likely not wanting to stay in the cold water any longer than necessary. Even still, Eric was able to nail another goblin that peeked out from behind a tree. The bolt pierced its throat and sent it gurgling and choking to the ground. Scout had gasped yet again at the sound of his crossbow firing, but she didn't say anything more. She dried and dressed herself in Eric's clothing again, wringing out her freshly washed clothes a second time before she entered Eric's vision. "You ready to go?" she asked him, hands clasped behind her back. "I wanted to take a bath too." Eric told her, "How's your aim?" She put up her hands then. "I've never even held a bow." Eric stared. "Are you kidding? You're an elf, right?" Eric asked, "Aren't you?" "I don't know, a natural at it." Scout frowned. "Maybe, but I'd rather not test it out. Can you tell me if you see anything?" Eric shook his head. "You did good with that Molotov earlier. That's what they're called. And that was just beginner's luck," she said, crossing her arms. "All right, fine. I'll just keep the crossbow next to the stream." And so he did. After Scout turned her back to him, he stripped, placed the crossbow and its extra bolts next to the stream, and promptly face-planted into the water. He floated there for a moment, just taking in the horrible cold to adjust to it. It was better to get this process over with as quickly as possible, rather than slowly sink into the cold. He shot up from the water, his feet hitting the creek bed. He let his mind wander as he scanned each side of the stream for any hidden gobs. Scrubbing himself, he thought of his fortress. Something about it was aggravating him lately, and he wasn't sure what it was. He thought about it as he continued to scrub, Scout sitting cross-legged with her back to him. When he was almost finished cleaning up, he figured it out. He didn't have a proper pathway to his home. He needed a clear path up to his gate. Sure, that would give the goblins a straight shot for his gate, but he would have direct shots on anything coming up that way. He also needed an easy path for his log sled. Pushing it through bodies and weaving around all those stumps sounded hellish. He was about to hop out of the stream when he saw an interesting goblin emerge from the tree lean on the opposite side of the stream. He stared somewhat dumbfounded as the pathetic thing hobbled toward him, bulging human-like eyes staring at him. Its large pointed nose hung above an open hanging mouth with flat human-like teeth. Its oversized bald head swayed and bobbed as it continued its lumbering charge with its undersized body. Its limbs were gangly and weak, which was perhaps why it held no weapon. Eric was baffled that the thing was even capable of walking with its pencil legs. Was this some kind of a joke? Would that goblin explode if it reached him? What was the plan here? Eric grabbed up his crossbow and shot the thing right in the chest. It went down with a wheeze, and Scout turned her head to see what the commotion was. Seeing Eric in his birthday suit, she quickly turned around. "Sorry," she squeaked. "That was the ugliest gob I've ever seen." Eric said, How so?" she asked, not turning around. "Give me a sec. I'm gonna go get a closer look," he said. Stepping out on the side of the stream the goofy gob died on. He approached the corpse, leaning down to inspect its almost human-like face. The big, bulging eyes were white with black pupils, the complete opposite of the yellow goat eyes of the other goblins he had seen. Why was this one so different from the others he had seen? Perhaps this was a rare sort of birth defect they could suffer. He scanned the trees, seeing no other movement. So this thing had been on its own then. Maybe the other goblins found this thing so wretched that they avoided it? Its skin color and ears were the same, but everything else was a disgusting mix of human and goblin features. Well, he was taking the head in any case. It would make a good decoration for the future pathway up to his fort. He grabbed the carcass by the neck, lifting it up with minimal effort and walking back to the stream. He tossed it to the other side like it was a cloth doll, which caused Scout to turn around again. This time, however, she let out a screech of horror as her eyes found the goblin. She backed away on all fours until she realized that it did not move. "Sorry," Eric apologetically. "Why would you dash?" she started before seeing his bare form again. "Ah," she screamed, turning her head away. Right, nakedness bothered people. He'd almost forgotten. He face-planted in the stream again and re-emerged from the other side. Scout keeping her head turned the whole time he dried himself. Were her ears red? Well, it was pretty cold today. There weren't that many rags left in his bag that were dry, but he would make do with what was left. After he was nice and redressed, he took his axe and hacked off the weird goblin head. "Did you just cut its head off?" Scout asked, not turning back to him. Eric blinked. Yeah. I'm gonna stake it outside the fort. See if it scares more of him off than normal," he said, raising his axe to start hacking away its limbs. "I guess I shouldn't be surprised, but could you try and not do that around me?" she asked him as he was in half-swing. He paused then, looking to his axe and the headless body at his feet. "Good God, This wasn't something he should be doing in front of normal people. It was no wonder she was unsettled. What was he thinking? He'd have to do his mutilations when she wasn't around him from now on. For now, the head would be good enough. He just needed to keep it from dripping on his clothes to avoid having to take another dip in the stream. He yanked the bolt out of its body, wiping it off in the dirt before sliding it back in the quiver. "I'm dressed, by the way," he said, jamming his fingers under the goblin's tongue and gripping its jaw. She turned around again, frowning as she saw him with a handful of skull. "Gross," she muttered, standing up. "Why does it look like that? This isn't normal," he asked her, holding up the head for her to inspect. She backed away from the outstretched head. "EW. No, goblins aren't supposed to look like that. Get it away from me." He lowered the head to his waist. Eric supposed that putting a decapitated head in someone's face also wasn't really considered normal. He was really out of practice. Sorry, he said. "Get your clothes. I'll build a rack you can dry 'em on at home." It didn't take much time for her to gather up her sopping clothes, clutching them to her chest with one arm while hiking up her pants with the other. Eric put away the crash axe and retrieved his other bolts before they began heading back to the fort. Another couple of goblins tried to jump them, but again Eric made short work of them with powerful blows of his axe. When they made it home, Eric realized that there was still plenty of light left in the day, and there were a few projects that he needed to get done. He would start with the drying rack for Scout's clothes. Then he'd begin the process of clearing a pathway. He'd put a few stones along the way to give him a frame for the trail. He smiled as he finished Scout's drying rack in but a few minutes, lashing the sticks together and gesturing for Scout to hang up her clothing. She did so with earnest, thanking Eric for his efforts. When he opened his gate to begin work on the path, she seemed confused. "What you doing?" she asked him. "Are you going to patrol, or?" "I'm clearing a path," he told her. "It's been annoying me for a bit."